How did you fare during the hurricane? I know you're up in the Panhandle area. I saw your video. You're on the left side of the hurricane.
Yeah, we actually got extremely lucky. So, it's nice and sunny and beautiful here today. So we were kind of preparing for the worst and hoping for the best, and we kind of got considering how nasty the storm was. I mean, we lucked out big time. So, but I know it's wreaking havoc on like lots of the country right now. So, try not to be too ecstatic about our situation because
Right.
that was a nasty storm. But yeah, we did. We fared very well here.
Great. Yeah, that's I saw your video. It was very fascinating, and I have a lot of friends in Southwest Florida, all the way up to the Panhandle, and some of the towns in like the Tampa, Sarasota area. Just the islands, just so much water. It was devastating. I can't imagine with even up to Asheville, North Carolina, the streets there are just like rivers. It's so sad.
Yeah, man. Like it's so crazy because obviously everyone in Florida was bracing for it, but I mean, Tennessee and North Carolina, they're getting it worse. So I mean, they don't prepare for this stuff. Why would you prepare for a hurricane and Tennessee? So
Right,
yeah,
right.
it caught a lot of people off guard. It was crazy.
I mean, Asheville is at a decent elevation too.
Yeah,
Before my wife and I moved to Florida, we were thinking about moving to Asheville, and so we kind of know the area. I was like, "Whoa, that is intense."
yeah. They did not see that coming. So hopefully it moves through quick and doesn't do too much damage. But yeah, it was a nasty one. Evidently, there's another one, close behind. So it's that time of year. So
Right.
gotta have your head on a swivel. Always
Such
have
a
that
Okay,
bug out bag ready to go.
yeah.
sorry, let me interrupt you. I've got a little bit done right now. I just tagged you, Jordan, on the new window. I did the same with Cotter. And if some people can go down to that bubble in the right hand corner, I think it's called like the purple pill for some people. Click that and then hit the heart button and then repost, and that will generate the windows back up again and allow the algorithm to pick it up for UFO Twitter Week and all the hard work the guys put into you know, the entire week behind what we're doing right now. So I would appreciate it if everybody could do that, and we'll just kind of continue to chat. We don't really have a dead 2 hours to go, right? Like if you guys want to stick around after, you're more than welcome, right? If you want to jump over to Pine's space after, that's cool too. Like you're welcome to jump in and out. I'm just really, really, I'm humbled myself because I've, been so curious about the topic for 3 decades. And I popped up on UFO Twitter, but maybe 10 months ago, and I've gotten to know some incredible people. And from my view, just talented people that understand realities that we've come to, learn in our own ways, and myself go through ontological shock. But we always talk about these progressions in the community, and we talk about the doom and we talk about the love and light and exploring everything in between. The Venn diagram that connects ufology touches every aspect of humanity. From my angle, it influences everything that we do, and part of the evolution of what we're seeing we talk about every day. And I've connected through you guys, brought me into the fabric of the community. Like, who am I? I'm a host on UFO Twitter Week right now. Like, been some huge names over there. I've gotten to know some of you personally, and some of you know who I am, and I'm heartfelt right now. I'm just grateful for it. And now we get to bring somebody that I've connected with, and I vision, and I'm just bringing Jordan into the community to welcome him in, and I see a wonderful, amazing future for us in Unite. but it's going to come with a lot of negativity. And I think we're seeing it in the real world. And I think Jordan brings that unique perspective, and he's been through those things that we all discuss, and we explore our personal stories, and that's what brings us all together and unites us, really, because how I view the world is we're just spiritual beings having a human experience. And Jordan comes from a really unique perspective, and he gets to share that with our community right now. And he's written a book about it called, Entrepreneurial Spirits, because, and I reflect on my own personal life. I've been an entrepreneur for 3 decades, and those who have come to know me personally and known my passions, like Jordan, like Cotter, and like Astral, I guess that's why you've allowed me just to bring Jordan into it. And I just personally want to sit back and listen to Jordan tell his story and his message to the community, and we can just all sit around and philosophize and ask him questions about his personal experience and explore the wonderful world of the universe and where it's going. So if you don't mind, thank you. You know what? I didn't plan that. I had everything written down, but I'm just going to scrap it. And I think I've talked way too long, but I think the room's kind of filling up, so which is kind of cool. But maybe you guys can do it again. Click that purple pill and then retweet, because I only see 8 of them. Come on, let's go. It's UFO Twitter week. This is going to be a fun talk. Sorry, I hope I wasn't on mute the whole time.
No, you're
Did you
good,
hear
Rich.
me?
You're just
Okay.
getting ready to introduce Jordan. Yeah,
Oh,
you're
No, that
good to
was
thank
go.
perfect,
God.
Rich.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay, I didn't hear anything. I'm like, oh, God, don't tell me that was like a Steve Bassett moment. He went on for
Everyone was
45
cheering. You
minutes
just couldn't
like
hear him.
that. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me speak. And Jordan, if you can take us through your journey,
Yeah,
I
man.
welcome you.
It's been great connecting with you. I'm pretty new to Twitter. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, here you good,
All right.
Jordan.
Before I
Good.
go any further, um, yeah. So I'm pretty new to Twitter, or obviously I'm still calling it Twitter. So I'm figuring all this stuff out. But it's been I hopped in here, and it's been a really cool experience because like everyone, I don't know, is kind of seems to be here for the, at least in this Twitter, UFO Twitter community, for the same purpose, which is just curiosity, trying to figure out what's going on. It's kind of a bonkers world out there, and once you think you have it figured out, it changes. And the more you kind of dig and the more you learn, it kind of seems like the more you don't know anything. And to me, that's my favorite part of it, is just the never ending adventure of learning. And it seems that there's so many people on that same journey, and you, Rich, and Cotter, and all these other people in here. I mean, it's just so many of them. It's crazy. Every day I meet a new person who's like got just so much knowledge, and it's like this platform's giving these people a voice and a way to get out of the shadows and get out of the libraries and share their knowledge. And I'm very grateful that I'm a part of this and that I'm given this platform. So today, what I wanted to do is just I have a kind of a bird's eye view of my story, which just spans the last 5 years that led me to where I'm at. And the only reason I'm kind of giving my story is just because it gives some context to where my mindset is now with what I'm currently working on, and kind of makes some sense for some of y'all of like all my wild posts that I do, because they kind of seem to be machine gunning in all sorts of different directions. But you'll see through my little story here that there's a common thread, and it's a full spectrum. The phenomenon reaches into every aspect of your life, and it's like it's just never ending. So you can't just go into it saying, oh, I'm curious about UFOs, or I'm curious about spirituality, or I'm curious about reincarnation or healing, or any. I mean, they're all connected. Everything's connected, and one leads to the next. And I know so many people that start off as like scientists or researchers or doctors, and they're just looking into one little sliver of the phenomenon, and next thing you know, they're just going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And that's what I've done over the last 5 years. So mine started like a lot of people's do, with a near death experience. I was very sick, alcohol, and ended up in the ICU, and just seconds away from death. And there were some crazy things that happened in the hospital. My wife was like my nurse, and she got me there and she saved my life. And while we're in the hospital, there was actually like this, in one of our photos, there's this blue orb that's right behind us in the hospital, or right outside the picture. You can see like half of it coming in the picture. It's wild. There's no like shadows cast from it or light cast from it. It's just like this little, I don't know, this fuzzy blue light source. The only reason I bring that up is because it was around that moment in the hospital where I shifted
Sorry,
from,
Jordan. Can I interject for a moment?
yeah,
Would you mind?
yeah, what do you
Yeah,
got?
yeah. I mean, is that a subject we can explore a little bit further in your time there? And
Yeah.
because we do have similar stories in that respect,
Yeah,
and
you told me about yours,
I
and they are very similar.
yeah, and I understand the addiction side of it and trauma side of it. In your time in the hospital, um, how long were you there, and what did they do to you? What kind of tests did they put you under? Do you have any of that on record? Like, do you know? Have you looked at
Yeah.
your? Yeah. Okay.
So
Amazing.
mine was
Mhm.
evidently, I found this out kind of afterwards, peeling back the layers. So I was in some sort of a severe throes of detox. I was kind of bedridden for days and just sort of out of it. I had a out of body experience in my bed where it seemed like my body just kind of sanitized my consciousness out of it because it was so sick and it was just in so much pain. And I was kind of watching myself from a almost, it reminded me of like a security camera up in the corner looking down. And so I was in really bad shape. I mean, couldn't walk. It was terrible. And so when I went to the hospital, they, my blood pressure was like insane. I mean, they all thought I was about to die on the table. They were putting so much sedatives in me that I remember the nurse saying she'd never given anybody this much sedatives and not seen it do anything. So it was one of those things where everyone was just like panicking, and I was panicking too, but I didn't really have enough energy to do too much panicking. And so I was only there for one day, and this is kind of what happened. So they ran all the tests on me and everything, but basically there was no. I mean, they knew what it was. I was in detox. I was going through this severe, shock. My body was just all my organs were failing, and just nothing was working, and everything was shutting down. And so whenever they hopped me up on all the sedatives to try to keep my heart from blowing up and doing all that stuff, and just, like kind of strapped me down to this bed because they were worried about seizures and everything. And when that orb, around the time me and Sarah took like a selfie of ourselves and we could see that orb in the corner, um, we didn't see it at the time. We saw it on the picture later. It was around that time where I shifted from like, oh shit, I'm about to die, to like this weird calm came over me, and I was just like, everything's gonna be okay. It's time to get out of here. And of course, all the nurses, because I was telling them this, and they're like laughing at me. They're like, "You're not going anywhere. Like you're literally about to die." And I was like, "No, seriously, it's cool. I need to go home. Like
Hey,
it's time."
Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan. Yeah. Can I interject again? Sorry. Can I
What's up?
keep doing this? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. If you just want to, like, I'll shut up if you want. If not, we'll just do
Nah,
a
man, you're
natural
good.
conversation. Okay. Cool. Um, do you have any photos of the orb? Like, can you share that, or
Yeah.
is that private?
No, no,
Can
yeah.
you?
I've shared it before. I just I don't know exactly where it is right now, but I'll put it on my timeline or my whatever you call it. I'll post it later.
Well, we
I don't
can
know if I
post
can
it
find it
now.
right now.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Like, yeah, if you
Yeah, I'd
want,
have to dig through
I
my
can grab
photos.
it
I don't know
later.
exactly where it is. I should have had
Okay,
it on deck, but yeah, I've shared it
okay.
before. I'll share it again.
If you have any while we're talking right now, like, and it comes to
Yeah.
your mind, we can easily do it in here so people can see pictures like you at the Monroe Institute or whatever, like things like that, right?
Okay. Cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll throw those in the little timeline as I'm thinking about it. Um, yeah. So then it got to that point where I was just like, okay, I kind of had this calmness, like, okay, we're gonna be okay. It's time to go. And I kind of requested a meeting with the head doctor lady, and they granted me that. And they're all laughing at me. They're like, "You're not going anywhere, so there's no point in wasting your breath." But I was like, "Trust me." So I was, I guess, a little overconfident because all the drugs they gave me. But I had a meeting with the lady, and remember, I can't walk, I can't do anything. I'd been hallucinating all night long, like it was insane. And somehow I convinced her because Sarah was there, and Sarah's my nurse, and she was just
Did
like,
you? So did you go into psychosis?
um, it was so close. Whenever my consciousness left my body, I think it was saving that. I think it was like vacating the building because the building was burning down, kind of a deal. So
Mhm.
it's so crazy thinking back to the time period because there's days that I just don't remember at all, and like full days. I mean, probably a good week or
Of
two. I don't
course.
really remember. And
Mhm.
but no, so I never went into like a psychosis. I was always pretty with it, but there were times definitely when my consciousness was out of my body, when it was just kind of watching the train wreck from the outside. And I think that that kind of helps. I think it does that as a safety mechanism, honestly, to you know to just kind of get out of the get out of the line of fire, and you can think more clearly that way. And so no, I never went in any. Mentally, I've always been pretty. You wouldn't know it by all my posts because they seem so bizarre, but like I've always been pretty on top of it mentally. But
Yeah, but can't you just break once in psychosis? Like I don't know, right? Like I'm throwing these ideas out there while we chat,
yeah, I don't know.
but I'm
I
sure you've explored it, right? Like I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know what
absolutely.
it feels like.
When you go hard like I do down all these rabbit holes and everything, you have to be very cautious of going too far. You have to balance everything. You have to make sure that you're okay. Sarah just sent me the picture. I'll try to share it.
Okay.
Um,
So
um,
do you see the bottom right corner
yeah.
where the it should show like a number 1? You can press that button, and then you can see add another post, and then the photo image, and then you can drop your photo in there,
There we go.
and then we
Yeah,
can
in this picture,
throw it up
I
in the
have a
nest.
sticker on my forehead. I look whacked out of my brain because I was, so take it for what it is. Um, but yeah, so anyway, so yeah, that little blue light thing, I don't know what it was. I don't know where it came from. There wasn't anything in the room like it. And this was after like I had spent all night, and I don't want to, spend too much time on this topic because we have a lot to cover, but like, I had like serious hallucinations. Like I thought Dracula was in the room with us. I thought Uncle Fester. There was all these people, and I know it sounds crazy. I don't know why Uncle Fester and Dracula would be there, but like I was convinced that they were, and like there was animals in the room with me. It was really weird. It was like I was in between different realities. It was a very long night, but anyways, long story short,
Oh,
I
hold on.
convinced.
Can I
Yeah,
interject?
it was a.
Did it feel like you were traveling through like space and time at the exact same moment where you could almost like AI morphing through different realities?
I wish I was more coherent. I mean, I can later on in this little journey here, we're going to go to some places that I was lucid for, and
Okay.
they're a lot more fun. This one was pretty drug fueled, and I was like
Okay.
literally on my like last like little fumes before my body was about to just croak. So it was all a bit of a blur, but so that started. I get out. I talk to the doctor, and she's like, "Okay, I'll let you out." And I have to sign all these papers, and I go home, and then this starts this like chapter of my life where like, I had never thought about death before. I had never thought about what happens when you die. I never thought about consciousness. I never thought about any of these things, right? I was very much a hardcore materialist, you could say. Um, was not spiritual, was not religious, was not anything. And then next thing you know, like I'm sitting here having a dark night of the soul. I'm looking in the mirror, and for the first time in my life, I'm literally thinking, like, what is this? Like, what is this body? Like, I don't get it. Like, it didn't make any sense to me. Like, everything changed.
Well,
Like,
can you
it's
can you
cliche to
tell
say,
me
but everything.
what's a dark night of the soul?
Yeah, Dark Night of the Soul is just it's kind of a way to explain this period people go through when they just are completely lost. It's not so much rock bottom because I had hit rock bottom before my NDE. That's what led me there. It's more so this like this lost feeling of you don't really know who you are, what's the point of everything. You just have this, you go in this whirlwind and this downward spiral of like it's like an emotional spiritual rock bottom, where you're just questioning everything. You're questioning God, questioning reality, questioning, it's a
Okay.
dark period where you don't have any answers. You just have a bunch of questions and you're confused and scared. So that's how I was.
Does
And
it ever hit an acute point in time and crescendo and then come back down?
You mean get better?
Yeah, like does it hit a peak?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and
Okay.
typically the good news is typically the dark night of the soul is what launches people into this like investigation of like what the hell
Mm.
is this, like what are like and it causes you to look for answers. um, so that's typically when you start to pull yourself out of it because you start to read and talk to people and look for answers, and then you realize the answers have been there forever. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of years and millions of publications and books and scripts and talks, and I mean there's so much information out there talking about everything, but most people don't look for it because they don't really have a reason to. You grow up, you get a family, kids, you get a job, yada yada, and you do the thing. You're not really sitting there thinking about what happens when I die and what's the purpose of life and who is God. And some people do, but most people don't unless they're kind of forced to face that reality. And that's kind of what the Dark Night of the Soul does. Is it forces you to face that reality. Here you are, face to face with death, face to face with you know who are you? What are you going to leave behind? What's the point? If I've been a good person, what happens when I die? Like all those things, and it comes flooding in like a tsunami, and that's what causes the dark night of the soul. Period. Is just that so many questions, no answers. Where do I start? Um, so for me, and I'm sure everyone's is different.
So
So
where did you start?
um, so I had very urgent healing needs. I was in rough shape and I had to heal. I had pancreatitis, severe pancreatitis. If anyone's knows anybody who's ever had it, it's a and I had it for years, and it was ridiculously painful. I mean, the pain is just through the roof. And so afterwards, like my liver was shot, my pancreas was shot, my kidneys were shot, like my heart was in terrible shape, and so I had to do serious healing. So
Did you
I
smoke too?
no, not at this period. Um,
No. Okay.
I lived a hard life. I did just a tremendous amount of bad stuff for many, many decades, and from an early age. And I had just beaten myself to pieces, and I felt like I was on a train that was surely going off a cliff. And I just my whole life I was like, what's the point of taking care of this vessel? It's not going to be around long. I just had this weird, I don't know where this came from, but that was my mentality. And obviously all that changed once I
Isn't that a
survived
lot?
this.
Isn't that a lot of kids' mentality these days? Just invincible,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And we
Evidently,
pay
I
for
was
it
a kid
later.
until 40. Yeah, you get away with that shit when you're young. Um, so, so for me, I had to heal, and I was like, I have to do insane healing fast. Like it was life or death. And
Hmm.
I mean, I went to the doctor for a checkup, and she told me to like lay down on the table. She was like, I don't even want you sitting up because if you sneeze right now, you're gonna have a stroke. Like you're like I was in such bad shape. This
Do you
was
know what
after.
your readings were? Do you know what your blood pressure or like
Yeah,
ferritin level or
yeah.
what
Everything was
were
about
they?
as catastrophic as you can get. My blood pressure was 200 over 100, and it just got worse from there. So, but
Do
so
you
here's the
mind
cool part.
talking about it? Like, or
Yeah,
are we too deep in this?
no, I mean, I'm sure some of these parts will come back up as I
Okay.
progress through this, but um, so like you have like looking back on it, I it's actually one of the best things that ever happened to me. So anyone out there who's dealing with addiction or disease or any terrible stuff, um, these are lessons that we're given. This I've come to understand that this entire thing we're in is a training simulator, and it's a brutal one, but it's done for a purpose because I can attest that like if I could go back and change any of that, I wouldn't. And as crazy as it sounds, and I only gave you 5% of what happened,
Mm.
I wouldn't change it because it was necessary. It taught me so many things, and it made me who I am. So, um, as weird as it is, because you would think there has to be a better way to teach people these lessons, but these kinds of traumas are just incredibly effective teachers. So, there's a reason we do this, and I wish there was an easier way, and I assume that there were easier ways in the beginning, and it just wasn't as effective, or maybe we're tough, nuts to crack, and I don't know, but for whatever it is, this trauma that we put ourselves through, there seems to be a recurring pattern. I've met too many people that have gone through the exact same thing, and
Mm.
different specifics, but overall same template. And they all kind of say the same thing. Hey, I wouldn't change it for the world. It's made me who I am. I'm better off for it. So anyone going through anything out there, just take that as a little bit of motivation that one day you will look back and be grateful. You probably don't see it at the time. I know you don't see it at the time, but you will be. So
Mhm.
it is done for a reason. There is a higher reason, and that's what
Did
like launched me.
did you check yourself into rehab, or was it because you fell into a state where you couldn't function anymore?
Yeah, no, I basically my body was giving out on me, and I couldn't move. I was bedridden, and that
Mm.
caused me to go through detox because I couldn't drink anymore. And
Oh God.
yeah, so I was going through detox, which evidently I didn't know at the time. Detox from alcohol is like very deadly. Like your body goes into shock and everything shuts down. So that's what was happening to me.
Isn't it worse than opioids?
Yeah, it's very critical, and a lot of people die from it. And so when I went to the hospital, they figured all this out about halfway through, and they're like, "You're lucky you made it this far." But that's what allowed me to get out of the hospital quickly is that I'd already gone through the worst part of it at home, which you should not do. But I was kind of involuntary on my part. Um, but yeah, so in an effort to heal myself, I started searching, and I was just like, okay, how can I erase 30 years of hardcore damage in about 3 months, you know? And so I had to lower my blood pressure first. That was number one because it was crazy. And I was searching for the best ways because nothing was working. The medicines weren't working, nothing was working. And I felt like a ticking bomb, like it was a terrible feeling. So I was told to do transcendental meditation, and I didn't like it, and I was very hyperactive, couldn't sit still. So I kept searching. Okay, what do crazy people do to meditate? What do hyperactive people do to meditate? And I kept seeing this word Hemi-Sync, Hemi-Sync, Hemi-Sync. And I was like, okay. And it was just in like Reddit blogs and this kind of stuff. This is 2019, and I was like, okay, what is Hemi-Sync? So, excuse me. I found out it was like a type of sound, binaural beats that induces these deep meditative states very quickly and easily. And I was like, ah, ding, perfect. So, I found some of the old tapes and I tried them. And
Which
because I was
ones?
just, what's that?
Which ones?
It's called Hemi-Sync. I found the Gateway tapes. So
Oh,
it's
the
from the
gateway
Monroe
tapes.
Institute. Yeah. So Hemi-Sync is this type of binaural beat that Robert Monroe created to get you into altered states of consciousness very quickly and easily. So,
Now, aren't there
but
39 steps though?
yeah, it's a big program and there's a lot to it. But you
Would
can
you
just
recommend just jumping into it? Sorry to interrupt. I'll let
no,
you
no,
speak.
I wouldn't. I found this out when I'll talk about this later, but I found out that I was doing it all wrong in the beginning. But I was just looking for any way to just meditate was my goal because I was told if I can meditate, I can lower my heart rate, my blood pressure. And so I was like, okay. And because I tried everything, I had done all these things. I mean, I went down. I had a sauna. I ran every day. I worked out. I started eating all vegan. I stopped drinking. Obviously, I did all the things, and nothing was working. I was taking medicine. Nothing was working. I was drinking beet juice. I was doing everything you can think of. So, anyways,
Oh.
I started doing the Hemi-Sync because I was like, okay, if this can give me a meditative state, great. And I was just doing it to meditate, and it works like a freaking charm. It gets you into these meditative states very easy. There was a
Can I
Buddhist monk
interrupt?
that, Mhm.
Can I interrupt really quick?
Yeah,
So, are you telling me you went from right from detox to a certain type of diet right away? I'm only asking you this because my personal life, like I've had my own experiences, but I took it to a different level, and I'll get into that. That's for a different space. But I did a fitness show, so I understand diet, and to go from what you're telling me to extreme is incredible. Incredible.
yeah. Well, I
Is
mean, I
that what you
didn't really
did?
have
You
a
just
choice.
did. Yeah, you don't have a choice. So you just put your
Yeah.
mind to it, and you just boom. I'm doing it tomorrow, no matter what the taste, no matter what it is. You put yourself there, and you did it.
You have to, man. I was sitting on my
Yeah.
porch when I got out of the hospital, and I was just like everything changed. Like it sounds cliche, but like seriously, I was sitting on the porch and like the colors were brighter. I was sitting there watching bugs play, and I was like, why are people not watching bugs? Like they're just walking by, they don't even care about these bugs. Look at these beautiful bugs. Like I had this gratitude for life that I'd never had before. And I was just like, everything was beautiful, and like the birds are chirping and there's fucking music playing in the atmosphere. And like, I felt like so alive. I was like so just thankful to be alive. So I was like, whatever I have to do to survive, I'm going to do. You know, where I just come from a world where I just put myself through 40 years of torture and killing myself. And now all of a sudden I'm like, Snow White skipping around. So I was
Okay,
like,
but how did you gain that knowledge like that to switch your diet? Like that takes an incredible amount of knowledge and mathematical, like to if you're doing it naturally and not on steroids, because what we see is 99% steroids and there's only two natural shows per year, right? It's
yeah.
all about food and water manipulation. It's not about timing, sleeping, all this other crap, right? Like if you're doing it naturally, like you're doing and just diving into it,
Well, I'm not like a
that's
bodybuilder or
incredible.
anything. I was
No,
just
but
trying to heal my
it's
body.
99, it's 99, it's 99.9% in the kitchen.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
It's all mental.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the gym.
Yeah. So I geeked out on like trying to lower my inflammation. That was my main goal. How can I lower my inflammation? So I just went on a plant-based diet, started juicing and all this kind of stuff, which is funny because now I'm pretty much carnivore. But at the time, I was just trying to heal my body. So, you know, so anyways, I started doing the Monroe's to Hemi-Sync just to meditate, and this is all going somewhere for everyone listening. You're like, I came here for aliens. So when you do the Monroe Hemi-Sync, you get in this altered state of consciousness. So I was just trying to lower my
Hey,
blood pressure, but
Jordan, can I
yeah,
interrupt you?
yeah,
I would like to think I'm a fabric of the community. I've read your book, and what you're saying right now resonates. So we want to know who the author is. When I when I read a book from Jacques Vallée or I read a scientific book from Gary Nolan, I want to know who these people are. Right? Any great author, I want to know the person behind it. So
yeah.
if I do take it a little bit deep, I'm sorry. Just let me know and I'll shut up. Okay.
No, no, go for it.
Okay, because that's what like you're bringing that to the community, and you know we have these gatekeepers within the community right now that are holding a lot of information that we talk about, right? Not that we're gonna drop any disclosure tonight, but we're gonna just bring in a picture of reality from what we know as a community and what that can look like. And you're a great example of it because you interact with those people that the ones we talk about um, research. Do you understand? So I appreciate understanding who the author is behind a book than maybe most people do, but I like to read. So, and this is my space. So, and if you want to chill for 4 hours and do it, you're cool. You're a co-host with me. So, you know what? Like, it's up to you where you want to take it. If people want to stay and they can, if not, like Matthew Pine's on at 9 o'clock, it's cool. You know what I mean? And if we're on after him still, awesome. It's
Yeah,
up to you. All right. So you let me know. You can always tell me to be quiet and we can let people up and take it whatever direction you want.
yeah. No, totally. I want to hear from everybody. That's why I was just gonna get through this little storyline
Okay.
real quick, and we'll open it
All
up.
right.
Is that what you're talking
All right.
about?
Let's go. Yep.
Yeah. Um, yeah. So this is kind of like what led me. So when I started doing the Hemi-Sync, and if anyone out there has any questions, is that what you're referring to? Like, raise your hand.
No,
I'm
no,
still
no,
new to
no,
how these
no.
spaces work.
If people want to come up, they're more than welcome. But I
Yeah.
love just the way we're going right now, right? And just let it
Yeah.
flow. I'm cool with it. Like if people want it to just keep flowing the way it is, give us a thumbs up. If you're eager to come up, let me know. But
Hey, Rich and Jordan, this is
yeah,
Mr. Cotter. I just want to interject really quick, just so because I'm helping manage the hands. I thought Jordan, you were going to go through some of the topics you wanted to, and then bring up hands. But you guys let me know because then I can help you guys with managing the room.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just because I touch on so many little things, I was like, okay, this will probably spur some questions, and then so I'll just kind of give a bird's eye view, and then let the questions flood in, and then we can drill down on specifics and stuff if that's cool.
yeah, go
Sounds
for
great.
it. Yeah. Do you want me to go on
All right.
mute?
No, man,
Okay.
this is your show. I'm the guest.
All right, let's go.
Yeah. So it was crazy. I started doing the Hemi-Sync, for the meditations, and what I found, I'm just sitting on my couch. By this point, the pandemic had happened, and everything's on lockdown, so I couldn't like go to the Monroe Institute. I couldn't really communicate with them, so I just found this stuff, and I was just kind of hacking my way through it. I fell in love with it. I read Robert Monroe's 3 books, which anyone out there, if you haven't, read those books; they'll change your life. And I was sitting on my couch one night, and multiple, every night I was doing this because it was the only thing keeping me alive. Kind of was just doing this Hemi-Sync to keep my blood pressure down, get in this meditative state. But when you do it, you get in these altered states of consciousness, and crazy things started happening. Like, I mean, I'll be sitting on the couch, and next thing you know, I'm somewhere else. Like it's like DMT. You blast off, and I didn't really know what was happening. So then that sort of spurred my curiosity more, because I'm like, what's happening here? So then I found the famous Gateway CIA documents, right? As I'm just searching online to try to figure out, okay, what's happening with the Hemi-Sync? Like, I'm meeting strange entities and beings, and I'm going to weird places, and some of them were terrifying, some of them were beautiful, and it was crazy. So I find this CIA Gateway document, and I don't know if y'all have ever read it, but I mean, it goes deep into the nature of reality and consciousness, and I was like, so this is like a technology. I mean, obviously it's these binaural beats, but it's like this raw technology that is just super powerful. I mean, it is DMT. It's a sound version of DMT, and so I go down the rabbit holes of the history of it and all this stuff, and I just fall in love with it because there's all these things you can do with it. So by this point, I've lost a bunch of weight. I'm sober. I have my blood pressure
So
under
did you
control.
did you decalcify your pineal gland?
Oh yeah. I was drinking. We were juicing our own, organic turmeric. We were freaking. We went hardcore hippie. We did everything that we could do. You know we decalcified. We cleansed. We purified. I mean, I turned into super hippie man, and
And you
done the
follow
whole
you
healing.
followed that strict diet?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh,
Everything was
okay.
crazy strict.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
running
Well,
every
yeah.
day.
Of
I'm
course, it
working out
has to
every
be.
day. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
I'm doing the whole nine. I'm everything I can possibly do. And then we actually opened a meditation studio called Alive and Kicking, and it was this like beautiful yin yang meditation studio where it was like a blend of like masculine and feminine. I ran it with my wife, and we did sound baths, we did hot yoga, we did ecstatic dance, we did hypnotherapy, we did all the things, and it was this place. Our motto was a cool place to do weird shit, and it was just this place at the beach, and we would just we had
You say
astral.
we like it's past tense.
Yeah, we closed it down. um, this
COVID?
was just a period. um,
Okay.
yeah, so but it was a lot of fun, and what we did there is we engaged with the phenomenon, like face to face, hardcore. I mean, we were doing like just all this stuff. Like it was like a laboratory. It was just a human experiment lab, because at this point I'm just so curious, and I'm like, you know I've gone to all these, I've astral traveled, I've gone out of body, I've had all these crazy interdimensional experiences using Hemi-Sync. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just like a kid with a gun, and I'm just like running around like totally dangerous because I didn't know what I was doing, but I was having so much fun because it was like a whole new world. I'm 41 years old at this point, and I'm like, where's this been my whole life? It's a whole new world. And so we were just having fun at the studio. Just we literally did like astral projection, sound baths, and we did like everything you can think of. It was the coolest place ever. And but it was really hard to run through the pandemic, and we just we had fun, and then we got to a point where we just moved on to the next thing. But what that did for me is it got me in touch with my spiritual side, because I wasn't ever spiritual before. So now I'm like all spiritual. I'm doing sound baths and leading group meditations, and we're doing all this stuff, and so I'm like a night and day version of myself from before, and just having fun with it. So I'm all hippied out, and I'm spiritual awakening, and I'm having, I feel enlightened, and I'm walking on air and all this stuff. But I'm sitting there thinking, okay, the other part of my brain's like, I need scientific verification. Like now I'm just floating in the clouds. Like, who am I? So I come down to earth, and I'm kind of like, I need some validation here. So I'm like, okay, is there any science that backs up any of the stuff I'm going through, or am I just losing my mind, right? And then I find like this kind of army of scientists that I dove into, and specifically, I'll give you the names of my favorites that were very influential for my transformation, and Robert Monroe, obviously, and then Tom Campbell, who was Robert Monroe's right-hand man. I'm actually going to a Tom Campbell symposium next week, which I'm super pumped about. He's kind of the leading expert in the world on kind of the virtual reality nature of our world. And Donald Hoffman,
Yes.
yeah, Donald Hoffman's amazing. Walter Russell, Ishtok Bentov, um, John Wheeler, you know, participatory universe theory.
What
All these,
are you doing there?
so all these people are just scientists that were
Oh, I know who
helping
they
me.
are.
Yeah, they were just helping me make sense of this new world that I'd found, but with a scientific validation to mix with the whole spiritual awakening I just had.
Did you have a personal experience with them helping you, or did you just learn about, through their books and literature?
Yeah, that I was just looking for some people that could speak to my left brain analytically about what I was experiencing and what was going on about, because I'd kind of seen the world differently through these out of body experiences and these astral traveling experiences and these, like, you know, blasting off into wherever the heck I went through Hemi-Sync and some of the experiences we had at the studio. I was like, what can explain this? Is it just in my head? Am I hallucinating? Is it my imagination, or is this real? So I found these guys, and they are hardcore, legit physicists and scientists, and they were basically explaining to me in a scientific way what was happening, and the virtual reality nature of our existence and things. So, anyways, that helped me to verify the things I was going through, and then I started like exploring the astral, and I actually started mapping it. I created something called the Monroe map, and it's like this map of the astral world and all the different realms. And because I needed to make sense of it visually, I needed to map everything. So I have this like beautiful map. I'll try to find and put on here. Of
I've got a ton of questions on just Tom Campbell and Donald Hoffman,
oh
just
my
to
god, yeah,
just to pick your brain one day, offline. I'm not going to do it now.
yeah.
We'll
Like I said,
chat about it.
we're going to a symposium on Sunday for a week, and it's all it's Tom Campbell, Donald Hoffman, uh, Stephen Schwartz. I mean, all the biggest names in basically simulation theory and that world. It's going to be amazing. So
What are you doing there? You just going to
learning,
learn it? Yeah.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I'm
Nice.
just learning. I'm just a guy in the audience. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then so at this point, okay, I've healed. I've had a spiritual awakening. I've geeked out on all the science. You know, I've created this map and this understanding of our world, what it is, how it is a virtual reality training simulator for the consciousness. I went hard on you know, Michael Newton, Dr. Michael Newton, and his books about reincarnation, and you know how it's the machinery of the universe and how reincarnation works. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yep,
hear you,
I can
Jordan.
hear you
Okay, there we
good.
go. Yeah, so and that was a whole. I never believed in reincarnation, so now I'm diving deep into reincarnation. We're doing past life regressions at the studio and stuff, and it's really just change. Like I'm adding like a new layer to my understanding of existence every day. So fast forward, um, you know, then I wrote a book. You know, you mentioned it, Entrepreneurial Spirits, because at this point I started my own business with my wife, and we're running a marketing agency. And I'm kind of using all these tools that I discovered, how to
Well,
manifest and how to, yeah,
sorry to interrupt. Isn't that really the way of the future right now? And we can almost like we're at the infancy of it. And I think that's kind of why we're here, for
yeah,
consciousness exploration. And like I see it with everybody that's connected to UFO Twitter in this audience. They're just amazing, talented people, right? That we can pick up if you want. You have to be so diverse and niche and incredibly, micro level on your talent, whatever that may be, and it's great to just share it with everybody. So yeah, continue on.
yeah. You know, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, but I got stuck in a corporate job for a long time, and it was killing my soul. It's the only way I could describe it. And I really think that the entrepreneurial journey is a part of the spiritual journey. I think that if you are at a certain point in your spiritual development, it's almost impossible to just go to one of those soul sucking jobs, because it literally feels like it's sucking your soul out of your body. And
You're right.
that's why they call it soul sucking. I mean, it's
And
true. And
that,
it's like,
yeah, I
and there's certain,
encourage it. Yeah, like
Yeah.
in the community, when people come with ideas, like that's what the future is all about.
Yeah.
It's your
Yeah. I
own
mean,
personal journey, your own knowledge. It's who you are, right? And when you have, and I think we touched on it earlier, and maybe it is something that gets developed over time, but is conscious, like ethical consciousness, and that will develop
And Rich
through,
and Jordan, do you mind me?
yeah,
I want to jump in with a
yeah.
point. That's a really good point, Jordan and Rich, because you I've been in sales for over 20 years, but it was always work from home, kind of create your own reality. So kind of taking all the spiritual principles that I've learned and continue to learn and applying what you're speaking of on more of a scientific fact, but how to apply that to my everyday life to create the lifestyle that I want has been paramount, and that my success has been my spirituality of the understanding of how things work.
Yeah. And I think, and, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people were affected by COVID, a lot of very, spiritual people who understand business is about people and not about taxes. And when, 87% of every nation is run by small business entrepreneurs, and, you know, somebody, let's say an evil NHI just wants to take that tax from the small business entrepreneur away, they no longer can invest in those people. And that's how entrepreneurs think. And that's how they feel. They feel responsible for somebody's family and their kids. And COVID rocked the world that way, right? So it's really good to see everybody develop, right? Because you can be wealthy in a way of finances, like we define money, but I think we're seeing a major shift in that right now. And the wealth transfer that we're seeing is going to look cataclysmic because it will be ontological shocking when it's taken away. But everybody in this community understands at the root of UAP, sorry, I'm off on a tangent, is consciousness, development, and exploration. And we have to have very concrete ethical standards because it's going to get really freaky really quick. That's just my 2 cents.
yeah, it's definitely a weird world we're in right now. But
It's a fun time, though. Like, it's a great
yeah,
world.
yeah,
Yeah.
I encourage people to, I mean, everyone has a story and everyone has things they're good at, just naturally blessed with. I mean, that's how we're created.
Oh.
And I think, I created something called Soul Sync. And what Soul Sync was to me, it's this like self-development thing that I was using on myself. So I kind of created it into a course format. Because I was like, maybe I'll share this with the world at some point. But I didn't want people to think it's like too, like, I didn't want people to think I was starting my own religion or something.
No,
But
but
maybe
no,
I'm just in
but
my head
that's
about
not
it. But
like within a vision in the community, you're developing through consciousness, sharing your ideas, right? And so
yeah,
always be connected through your consciousness, through the Akashic record in time. So, and people, we're seeing it right now in the veil dropping, right? And I think that is part of our future evolution within our consciousness,
yep. So I'll tell you
right?
real quick about what Soul Sync was. So Soul Sync is this. So it's kind of a culmination of everything I learned up to this point, and I realized something very profound to me that in every person, you have your two beings, your physical body and your consciousness that's inside the physical body. So you are an eternal consciousness, right? And we have to have these physical avatars to come into this physical world. So the consciousness enters into the physical body, but in there, you're split because your physical body, depending on when you're born, where you're born, different characteristics of your biology, your genes, and also your environment. Your physical body has its own to-do list, your wants, desires, personality traits, and then your consciousness has had many incarnations. So it's been around a long time, and it has its own personality. It has its own to-do list, things it's come here to do. And so you are two in one. And what I've realized is that most of the issues we have in life regarding things like anxiety, depression, that kind of stuff stems from this sort of friction between these two halves, between you're like roommates. So picture your body's a house and you have two roommates in it. If those roommates don't get along, if every time you come home from work you're frustrated with your other roommate and you don't want to see him and whatnot, it's going to be weird at home and there's going to be tension. And people have this tension in their bodies. Like people don't feel at ease in their own body. And I realized through all this, it's because that you have two halves, and your two halves are like two distinct personalities. And it's very important for them to mesh and for them to be on the same page. And whenever you do this thing that I created called Soul Sync, you're literally syncing those two halves. You're basically using human design and some other astrology components to figure out exactly what your body wants and needs to do. So you have a purpose for your body. Your body has physical purpose on earth, ways that it can help your family or community, the world, different, personality traits and physical attributes that you need to do as a job, as a living, whatever. But then your soul, your consciousness, has its own things that it came here to do. And once you recognize and once you map out what each of those are, and you can start to get them on the same page and mesh them or sync them, then your anxiety goes away, your depression goes away, you start to be happy, you start to feel comfortable at home. It's like those two roommates all of a sudden are like getting along. You know what I mean? They all of a sudden they ate some mushrooms and now they're playing guitar and singing Kumbaya. They're happy. Now it's a happy home. That's what I realized through creating the Soul Sync. So now that I've said that out loud, if anyone's interested, drop me a line, because it really changed my life. It changed how I was able to connect to my higher self and find out what my consciousness, what my spirit is here to do. And then I was able, through like human design and astrology and other things, figure out what my physical body is here to do. And once you figure those two things out and you realize that they're two separate things, but you get them fused together, it's freaking nuts. It's a game changer for sure. So that was kind of, through all the stuff that I went through, it led me to this beautiful understanding of, we're not just a one thing, we're two things. And that's a good thing, but you do have to get on the same page. So that was Soul Sync. And that was a big turning point in my life, because it kind of brought everything together and it put it in a way to where it was practical and useful for people, instead of just, I wanted something good to come out of all this craziness that I had been living, and that was Soul Sync. Anyways, so that was awesome. I still use that today, and I'll probably put it in either a book form or a course form here pretty soon. So in doing all that, because a big part of Soul Sync is actually the whole reincarnation cycle, figuring out what the journey of the soul is, is this a simulation? Is this a prison? Is this a trap? Is this a video game? What is this? And, so that part of it, the reincarnation part, was super big for me, because then I started to explore through Dolores Cannon and through Michael Newton and Ian, I can't remember his name. But anyways, all these people that explore the in-between of lives after you die, before your next incarnation. And so I started mapping all that out, and went really hard on that, and basically figured out that like the spirit world, the afterlife, is just another layer of this simulator. I call it a simulator as opposed to simulation, because I think simulation implies it's some sort of like a I don't know, almost as if like we're NPCs in a video game or something. Whereas a simulator, like if you think about like a flight simulator, a pilot uses a simulator to learn and to gain experience to use somewhere else. So I see Earth and this Earth life experience as a simulator for your soul, for your consciousness to come and to learn and to grow and evolve and feed that back up. So the reincarnation cycle is actually an incredibly important part of that. And I can go a little further on this later. I just wanted to touch on that, how important the reincarnation part was. And through Dolores Cannon, it brought us to Sarah Breskman Cosme. And Sarah Breskman Cosme is kind of like the protege of Dolores Cannon, and we've become really good friends with her. And my wife is a QHHT, past life regression practitioner, and through that, it's opened our world to all these other things. Because like when people are studying the phenomenon, and you're studying like things other people have written and stuff. Now, like my wife has this practice where we bring people in our house, they lay in this chair, and she just regresses them to these past lives, and they're just telling stories of being aliens, of being different creatures, different beings on different planets. And I mean, it's so freaking awesome, because you're like, these people aren't making this up. Like I know these people, some of them are strangers, but it's like you realize that everybody has had all these past lives, and not all your past lives are on Earth. Some of them are aliens, what we'd call aliens, and so it changes the whole game because like it's so easy for people like me. I have a good imagination. I could just make shit up all day long and say whatever, and no one could ever prove it. Right? Anyone can do that. That's what science fiction is. But when you do a like this past life regression, these people are in this deep state. They are connected. They're basically connected, like you had mentioned, the Akashic record. They're basically connected to what Tom Campbell would call the database, the Akashic record, and they're pulling. It's like going to your desktop, and on your desktop on your computer, there's a file, and it says lives, and it has all of your past lives, and you can just click on it, and you can see all your past lives. And these people are like going and like pulling this data and reliving these past lives on other planets, and and it's so crazy because when we connect to the higher self, they'll come through and they'll say specifics. They'll mention names, Pleiadians, Arcturians. They'll mention these names that we hear out there in the whole New Age thing, and the stuff I used to roll my eyes at when people talk about, gray aliens and Pleiadians and wars going on, intergalactic Star Wars style wars, and all that stuff. You roll your eyes, but like it's all true. And if not, then all these people are hallucinating the same things. So the whole past life regression thing and the reincarnation thing to me was a big deal because what it showed me is that like there's so much more than just this physical world that we're living in here. This is just one tiny sliver of the bigger thing. So then that kind of forced my perception to grow and to think, okay, well, what's outside of that? What's outside of that? And just kept growing and growing. So through knowing Sarah Brescom and Cosme, it took us to a few places. And one of the most important is this place called the Integratron. The Integratron is out it's called Landers, California, a little place in the middle of nowhere out by Joshua Tree in Southern California. And we went to, the Integratron was actually built essentially by, aliens that had communicated to the builder to build this building that was going to power their ships. And then also the byproduct, it rejuvenates human cells and oh, there we go. And it does all these crazy things. So anyways, we go out to the Integratron, and it's literally a building that's essentially built by aliens. The aliens telepathically communicated to the guy. His name's escaping me right now. And it's basically like you're being in like a sound instrument. It's like being inside of a cello. It's amazing. We did the sonic sound bath there. We had this personal presentation by Eric Rankin. And Eric Rankin created something called, or discovered something called sonic geometry, which is where you take sacred geometry and you convert the geometry into tones, into sound. And these sounds, when played in certain ways, unlocks things, right? So then he discovered, his theory is that we live in an escape room. So my whole thing at this point in my journey is trying to figure out, like, where are we? Like, what is this place? And so I'm sitting there with him at this like very unique private presentation in the bottom of the Integratron. He said that he's never done anything like this before, and like all the things that led us there were so mysterious. And it's like one of those things where you're like, I'm supposed to be here. So I'm there with Sarah, and it's just this wild experience. And he's telling me these things I'd never heard before about sound codes, about sonic geometry, about escape room theory, and how there's these clues embedded all over the world. And the clues that we find in these monoliths at these like ancient sites, and embedded in artwork and embedded into crop circles and all these things around the planet are actually clues that are there. Like I said before, this is a virtual reality simulator for consciousness. We come here to learn and grow and evolve. Well, there's like a game on top of the game. Like that's what you do. Hey, come here, be a good person, work on your karma, raise a family, do good, develop your personality at a soul level. But on top of that, there's this added game, in a sense, like an escape room where there's these embedded clues. And when you uncover one clue, it unlocks another one. You put bigger clues together, unlocks bigger things. And at the core of that is sound. So that's what sonic geometry is all about. You take sacred geometry, you convert it into sound, and these tones unlock things. So then I was like, this is blowing my mind, because I'd already been playing with sound with the binaural beats that the Monroes do, and seeing how just sound can do what DMT does. It teleports you to different dimensions, and you're able to heal your body, and you can manifest, and you can basically go in to the back end of the simulator that we're in and make edits to the code. I mean, there's all these things you can do with just sound. So I'm like, okay, and this guy's telling me sound is like how we escape from the escape room. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting somewhere with all this. And then I'm almost to the end of my thingy here. But then the next thing that happens in my life is the craziest thing ever. Because remember, this all started with Monroe Institute Hemi-Sync. And I'm still addicted to it to this day, and whatever. But like, so all of a sudden, I've always wanted to go there, and I get an email from them. I never reached out to them. I had no contact with anybody there, and they sent me an email and they said, "Hey, we would love for you to come spend a week at the Monroe Institute. We know that you have talked about us on TikTok, and we will pay for everything. And you come here and be a part of this special gateway program that we're doing. And how's that sound?" And I was like, holy shit, like that's crazy. Like I don't know, it's like a ultimate manifestation, right? It's like I didn't even know that was a possibility, right? And next thing you know, I'm flying up to Virginia. I'm on top of a mountain at the Monroe Institute. Like literally, they took us into like the secret room that he had under his cabin in the back, where he did like the hardcore explorer tape stuff. Um, it's just wild. Um, Craziest week of my life, and it happened like I didn't even ask for it. It just boom, here you go. And this was right after I got back from the Integratron, where I learned about all the sound stuff. So here I am, like doing real hardcore sound. I mean, we're like, we can talk more. I'm sure people have questions about the Monroe Institute, but we learned remote viewing with Joe McMonagle. We saw all sorts of different aliens in our rooms, in the forest, everywhere. I mean, it was a hot spot. I mean, it's like Skinwalker Ranch on steroids, and it was the craziest week of my life, bar none. But it all came from sound, and I was in this like deep trance-like state for the whole week, and it's all by sound. And I mean, it's crazy. It made me realize one profound thing, that this physical world. So say there's three partitions of our reality. You have your physical world, the dream world, and then the astral, which I just define as basically everything outside of those first two. That all three worlds are made of the same thing at a quantum level. That our world is actually made of the same stuff as the dream world, because it's all virtual reality. But there's rule sets placed around our world that turn it into this, physical matter reality simulator, and it behaves certain ways and feels a certain way because it has these rule sets that define it. But that at the quantum level, everything's made of the same stuff. And once you realize that, that's how you can manipulate everything, because this is a dream. It's just a dream with rules. That's why I can't just sprout wings and fly off. But the rules, within those rules, there are some hard rules that can't be changed, but within those rules, there is some malleability. You can change things. And that's what I learned at the Monroe Institute, is not only that you can change things, because this is a dream world with rules, but how to do it. And it all has to do with sound. So, boom, holy cow. Like now it's all coming together. Like I healed my body with sound. I manifested sort of my dream life with sound. I'm, talking to you here through sound. The Integratron blew my mind about sonic geometry and sound and the sound codes that are embedded throughout our world. And then I'm at the Monroe Institute learning, like fine tuning how to use these sounds and manipulate reality. So that was a really big, deal for me. So then I started thinking, okay, and I'm almost done here. But then I started thinking, what are we escaping if this is an escape room? Because I thought, you just come into this physical body, they're sort of like almost like disposable avatars, right? Because, you live 80, 90, 100 years, and then it biodegrades, and, you come back in another one. So what are we escaping? Because we're not escaping physically, right? And that led me to Friedrich Nietzsche, a famous German philosopher who I love, and his idea of what he calls the last man versus the Übermensch. And the last man, in his opinion, was like basically when mankind just gets very lazy and complacent and starts, I don't know, turning into automatons, just kind of controlled by the system and the government and the state. And then um, the opposite of that is the Übermensch, which basically means Superman in German. And, that's when you're fully activated. So I actually call it augmented versus activated. And the activated human is someone who's completely activated, like in a Kundalini way, all of their spiritual centers. They've gone through the dark house of the body and flipped on all the light switches. They're just fully enlightened. And I think, side note, that there actually is a connection between our dormant DNA and what we call dark energy and dark matter in the universe. It's not dark, it's just you can't see it. And once you activate yourself, those things become illuminated. And that's why you have so many more experiences, and you can see and experience the phenomenon in different ways because you've turned on those lights in a way. So then this is where
True.
I'll
This is fascinating. I have a quick question
yeah.
for that. It sounded like the soul sync was like when you got to that part was like kind of the crossroad of going further. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and
I
so
mean it
could you explain the soul sync like one more time? Because I think that's an important step in the rest of that what you described all the way up to the sound and actually changing the game. Do you mind taking it one more time just to explain that one more how your experience with that?
no, exactly. So and it's a tough concept, and that's why I shelved it because I wasn't sure how I wasn't sure how it would be received, and B, I wasn't sure if it would make sense to people because I had to go through all these steps to get my perception and my thinking kind of cracked open to the point where this was making sense to me. So I was like, how many people out there are going to be in the same kind of mindset as me? But I'm going to throw this out to y'all and let me know what you think about it if this makes sense. But so in a nutshell, what SoulSync is the idea that you know you are a consciousness, and a consciousness is non-physical. So it needs something physical to enter into, to come down here into this simulator and live this life to, like a pilot goes into a flight simulator, and you go into a flight simulator so you can do things that you wouldn't normally do. You can simulate landing with one engine with a broken wing in a thunderstorm, right? And it makes you a better pilot because you're simulating doing this crazy thing that hopefully you never have to do in real life, and you can try it as many times as you want, and you're never going to hurt a real plane or your real self. It's all a simulation or a simulator. So that's how I view this world. So your consciousness, to learn and to grow and evolve, needs to have this real life experience. It needs to feel like death is a real thing because it knows that it's not. Your consciousness is eternal. So it needs to be able to really learn and to really have a deep, rich experience, to feed that information back up to source. It needs to have this simulator reality, like a flight simulator. Like when pilots are in a flight simulator, they're taking it seriously. They're sweating, they're white knuckling it, even though they know it's not real. For them in that moment, it's real. See what I'm saying? So when we come into this world, it's real, and that's done to help expand and grow our consciousness. So it has to feel completely immersed. So to do that, you have to have a body, a physical body. Now, to keep this world running smoothly, whoever created this, hats off to them, did it in a way to where every single possible angle is covered. Meaning, when it comes to humans, every second of the day, a human's born, and every second they're born, depending on where they're born, when they're born, how they're born, all those things, they're going to be born with a particular skill set, a particular sort of personality, like an archetype. Okay, Carl Jung went into this. There's a lot of great old Indian astrology books that go into this. There is a system. There is a very exact system that's created that, depending on where you're born and when you're born, you will have a particular. I mean, there's this one book. I'll have to find it. It basically, they can predict what profession you're going to be in depending on when you were born. Okay, and I did like a human design thing on myself, and it blew my mind. I was like, holy cow, this is me. Like, it's like a blueprint of me. So there is this system that, to make sure that the world runs smoothly, because if you think about it, this world, 8 billion of us, and we're all pretty crazy, it works great. And it works great because there's a person that does everything. And have you ever wondered why there's a person that does everything? Why is there someone picking up trash? Why is there someone cleaning windows? Why is there a doctor ready to do surgery on you when you walk in the hospital? It's because, depending on when and where you're born, your body naturally is going to have the propensity to do certain things. So that's why our world runs so smoothly. But inside that body, right, there's a consciousness. And that consciousness is separate than the body. So the body, think about the body as like an autonomous sentient vehicle, right? It's like if you got into a new Tesla, and the Tesla, they're all of a sudden they're conscious. They're like, hey, Elon comes out and the next Tesla is conscious. And you get in the car and the car's conscious, you know, and
I
you're
can't wait for
conscious.
that day.
Yeah.
It's coming, I'm sure.
I have a Tesla.
So
Go ahead.
so imagine like you're like, oh, you'll be more careful about hitting curbs and all this kind of stuff because the car's conscious, right? But you're conscious, right? So the car is going to have a mind of its own in a way. It's going to say, hey, I need to go over here. I need to get something. And then you're like, oh yeah, but I need to go over here. I need to get something, right? So you have two conscious beings in one vehicle. And that's what our body is, because you are a conscious soul that's sovereign, that's separate, but it has to come into this physical body to experience this physical world. But this physical body, to make sure this world runs right and is a good place to be and is like a productive school, the body has to be semi-autonomous and sentient and conscious on its own, so that it can. That's why we have a subconscious. That's why when you drive your car sometimes and you're on the highway and you're like, I just went 10 miles, I don't even remember. It's all subconscious. Like your body is like a very smart robot, and that's great. That's what allows us to. That's why you can, like, your mind can wander and you can be thinking about something else while doing, something physical, because your body can do its own thing on its own, right? You ever wondered about that? It's pretty amazing. So we're two separate things sharing a body. Now,
So how do
knowing
you
this,
define base reality?
well, that's a fun one. There doesn't have to be a base reality if you look into people like John Archibald Wheeler, who talks about the participatory universe,
Mm-hmm.
and even like Tom Campbell and Robert Monroe were able to decipher that most people, that it's a pretty much a subjective experience. And the way it basically works is you have a collective reality, and then we have our own personal reality bubbles that we create. So I don't really know if in this simulator there actually is a base reality of the simulator. Outside of the simulator, then you're just out in the universe, and you can say, okay, well, is this the only universe, or are there more universes? Well, when you talk to like people like Ishak Bentov and others, they'll say, oh, there's endless universes, because this is all just, you know, these are all separate, like simulators, and each universe might have different rules of nature and physics and things like that, because they're going to change elements and run the experiment over here and see what they get. Um, so I don't know if there is a base reality. That's why I don't like simulation theory. Simulation theory likes to think that it's like a nested hierarchy of these realities, and that there's a base reality at the bottom. The reason I don't like that is because in computer architecture, if you have a base, and everything's built on top of it, everything's nested on top of it, like those Russian dolls. If something goes wrong with the base, or even something goes wrong with the second layer, everything above it is wiped out, or severely messed up. So it wouldn't make sense from like a divine creator to make it nested, because you better hope that base is very well built. um, so that's my answer to what is base reality. Um, I try not to go there because that one
That's
will make your head hurt.
yeah. Well, no, you can make my head hurt. Like I like that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
testing for base reality and testing for the glitches or anomalies in our fabric of the universe. Yeah, I could go there all night, but this is a sports story about your life. Go ahead.
No, and
Enjoying
we will go there. Yeah.
the $1 million
Okay.
question that I have, and this is really my last question based on everything you talked about. So thank you for explaining, the concept and your experience around soul sync. So are you on of the camp that two people could be living side by side in different houses like neighbors and have a completely different experience of the world based upon the knowledge that you've gained?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Um, so that's basically the end of my thing, and we'll open it up for questions. Let me say this one last thing, and then I'll answer your question, because I love that question. So when I was researching like Nietzsche and the Last Man and Ubermensch, which I call the augmented versus activated, and then I started looking at the UFO land. So this is UFO Twitter week after all, right? Thank you, Astral, for putting this all together. It's freaking awesome. So I started researching. Okay, what are the most common aliens, right? Because everyone talks about so many different aliens. Well, according to like the statistics, Greys and Nordics are by far the most common. Something like 80% of all encounters are either Greys or Nordics. So I started looking at it, and I was like, okay, how does this fit into my theory here of what's going on? The whole augmented versus activated, last man versus Ubermensch. Well, if you look at Greys, and there's people like Bashar and others that say that Greys are future humans, and I kind of believe that. There's different takes on it, but they seem to really have an interest in us. So I could see Greys
The
being
little ones or the big ones?
um, the little ones for sure. It seems like they're the most prominent. So if you and I'll get your opinion on this, but if you go down this path of, okay, augmented versus activated, say one of our timelines, humanity goes the augmented route, right? Neuralink, embedded AI, we kind of, transhumanize ourselves. Well, down the road, and Michael Masters, has written some fabulous books on this. He sees us turning into the grays. Now, if you go down the other path, activated, say we become activated, say we find all these clues with the sonic geometry and the sound codes, and we start activating our dormant DNA, and we turn on all of our light switches, and we become these like super versions of ourselves, like fully optimized humans. Well, that to me kind of seems like the Nordics. So, and even if I'm totally wrong there, you can at least use it as a motivation, because I think most people would agree you don't really want to end up like the Greys. If I had to choose, I'd want to be more like these lovely Pleiadians and Arcturians. I know everyone has a different opinion about the aliens depending on your experiences with them, right? Some people have had positive experience with Greys and negative experience with Nordics. I totally get it. But generally speaking, if you're looking at humanity, I kind of see the augmented versus activated. Actually, you can extrapolate that down and you get the Greys and the Nordics. And the Greys and the Nordics seem to be living here on Earth, possibly in different timelines, different, temporal dimensions. And they seem to be very interested in humans. And the reason I think that they are future humans is because there's so many stories of them, hybridizing with us. And, you can't hybridize with something that's not natural to you. And anyways, I don't want to get into the whole ethics of that, but I see our paths, our divergent paths of humanity, leading potentially down a way to Greys or a way to Nordics, which totally meshes with my idea of the last man, Ubermensch, the augmented versus activated, and this whole discovery of sound and this escape room theory, where we're not trying to physically escape Earth, we're trying to ascend spiritually, and activate fully our human potential. And that is what has led me to where I'm at now, my current understanding, and I've gone full circle back to Alive and Kicking. And now Alive and Kicking, what started with a rallying cry of me not dying in a hospital, now Alive and Kicking to me means being a fully activated human. I want to go that path, and that's what I'm using as my inspiration. So that sort of concludes my bonkers 5 years, and that's what led me here to you guys on Sunny UFO Twitter.
Can you talk a little bit about your time at the Monroe Institute after Cotter's question?
Yes, Cotter, remind me the question.
Yeah, no problem. And first of all, I want to say that my wife and I have been working with a gentleman here in town, and he had a near-death experience. And one thing you just said, I just want to add to. He said when he crossed over and he realized he was alive, he was never more excited to be back alive. That was his
Yeah.
exact words. It was, and the way he tells his story is fascinating. But my original question, and I just want to do a room set here, reset with Rich and Jordan and Astral and everybody's up here. And again, Astral, thank you again for putting all this week together. We're gonna do by hands. We're gonna start letting up people that want to speak, and then if you could have one question, maybe two, if it's not, because we want to get to some questions for Jordan. So we'll do that here in a second. And thank you everybody for being here. This is phenomenal. Rich, thanks again for doing all this in Astral. So Jordan, yeah, my question was, if for example, I'm a big believer and we create our own reality, period, the end, right? So somebody could be your neighbor and the world could be falling apart around us, and you could have two totally different experiences, is like my base question. But
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. And the way I describe it, that I think is the most easy to understand, because I try to put things in simple metaphors, not for other people. This is how my brain makes sense of it. So I'm telling you what I'm seeing in my head. Um, so picture, I think we're on iPhone 16 now, and I did a post about this the other day. But so picture you had 16 people, and you gave them each a model of the iPhone, from iPhone 1 all the way to iPhone 16. And you went outside and you took a picture of the moon with those phones. The first one, and it's striking the difference between iPhone 1 and iPhone 16. So the first phone, if they didn't know anything about the moon at all, they're going to see this fuzzy small dot. And if you asked them what that was, they'd probably just say, yeah, it's some sort of basketball size, kind of translucent fuzzy light, right? And then you take a picture with iPhone 16 of the same thing, you know, and you ask them, okay, what are you looking at here? They're going to say, that's a gigantic physical rock, probably in space. And they're looking at the same thing. So, and they took a picture with roughly the same device, just separated by what, maybe 10 years, 15 years, right? Same time era and everything of technological development. So So you can see how, like, depending on our hardware and our software, because that's all the difference is the hardware being the cameras and the software being like the iOS and the software that's rendering that picture, they're going to have a completely different understanding of what they're looking at. So on Earth, in our physical bodies, we are hardware and software. The hardware is the body, the software is going to be our consciousness and our perception. Depending on what you think is possible, what what you understand about reality, what you're open to, those kinds of things, you're going to color your perception by all those things. And then your hardware, obviously your eyes, if you can see more clearly and you get more detail and everything, it'll paint a better picture. So you put all that stuff, the hardware and software together, and just like the iPhone taking a picture of the moon, you're going to get a different picture. So some people, there's all sorts of stories of, like, say three people are driving in a car and something flies over them, like a UFO. And one person says, I see a shiny metal craft. And the other person next to him is like, I see a ball of light. And the person in the back seat's like, y'all are freaking nuts. I don't see anything. It's like, okay, how can three people look at the same thing and have three completely different, experiences? Well, it's because their hardware and software is different. And I think that that's a big part of it. And I know that, like, Gary Nolan goes into the caudate putamen part of the brain and different parts of that, like, that they're finding that differences in experiencers at like a cerebral level. And I think that's super fascinating. That's part of the hardware. And so you mix that hardware, because just because you have a more dense caudate putamen doesn't mean you're necessarily going to see, you know, a craft when everyone else sees a craft, because it's also mixed with your software, your consciousness, your perception, what you believe is possible and not possible, and all these other things. So to answer your question, it is, you are creating your reality, and you're creating your reality through your consciousness, through your intentions, through your beliefs, through your belief systems. If you're indoctrinated in hardcore belief systems, you're going to totally just dismiss certain things, and that'll never even be a reality to you. So your consciousness will filter that out. So all sorts of things are going into it. That's why it is a participatory universe in a sense, because we're all what I call rendering agents. We're rendering reality in real time, and we're not all using the same hardware and software. So we're not all going to render it the same way. Hopefully that made some sense.
Yeah, no, Jordan, that's awesome. I thank you so much. And yeah, there's so much I could say, but we've got hands. So we're gonna go in order here. We had Parsi, Tupa, and then Christophorus, I'm not sure how to say that, and then Need and Drill. So we'll start with Parsi. Go ahead, Parsi.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks, Astro, for having UFO Twitter Week. Rich and Cotter co-hosting. And Jordan, I'm not going to bore you with my story. We've already been talking in the back channels, but I think we need to speak even more because your experiences parallel mine on this soul journey. I really appreciate you. Just wanted to let you know that we are all fractals of a higher source. And your journey deeply resonates with mine. So ignore the haters, ignore the trolls. As I always say, together we are stronger, and together we will be the disclosure. So thank you, Jordan. I'm gonna pipe down now and let other people speak.
No, no, I love hearing from you. And I watched your thing on Jeff Mara. I was on Jeff Mara a long time ago. He's awesome, and your story was awesome. I mean, I shed a tear listening to your story. It's powerful, and I'm glad you're speaking up and sharing your story, because it's a really powerful one, and I know that lots of people have had similar stories, and the more people like you speak up, the more they'll speak up, and that's how this whole thing grows. So thank you, because I know that's not an easy thing to share. Um, and so, yes, I look forward to getting to know you better. So thank you for reaching out. And as far as like the haters and stuff, I look at it this way: like, we're all trying to find the truth and make sense of this world, and it's confusing. And I try to remind myself of that and humble myself, because I get sucked into it. Twitter, X, whatever, can be toxic sometimes, and there's things I've said to people I shouldn't have said, and I felt bad afterwards. And you just have to realize that, like, no one knows what the hell's going on. We're all just trying to figure it out. And sometimes it can get scary. Sometimes it can get confusing. Sometimes you can lash out. Sometimes it's real easy to just type a hateful thing onto a keyboard, not really think about it. Um, so yeah, I've had tons of people trash me and say terrible things, but I don't I don't care, first of all. And then second of all, like, I just realize that, like, they don't mean it personally, because no one knows me personally. It's just, I think that when you get in this space, it's kind of a emotionally charged thing. We're dealing with reality, and there's strong opinion. I mean, some people have been abducted by UFOs. Some people have been healed by UFOs. Some people don't think they even exist. So it's really hard to have a a rational conversation, because it's kind of an irrational subject. And I think everyone's trying their best, and I know there's been times I haven't put my best foot forward, and I'm trying to be conscious of that. So I give people grace when they do the same.
Awesome. Thanks, Parsi. And I agree, Jordan. Parsi's been one of the pioneers that I've met on here. Tupa, you're up next, buddy.
What up?
Hey, dude.
Good to talk to you, Jordan. I've been watching your videos for a while. I find them to be very grounded and inspirational and cool. They always remind me to get outside and go on more walks. So thank you for making those and for sharing your thoughts on that stuff, man. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem, man. Quick question. Like, I'm a big fan of like Bentoff and also like Donald Hoffman, but I haven't come across I haven't read any like of Hoffman's stuff, but I've come across a lot of like little video clips and things that I really align with and things that I think are dead on. Is there anything you've come across from his books or literature that kind of backs up any idea about like UFOs? Does he ever make statements about UFOs or the spiritual side of things?
So he is way more scientific. I mean, he's a cognitive psychologist, but I think he's more of a neuroscientist than anything. So he is more trying to determine. He To answer your question, I wish he would get more into this stuff, but he doesn't. Um, and he kind of seems to subscribe to the same thing Tom Campbell does as far as what UFOs and stuff are, that they are some sort of a learning apparatus for particular people, meaning like, some people they'll have a spiritual awakening or whatever you want to call it because of an angel or because of a near-death experience or whatever the case may be. And sometimes aliens can be kind of, swapped out as that sort of evolutionary training tool for us to open our minds and expand our awareness. He tends to kind of go that direction with it, that this is all part of the evolution of consciousness and that's the role they play. I don't subscribe to that, but also I see it from a different light, and they look at it more from like they're like materialist scientists that are looking out from, not so much Tom Campbell, but Donald Hoffman for sure, looking from Earth out. What I try to do is zoom out. Like I seriously try to zoom out and actually look at our entire reality from, like, as dumb as it sounds, is like from the creator's point of view. Like, what's the intention behind this? Like, what could explain this? Try to zoom all the way out and then reverse engineer back down to us.
No, I think that's really smart.
Yeah, so Donald Hoffman does an amazing job of explaining how we evolved to using these, what he calls VR headsets, like that are perception, us as humans. This is actually a VR headset for consciousness, and that consciousness is fundamental, and that this is all just a learning tool for consciousness. He's just very, very kind of almost like nuts and bolts about it, and less, kind of zoomed out philosophical about it. So I think aliens, to him, there's just so many unknowns and so many things he can't prove that I think he just sort of pushes that to the side. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It sounds like he doesn't really tackle it. But I mean, if he's tackling
Nah.
consciousness, it definitely like bleeds in, right? With like Bentoff and whatnot, right? And very like Carl Jung-esque. Oh, real quick, before I head over, I wanted to say, like, I was talking to Paul Hynek, J. Allen Hynek's son. I don't know if you're familiar with J. Allen Hynek's work. He was like part of Project.
Yeah, I was on it last night for a little bit and asked him a question. Yeah,
it was your
it was
post
awesome.
that reminded me that it was up, actually. So when I got in there, I didn't see that you were in there, but I asked him about his dad's Rosicrucian like practices, and like he went all in on it. He talked about it like I had heard this from Pasolka, but I didn't know. And then he kind of confirmed it, that they were like these really into Rosicrucianism, had held like a Rosicrucian funeral, like those were his requests. So just fun fact for you, didn't know that.
Nice. Yeah, he's so open about this stuff. I was very happy about how, I mean, he's such an awesome guy. I saw him out at Contact in the Desert, I think it was. Yeah, so I love him, and yeah, him on the space. I mean, I wasn't able to be on there for too long, but yeah, that's interesting to hear about that. It's not surprising because what I've learned about these like mystery schools and these kind of what we call a cult, but basically just these groups, like the Freemasons and whatever you want to call the different ones, but especially the Rosicrucians, they're one of my favorites because they talk a lot about like the stuff that I found out about activating an initiation, and the initiation is a huge part of what they do, and it's not just them. I mean, so many indigenous tribes and so many, same with like elders and shamans, they all have to go through this initiation ritual. And like for me, it was my near death experience. That was my initiation. So it's almost as if like, if you're not going to voluntarily go through it, your consciousness is going to make you go through it. It's like we have to go
Dude.
through this initiation that literally is what sparks this transformation within us. It's like it shakes us out of this matrix. And yeah.
And aren't there a lot of like initiation rituals that involve a mock death?
Yes, even shamans, what they do a lot of times in a lot of different places is they go into a cave and they spend X amount of days in a cave, and it's like terrible, it's torturous, it's very extreme and intense. And then when they emerge from the cave, it's simulating the death and the rebirth. So they simulate, but physically simulate like a near death experience. So it's an incredibly important part of the initiation process. And I really think that we have to, there's something about like we've been somehow like lulled into this like robotic matrix kind of a world, and that through these alien encounters, through these initiation rituals, through these near-death experiences, we snap ourselves out of it. So I think it's really important. Now they figured out ways to do this voluntarily. It's, instead of drinking themselves to death, they can just go through these established rituals that they've been doing, and they figured it out. And that's why they keep this kind of a secret, for whatever reason, I guess, I don't know. But it's not that they're doing anything. I mean, there obviously there's bad guys everywhere, and there's probably bad organizations, but the Rosicrucians seem to be a pretty positive one. And they seem to be doing it for the same reasons I am, trying to become an activated human, trying to reach my full potential, trying to snap out of the matrix programmed fog, and be like an errant, break out of the system. And so yeah, it's interesting that his family was part of that. And you find that a lot of powerful people are, whether they use that activation for good or bad, that's up to them at a personal level. Because I think you can go through a good initiation process and turn into a bad person. Just like you can go to the Monroe Institute and learn all these kind of Jedi powers they teach us and use them for bad. But it's not inherently bad. It's a tool. It's however you use it. So it's interesting to hear. But yeah, I've researched the Rosicrucians quite a bit, and everything I've seen, I've liked. It jives with things that I've personally found, and it's almost as if they have like kind of a instruction manual to do all the things that I had to learn the hard way.
Dude, I agree, like, fully, but I just find it so strange that there's this crossroads between ufology, even old school ufology, and Rosicrucianism. But yeah, that last point. And take care, guys. Thank you for hosting the space, Rich. Thank you, Astral, for UFO Twitter Week. And good talking to you, Jordan. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks for coming
You
up,
too, Tupa.
Yeah, thanks. And everybody's in the audience, if you haven't seen Tupa's UFO timeline site, check it out. Just a little shout out to you, Tupa. It's pretty damn amazing. So we had Christophorus next, and then Neanderthal, and then Astral. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, listen, and if Jordan, if you feel like continuing the conversation with a certain person or topic, continue on that way, and we'll just try a different, art of conversation, and instead of just hands and questions, so you can build a more comprehensive story.
Okay.
Right, and just go with it. Whatever you feel like. Okay.
Cool.
Good, Christos.
Hey guys, Christopheros here. Thank you, Jordan, for sharing your story, and thank you, Rich, for hosting, and Mr. Cotter co-hosting. Jordan, I've got a question that I think might be up your alley, but I'm not sure. And it's something that I keep bringing up in these spaces, and that's the Mandela effect, which is the thing that bowled me over a year ago and broke my reality just to pieces. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that, given that it overlaps a lot with simulation type people, and Tom Campbell is one of the guys that speaks a lot about the Mandela effect. So question for you is basically, do you have any experience with looking into that at all? If so, do you have any thoughts on what would be causing that phenomenon? And I've observed that the changes that take place tend towards greater entropy. In other words,
a lot of times the changes make less sense than the original or kind of garble things. So I'll just leave it there and let you do whatever you want with that, please.
Yeah, man, it's such a fascinating subject. And I wish I had a coherent answer. It's something I have explored because it's okay. I was born in 1979, so I grew up through most of the old school Mandela effects. The Fruit of the Loom. I mean, I had tons of Fruit of the Loom. You know, I grew up very poor. That was basically my whole wardrobe, and it always had that damn basket, whatever you call it. It was always there. I mean, it just was.
Cornucopia.
Yeah. My job. I have a marketing company, and I've been a designer my whole adult life. I'm a branding specialist. I make logos for a living for companies, and so I pay attention to these things. And so it was always there. It just was. And so many of the other ones. I mean, it's crazy. So then I've been like, okay, so I can confirm the Mandela effect's real because it goes on and on. There's like, you know, the Darth Vader one and the, you know, all of them. And there's some really, really dramatic ones, you know, like the Berenstein. I wouldn't sit there and like argue with you over that because I don't really know if I ever paid attention to that as a kid. You know, I have my opinion. I think that is a Mandela effect. But then it makes you wonder, okay, why? Like, why would there be a change like that? You know, like, so is it like a stamp on a timeline? Like, meaning if you follow, like Dolores Cannon went into this, and now it's even sort of in the, I guess you could call it mainstream quantum physics world of the many worlds hypothesis, and how, you know, every second of every day, every time you make a decision, you're pulling from this kind of probability, you know, hat of numbers kind of a deal. And every time you do that, it splits off and branches timelines. And, you know, so somewhere out there is a timeline of you doing the exact same thing now, but just slightly different, right? And it goes on and on and on for infinity. So knowing that, are there like bleed over between timelines? I don't know. Is it a way where, like, say there's something that can alter timelines? Do they put these sort of stamps in there where they can tell, like a flag, like tell one timeline from another? Like, say a timeline is almost identical to another, but they made a small change, and the way that they can tell, you know, because when they're zoomed out, I don't know. So, you know, or is it just like a artifact of the system? Like, nothing's perfect, right? And if this is a virtual reality simulator, and everything is being rendered, and, you know, we do have a collective rendering and a personal rendering, because that's kind of what I think. That's what participatory universe talks about, is you exist in this collective, you know, universe that's being rendered by everybody collectively, and then you have your collective unconscious that Jung talked about. That's kind of the accepted base reality of this world, and then you have your own reality bubble that's kind of overlaid on top of that. So is it something where, like, there's a tipping point, and say X amount of people thought it was Berenstein, and then that changed over the years, and then X amount of people think this, and then it changes into the record? I don't know. It's a bonkers one, but something's going on, because the more you research it, the more you see that there are these real, like, little glitchy changes, and they almost always have to do with like pop culture type references, movies, songs, apparel, like things like that. Like, it's never like, oh, the sky used to be blue and now it's purple. Like, it's not stuff like that. It's like these things, like these elements of our daily life, that don't really matter. You know what I mean? So it seems so bizarre, and I don't know if that's just someone out there fucking with us with, you know, they figured out how to change some things in the simulator, or if there's a specific reason for it. I would love to hear other people's opinions on it, because that one, I just cannot wrap my mind around what could be the reason for it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm still trying to figure out what in the world could account for it or why. It makes no sense. And the one thing I will respond to is the idea that it's just pop culture or small things that don't matter. I mean, I think that's where most people notice it. But if you get into this community and do the research, you've got people claiming that the sun used to be yellow and now it's white. You've got South America is 1,500 miles further east than it was, and a bunch of the continents and land masses have moved. You even got people saying We used to be in the Sagittarius arm of the galaxy, and now we're in the Orion arm. So, and our kidneys have moved position. So it goes into structural things that do matter, including people that were dead and are back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it gets named after. So some of them are very significant. I mean, one of the biggest ones is people seeing, our new reality has 6 people in the Kennedy assassination car, and the film is in color. And that film, a lot of people remember in black and white with just 4 people, no mid seat. So it does get super wild. And then there's these strange things about why do we have residue from the old reality? You'll find that pictures of things that were drawn back in the day still exist, but that thing itself has disappeared. It's super bizarre. And just,
Yeah.
to me, this is the biggest puzzle I'm trying to figure out. And I hopefully eventually I'll do some research and make a presentation for this community, because I think it's something that it kind of gets to the bottom of the nature of reality that the UFO community is interested in, but we haven't really brought those conversations together yet. So that's kind of on my agenda. And I thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if almost
Oh.
there's like if the data degrades, like not the data, like say in the Akashic record, like if you're accessing the actual database through like a meditative state, that data seems to be pretty rock solid. But the data that's projected here in this kind of virtual reality simulator that we're in, it's almost as if like older data degrades maybe and is less stable, and maybe it can change. I don't know, because it seems to be more things from the past. It's not so much current things. And I know that there might be some examples of current things, but most of it seems to be, things from our childhood. That's why it gets brushed away by so many people. They're like, oh, you're just misremembering, because a lot of these things are older. So it's almost as if there's like a degradation of kind of long-term memory of some sort. I don't know. But yeah, it's super fascinating.
Thank you for the question, Christoph. And Jordan and Christoph. Mine was Shazam. Who played Shazam was that was my Mandela effect. It was crazy. All right, so we got Nathaniel next, and then Astral.
Hey, what's up, Jordan? So just wanted to say, man, I dig your general vibe and a lot of your positivity and stuff, man. It was cool to see you come into UFO Twitter and get into the battleground. And, you have a very fun way of dealing with your trolls that I appreciate as well. And I kind of just wanted to ask you, like, if you could talk a little bit more about your Integratron experience. I've been out there also, and like a couple of friends I've had that went out there also had some gnarly orb experiences after they went out to Giant Rock, which is right out there and, steeped in the UFO history, early contactee history as well. And so I was wondering about that, man. And like, it's really cool to see somebody doing their own thing and being successful like you are, man. As somebody that's been trying to build towards that, I'm hoping to get some stuff done real soon here on my own thing. And it's been like a lot of motivation for me, man. So I really appreciate it.
Ah, thanks, man. I love following your stuff too. Super inspirational. Integratron, man, what a cool place. And the name came back to me. So it's George Van Tassel. If y'all don't know, there's a guy named George Van Tassel. This is out in Landers, California. They call it Landers, California, because of all the UFO sightings and landings out there. And you are in the middle of nowhere, and it's like this, magnetic anomaly. Like GPS doesn't work out there, and everything's all weird. And so George Van Tassel's story is, in a nutshell, a Nordic type being, I think they're Venetian from Venus, landed, and he went outside and he's like, hey, out in the desert, like, what are you doing here? And they said, essentially, we need you to build a building. We're going to tell you how to do it. We're going to, exactly, it's going to power our ships. And then it'll be this building where like humans can walk through, and you get, your cells get rejuvenated. You can extend your life. It activates you as a human to the highest level. And so he started building this building, and it doesn't have any metal. It's like seamless. It's all out of wood, basically. It's like you're inside like a violin or a cello or something. It's amazing, beautiful, beautiful building. And the way he built it was just so freaking awesome. And the whole story of Giant Rock is even crazier. And but he never actually finished it because a bunch of crazy things happened, and he died, and he never finished it. This world has a way of making sure these things don't come to fruition, but it's pretty much done. It's just not activated as a machine. It's supposed to be like a machine that was powered. So we went out there to this like private event where Eric Rankin and the family that owns the Integratron is the ones who actually did the sound bath. And then Eric Rankin, you've probably seen him on Ancient Aliens and stuff. He's awesome, and his story is amazing. And he did this like private presentation with us down below at the bottom deck of it, and took us through all of his sonic geometry stuff, and even showed us things that has never been seen by anybody else. And it just blew my mind. It was like having a download, but like in person. And it was super duper cool. And then so went upstairs and we did the sound bath, and it was like the most amazing sound bath ever. And then we were staying in Palm Springs, and we went back with me and my wife. We went back to Palm Springs to our hotel, and so you talked about the orb sightings. So we didn't make it out to Giant Rock, but when we went back to Palm Springs, the night before, there was a UFO. Maybe if Sarah's still listening, maybe she can find that video and put it in there, put it in the thingy. But so there was a UFO over our room the night before, and it's like the craziest UFO video ever. I mean, it's like it's right there. And the lady who filmed it, she was at the pool, like right over our room. We were sleeping in the room at the time, and she said it was a light inside of a translucent cube, and she has it all on film, and it's really, really cool. And if we can't get it in this space now, I'll put it on my page or whatever they call it on X tonight. And so anyway, super duper cool. And then when we came back that night, we were at the pool, and the pool faces the mountain, and just the mountain's right there. It's at the base of the mountain. You could throw a rock and hit the mountain. It's really, really cool setting. We're sitting there, and we're talking to the people, and I think we were talking to the people that recorded the UFO sighting. Anyways, it's pitch black, and you can see the outline of the mountain. And this mountain doesn't have roads on it; it's just rock, and this like emerald green like light. It's the only way I can describe it. It's so hard to describe. I'll put a picture out there, but it looked like an emerald jewel or gem that's shining. That's what it looked like, and it comes over the mountaintop right in front of us, and we're all like, "Whoa!" I took a picture of it. I filmed it too, and it dips back behind the mountain, and I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy!" And then we're talking some more, and then it's like maybe I don't know, a quarter mile down on the mountain, and this mountain's all rocks. Like you can't run, you can't drive a Jeep on it or anything. It's it's rough. And about a quarter mile or so to the left, all of a sudden, boom, right over it again, like a emerald green spotlight. And it kind of floated there, and it kind of moved from side to side right behind. It was like it was peeking over the mountain looking at us. And you can tell when something's looking at you, you just get a feeling that it's looking at you. You know what I mean? Like it's not just this random light in the sky. You're like, it's looking at us. It's like someone shining a spotlight on you, but there's no actual direction to it. You just feel it. And that happened, and then it like kind of moved around left to right, kind of hovered a little bit, and then it dipped back behind the mountain, and it was the craziest thing. And then that happened right after the Integratron. So and yeah, that place is notorious for launching you into all sorts of wild sightings and experiences.
Rad, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's super crazy, like saying your name into the top of that dome after the sound bath. That's one of the crazier feelings I've ever felt, for sure. He
Oh my
actually
God, it's so
also had
trippy.
oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's so trippy when you do that. Yeah.
He also had, like, I found out afterwards, like he had Pacific Northwest Doug Furs shipped out for the big beams in the dome as well. So that was cool because that's where I'm at. Thanks
Huh.
for the answer, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to highlight what you were saying, like to people that haven't been there, when you're standing up there and you're looking up, it's this big domed roof, and when you're standing in the middle and you talk, the sound it sounds, if I remember right, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like someone is saying it behind you. It's not like resonating back down, and then when you're like standing at different points in the room, the sound is different. So sometimes, like if someone's in the center and they're talking, if you're standing in one point in the room, it's going to be magnified and it sounds like someone's screaming in your ear. And then at another point in the room, you don't hear anything. It's like the strangest place.
Thanks, Neanderthal. Great question. And Jordan, I'm so interested in this topic because you put it up recently. And just a little reminder, if anybody wants to retweet the space, we're going to go past 9 o'clock as originally set, as long as Jordan is still available. And we had Astral up next.
Hey, what's up? Hell yeah, keep this going. This is a fantastic discussion. And thanks, Jordan, for popping up. Rich and Mr. Cotter, great space. I wanted to ask Jordan a little bit, maybe more about the construct of reality and his thoughts into one of the things that I think about with the ultimate nullifier for people experiencing this reality is basically being born. And I wonder if you see the process of being born as just a human type of experience, or do you see non-human like you also described it as sort of a game? That's the way I see it. kind of explain it to myself lightheartedly, is like a game. So are non-human intelligences able to play the game, but they still have to sort of play by the ultimate nullifier of being born? And maybe these experiences, like out of body experiences, are a way to contact their beings on the other side, or sort of gain a sort of advantage if they were able to realize that contact was a way to, in essence, leave the game of reality.
Yeah, great question, and I have given that quite a bit of thought because I've wondered about that. So, like, here's how my brain pictures it. Say you're in an arcade and there's a video game, old school arcade where you walked up and you put the quarters in and played the video game. That video game, one of them, say that's our world here, right? That's our simulator, that's Earth. And then 10 feet over, there's another video game. That's another simulator, right? It's separate from ours. Like those, like if you're playing Super Mario on one and another person's playing Street Fighter, Mario can't jump over in Street Fighter. That would be anarchy. It'd be crazy, right? Imagine playing Super Mario and freaking, Street Fighter guy comes in and starts karate chopping you. So there's partitions, they're separated so that they can each have their own immersive learning experience without this crazy stuff coming, and messing it all up. Now, I think that's how it was designed. That for us to come into this virtual reality simulator here, we have to be born, like I discussed with SoulSync. Your consciousness has to enter into a physical avatar, and you get to run around and play this game. And that's how it was designed. Now, from what I can tell, things have changed through, I guess, evolution and just time. It's almost as if the characters in some of the older games have had enough time to evolve and they have figured out how to jump into other games. That you can come in the natural way through childbirth. That's what people think like star seeds are, for example. There's a lot of talk now about star seeds. I can confirm that's a thing through the past life regressions that we do. Dolores Cannon's talked about this for decades, and it's being confirmed every day by people doing QHHT that there are. So, say your consciousness and your focal point is the only thing that makes us human is that our consciousness is focused in the earth life experience. So we live in a human body and then we exist in the spiritual world around it. That's the next layer. It's like a waiting room kind of thing, a loading room. So that's what makes us human, but we're really just consciousness. So say a consciousness, their focal point is in a different realm, a different video game, different simulator. We would call them aliens. They're not aliens. It's just a different consciousness, but their source reference point isn't human, isn't Earth. It's something else. So we'd call it alien. So that consciousness can decide to come over here and be injected into our world through natural childbirth. And that's what a starseed is. Now, that's totally a thing. I can confirm that. It makes perfect sense. Everything I've ever researched backs all this up. I think that's a real thing. I think they're coming here in droves now to help because I think things have gotten messed up. And now I think that there actually are what I would kind of call like Merkaba type vehicles that are these sort of light vehicles that can jump from one game to another, which is what we would call like an interdimensional. We call it interdimensional because we don't really know how to explain it. They're literally coming from one simulator to another, and I don't think that it's stable. I don't think that they can come for too long, which is why they don't seem to be here for long. I think they prefer to do their business in the astral, which is why we see them in dreams when we're in that kind of in between awake and dreaming period. I think it's easier to come over here non-physically and do things, but I think that they can physically come over here to an extent. And I think we see that in the skies. I think that's a big part of the phenomenon. But I don't know if that was supposed to happen. I don't get the impression that it was because it seems almost like they're hacking it a little bit. So that's kind of what I've been able to deduce. And I'm sure, just like anything with phenomenon, there's exceptions to the rule. There's if, ands, or buts. But just philosophically speaking, I guess that's how I see this reality and the interaction with other beings from other places, for the most part. So I don't think they're literally getting in ships and like flying here through like propulsion, means the way that we do with like rockets and planes and stuff like that. I think most of it's astral, like consciousnessly. It's like mind space. Like space is actually like a mental realm, that you traverse mentally and consciously. But that there are these other realms, these other simulators out there with beings just like us. I mean, you can go to them. Like I've been there. Like you can, through Monroe Institute stuff, you can go to these other dimensions, is what we call them. And I don't think they're dimensions really. It's another place like this. It's just separated by a mind space, and it's at a different frequency, just like a radio station. That's how you partition them. You put a different frequency so that it doesn't bleed over. But just like a radio station, sometimes you kind of get off a little bit and you start picking up that other station. I think that happens, and maybe they have technology that can induce that, and they can slip into our space over here. I think all that's happening. That's what I see, anyways. Hopefully did that answer?
Oh yeah, thanks, bro.
Do you have anything? It's a great question, so you can keep it going if you have any follow-ups, because I know that's a loaded one. But
Well, Jordan, and Astros, feel free to jump in. But is this kind of like on the heels of what you posted recently about NHIs and that kind of different frequencies coming into this reality and borrowing a body in a ship?
yeah, so it's funny. Like I kind of look at our whole world as being 3D printed, because it's a 3D world, and you're basically 3D printing. Like if you think about it, like childbirth is the body is 3D printing another body in a way. There wasn't a body there, and then it prints one, and there you go, you have a body. So in a way, this physical world can create something out of nothing. It can 3D print things, and it's just data. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if like there was a way that these ships and maybe even the like avatar bodies and stuff that the consciousness needs to use is like a vehicle are just 3D printed in this world. The same way you would like rent a car and drive it around on vacation. I think there's probably a way that they can come here, 3D print a ship that matches this frequency, this density, the laws of physics and nature and everything here, so it can exist in this realm. You're creating a vehicle to hop into and traverse this world. But instead of flying it from another planet, maybe their consciousness just comes here and then 3D prints whatever they need to get into to be here. The same way our consciousness comes into the physical body here. I don't see any reason why a very technologically advanced, maybe think about it, Earth's been around, 3 billion years? Humans have only been really technologically advanced in this iteration of humans for a few hundred years.
4.5 billion. 4.5 billion.
Yeah. So, but that's just a second in the cosmic scale. So imagine a planet that's been around for 20 billion years, right? Or whatever. If you take the scientists and say that the universe is only 13 billion years old, say that they've been around twice as long as us, 9 billion years, and there's, they've just been developed way longer than us, or they're far, like superior technologically and consciously. I mean, I don't see anything in our little virtual reality simulator here that would say that they wouldn't be able to consciously come over here, 3D print a ship or an avatar, hop into it, like we would select a character in a video game, come in here, do whatever they want to do, good or bad, and then consciously go back and just discard the body, or maybe it just, turns back into plasma dust. I don't know, but I don't see why that. It seems crazy to us here, but like an iPhone would have been crazy to a human 100 years ago. So imagine, a species that's far more advanced. I don't think that would even be out of the realm of possibility at all.
I tend to agree with that. Thanks, Jordan, for elaborating on that. And we got some new people in here that joined the speakers. Bridget and Ira. You guys want to talk with Jordan? Just raise your hand. We're going by hands right now. And we had Joseph O'Reilly who came up next. Joseph, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, man.
Yeah, if
that
not,
was-
me and Jordan are just going to shoot the just chat. So yeah, get your questions in, right?
Yeah, and real quick,
Yeah.
if y'all don't know how to raise your hand, I didn't know, so I was new to all this. But yeah, there's just a little heart down there with a plus. Or no, I guess you have to request to speak, and then you hit the heart and the plus, and then you can raise your hand. So I didn't know that. So for anyone out there that is new to Twitter like me, that's how you do it. So Joseph, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, man. I enjoy your TikToks. First of all, they're bangers.
Thanks.
Actually, I wanted to pass something by you, and it's really along the lines of what Astral and you were just chatting about. Now, I have a friend, and he has memories of being outside of this simulation. And so what he says is outside of the simulation. See, you lay on a table and then you phase into this one, and then you're born. And he said what happened was people would come in and they would have an experience, whatever it was in this universe, and then they would be like, "Oh, that was cool," and then there was a clear exit. And he said what happens is a lot of people were kind of got bored with it and they were leaving, but there are all of these programs, people call them NPCs, who understood that if all of the actual sold people left, then they would cease to exist. So they built a giant AI. We're going on the deep end. So they built a giant AI that people now call the demiurge, the Gnostic thing, and it created worlds where it could actually extract our source energy and then have us in this unnatural repetitive reincarnation cycle. And so he's our natural state. So you said the astral, right? So people can astral project, which is your whole thing with the Monroe Institute. You also have, and then if you look into the ancient literature, you can understand that in Kriya Yoga, you can understand, I'm almost done, sorry, that you have 5 bodies, right? Your physical, etheric, astral, and then there's 2 more. You have a wisdom or a mind body, and then a spirit body. And that if the way we're supposed to be in this unnaturally separated realms outside, those are all combined into one. And he said, what you're supposed to do, instead of leaving and constantly transferring your consciousness to your astral over and over again, what you're supposed to do is integrate all those chakras down your spine and then lock them in, and then do the same thing with the other bodies. Does that resonate with you? What do you think about that? Because I've done it, and I put my chakras and I could feel them go down, and I'm feeling significant changes instead of just having it at the top of the head.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's especially with the chakras. I mean, those are just these energy centers in your body that just like anything, you got to have a flow. It's like if your pipes in your house are clogged up, you know, all your toilets are going to overflow and sinks are going to overflow. That's kind of how the energy in your body, like your oxygen has to move, your bile has to move, your blood has to move, everything has to move. Well, the energy has to flow through your body, and the chakras get jammed up because stress and trauma and all the different things. And yeah, it throws you all off, and activating those and creating that flow, and then, you know, working the energy up from your root up is what creates that kundalini energy up into your crown chakra. And I mean, boom, out of the top of your head. And that's part of the whole activation process. It's incredibly important. So to the core of your question comes, are all those things turned off by some sort of nefarious, you know, hijacking of the system, and it's up to us to kind of turn them back on and get out of the matrix kind of a deal? That's the whole. There's 2 points of view. Is this a natural learning process, just like you go to school and you start in grade 1 and, you know, you have to learn everything and graduate? Is this just a school and it's set up this way and tough and challenging, and there's adversity and there's all these different bosses to the levels and all this because it makes us, you know, develop our character and develop toughness and intelligence? Is it done on purpose for soul development purposes, like Tom Campbell would say? Or, you know, there's somebody named Jason Breshears with Archaics, and, you know, he, you know, thinks that there's something called AIX, which is artificial intelligence X, which has hijacked what's called the simulacrum, which is this simulation. And the simulacrum is thousands of years old, the concept. And none of this is new, really. I mean, the Hindus call it Maya, which just meant dream. And, you know, back in the ancient Greek days, they would call it a play, you know, it all same concept, just different metaphors. But so it goes to the heart of your question is this challenging and hard, you know, on purpose to be a better learning environment? Or has this system that probably used to be more peaceful and nurturing and probably a bit nicer, has it been hijacked by something, and it's up to us to break out of it? Is that kind of a decent way to paraphrase that? Because I mean, I definitely see what you're saying, and I can't speak to the specifics, but I mean, that everything that you said can be definitely sort of verified by all sorts of different experiences and writings. Absolutely. But then so can the other side too. So it's really interesting how both can be true at the same time, depending on how you look at it or where you look.
Yeah, that's really cool. That not quite. So what I wanted to emphasize is because either it's a school and we chose a damn hard school, or it's the other one. But either way, I wanted to get your take on integration of the bodies through the spine, because your astral has an entirely different set of chakras, right? And you need to,
Yeah.
everything that you just described would be the etheric body, like moving energy around, kundalini and everything like that. But instead of astral projecting, putting your astral body down your spine and integrating it into one body, and then your mind body into one body, and then your spirit body into one body, and then you're whole, you're totally put together, and then you have godlike power. That's what I wanted to get your opinion
I
on.
see what you're saying. Yeah, you're kind of collapsing them. Well, I don't know, because so the way, like, for example, at the Monroe Institute, how we learn how to heal our bodies through something called patterning is you sort of visualize that your physical body here on Earth is a shadow of your light body, and the light body is in the astral, and you actually do work on the light body. Like, you'll go into the astral and you'll do work on the light body, and you can actually remove, say, diseases and stress and toxic stuff from the light body, and then that is reflected down to this shadow body, right? This is just a reflection, a projection, I guess you would say, a projection of the light body in the astral. But there's a delay. It's not instant. There's a delay between those two realms because they're split, right? There's a partition in between them on purpose. So it's kind of like when you go into dream world, when you start dreaming, there's a split, like it's kind of a jarring, like, whoop, I'm in a dream now. It's totally different. So that's kind of how I've learned how to heal the body and to work on the body, is through that, and the fact that they are separate kind of by nature and by design. Now I see what you're saying, because there are layers to it for sure. So can you collapse those, and would that make you sort of a superhuman here on Earth? That's super fascinating. I don't know the answer to that, but if there is a way to do that, I would like to find out.
Well, you have to clear it. So use your root chakra with earth, and you have to look up Shusumna. I'm not going to go into the techniques, but you have a tune up your spine with each chamber is for each set of chakra, right? So you have one for your etheric, that's the outer one, and then you have concentric ones within that. And I've done it. So you use earth to clear it out first, and then use water, elements for chakra. And then other people want to speak, so I'll go quick here. And then, so you clear it out using all of the elements for every chakra. And I did that. And at the very top of your head, just at the crown of your head, there's a nadi, which is a little channel there. And that's where the bodies sit. So once you have that cleared out, you can just intend it, will it to come down, and you can feel the chakras come down. I would try it out, because I've done that and I felt it. And I believe that it's clearly what you're supposed to do. But yeah, I'm done. Thank you for that.
Thanks,
I'll reach
Joseph.
out to you outside of here and get some more information. Thanks, Joseph.
That's awesome. Okay, we got Bridget, Ira, Scott, and Kathleen next. Go ahead, Bridget. Good to see you.
Hello. Good to see you too. Hi, Rich. Hi, Mr. Cotter. Hi, Jordan. Nice to connect. I am someone who identifies with the label Starseed and has lots of remembrances of my lives beyond Earth. And I also work in the blueprints. You guys were just talking about that. And am a quantum hypnotherapist. And that's where my question actually comes for you. A lot of my clients for the last 3 to 5 years, as soon as we get them into a deep trance, they're experiencing a deep connection with their lives and expressions beyond Earth and the source consciousness that flows through them. And I'm wondering, what is your favorite story of something like that you would share with us, and the impact that it had on you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for I think you're the first girl speaker that we've had, and soft voice and talk about star seeds. So I was waiting for the duality of this conversation, from the hardcore stuff to more of this light stuff, because it's all about balance. And so my favorite part of so my wife, when she does a past life regression, she'll take them to 3 past lives, and then she'll talk to the higher self. And what's been the most fascinating to me is, so I don't know if we ever can directly communicate, and probably we can, so don't take this the wrong way or anything, but communicate directly with source. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know if when I'm communicating to my higher self, I have a great relationship with my higher self. We talk all the time. They're funny as shit. And but I don't think that's like source, God, creator. I think I think there's so many layers until we get to that. But having said that, the higher self is an encapsulation of all of your lives, right? It's like this super being that's all of your lives put together, and it can see things from all these different perspectives, and it has so much knowledge. And what I think is the most fascinating, when you talk to your higher self, when I was at the Monroe Institute, we did a deep meditation where I went to the astral and spoke to my higher self, and it presented itself as like a geometric outline, like a laser outline of a face, and it was just this big powering face, just intimidating, just terrifying, and it's very robotic like almost. And so when Sarah takes people to like past lives, the people are talking, and it's just their voice. They're talking, oh, I'm on this planet, and I'm this being, and I'm doing this, and it's their voice, and they're reliving. And then when you get to the higher self, it changes. Their voice changes, their tone changes, the whole atmosphere changes, everything changes. And then it'll be like, this is their higher self. It's very robotic, and not like in a scary way, but the higher self is kind of no nonsense. It's sort of dry, not cold necessarily, because sometimes they have a sense of humor, but it's business-like. It's kind of like, it doesn't get down in the weeds with emotions and that kind of stuff, because if it was emotionally affected, it probably wouldn't do a good job of navigating you through all the craziness of this world. So you need the higher self to be sober-minded and serious. And that's what I've noticed. When you talk to the higher self, you can get some amazing knowledge, just the best insight. I mean, people pay tons of money for like business coaches and consultants. Just learn how to talk to your higher self. You'll get all the guidance you need, and personalized for you. But the higher self typically is stern, very stern, and very just sort of almost robotic, machine-like. And whenever I was face to face with mine in the astral, I felt that. I felt this computer-like almost behavior to it. And I asked it questions. I was like, hey, should I do this or this? And it snapped at me. And it's like, you're thinking too small. Or it said, zoom out. And I was like, okay, should I do this or this? And it goes, zoom out. And I said, okay, should I do this or this? And it goes, zoom out, with this like thundering voice. And then I asked it some more questions. And basically its response to me, I say it because I don't know how else to say it, but its response was, there's not enough time for baby steps. And then it vanished. And it was getting frustrated with me because it didn't think I was thinking big enough. It didn't think that I was asking the right questions. It thought I was taking baby steps. And his answer was, there's not enough time for baby steps. Poof, gone. And that's what I think is the most fascinating, is that we want our higher self to be this like caring, nurturing mama type being, but it's not. And I think that's probably a good thing. What do you think of that?
Oh my gosh, I love that story so much. It's so fun. When you and Sarah do another session with you, have her request to speak with we, the source consciousness that flows through you, Jordan, that is connected to we. We is amazing, and they have so much fun. They will have you giggling the whole time, and so much information will flow through. But I highly recommend doing it like with you guys, right? Like people that are just doing it for fun. I first connected with we. They said that they're the consciousness that connects with Dolores Cannon, and they are hilarious, and it is the all consciousness, but they're really fun and very joyful and playful, and it'll be a great experience.
Nice. I'll try that.
And thank you for sharing that story.
Yeah, thanks for the question and the tip.
Thanks, Bridget. And I agree, Jordan. Bridget has the best voice, and especially among a bunch of men in here. This is great. Thank you so much, Bridget. Love you to death. And Ira was up next. How you doing, Ira?
Yes, very well, thank you, Mr. Cotter. can you hear me okay?
Yes, we could.
Yes.
Okay, no worries. All right, so you guys are talking about star seeds. And yeah, so quite simply, my knowledge of star seeds, as I am a star seed myself, we're souls, very old souls that have experienced many parts of the universe, and we bring our frequency to Earth. It's all about frequency. So you know, the negative orientated astral beings and reptilians and the like, they've gone so far away from source that they need to feed off of the energy of despair and fear and everything like that. So we have this duality. So the star seeds have simply come to Earth to raise the frequency to create the 100th monkey syndrome and bring the consciousness of the people up so that the evil can be exposed. And that's what's been happening, and it's escalating further and further now. So that's simply what. And the star seed also recognises, like when I was a child, I was walking to school one day. I was about 8 years old, and I just stopped and looked down at myself and looked at my legs, and I said to myself, "I'm an alien." And it was like it just stuck in my it just stuck in my head, and I thought that's just like the most unusual thing to say, and it just popped up into my head, and I just had this knowing that that there was something very different. And then, you know, over the years, I've always sort of been psychic and intuitive and that, but I grew up in a family that was very religious, so I had no one around me to expand on my consciousness. But a few years ago, I was activated. I won't go into it too much, but since then, I've come into my guides and angels have brought in a lot of information. And so you guys were talking about chakras and energy systems and stuff like that. And yeah, you've got 7 chakras in the body and 5 outside of the body, but that's changing as we evolve. There's other chakras being added in, like the well of dreams at the back of your head, which I've activated. And you got thymus, you've got the high heart, which is above your heart, just above your heart chakra. That's a pink energy, which is the Christ. And it's very important to nurture your chakra systems, and everyone has them activated. If you don't, then you're not alive. And the energy coming out of the crown of your head, if you don't have that, again, you're not alive, because you need to be fed that etheric energy, which transmutes into physicality, and hence the physical body. So the soul itself is encompasses the physical body. So if you think of it, like physical body is the densest part of your being right now, and then you've got, you know, your astral and your mental, emotional bodies, which is all energetic bodies, and then you've got your greater light field, which is a much higher frequency, much less dense energy, and so that's what's making up our physical human bodies. So
Ira, did you have a question in here?
No, I don't have any questions as such. I just no, but if you no, I don't.
No, I love where you're going with this. We have a lot of hands, and I've been in space with you before. You've
Yeah,
taught me so much, and I love your information. I was just seeing if
yeah,
you had a question in there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. So if you want to continue for another 30
yeah.
seconds or a minute, feel free.
Yeah, sure.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
so
we can get to another hand and It's the purpose of
Oh,
the yeah. I don't want to be disrespectful either, but the purpose of the space is UFO Twitter Week, and we're talking to Jordan about his experiences. I would love to highlight you one day, but
yeah, no, whatever. Yeah, I'm all cool, mate.
awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, let me say one thing about that. I did a video on this not too long ago because I learned something. I forget where I heard this, but it resonated with me. Where like exactly what you said, that starseeds come here, and really all you have to do is be here because your energy and your frequency is emanating into the collective, like the 100th monkey, like you talked about. Um, and then also when you activate, like say when a starseed realizes they're a starseed, because a lot of times they go through the same kind of activation process as the rest of us. That one day they wake up and they're like, oh my god, I'm a starseed. Like you don't know it from birth all the time, and then once they're activated, then they can go be even more impactful and do even bigger, better things, like it sounds like you're doing. But at the base, like just being here is effective. Just being here is serving a purpose. Just being alive on Earth. So if you're a starseed out there and you're wondering, what do I need to do? You just need to be here. Just be yourself. But there is another
Yeah,
level that you can
yeah,
take it to once you're activated.
yeah. So just to finish about what the direction I was going was, people want to know how they can help and contribute to the ascension, and this also contributes to ET phenomena. And because the ETs are preparing themselves to integrate with humanity, like on Star Wars, that's Earth in the very near future. And they're very highly spiritual beings, and they're going to bring technologies, and our cellular structure and DNA is all being upgraded and activated and things like that. And we're going to move on to a whole completely new level of experiencing life as such. But to contribute to getting there, when you sit down or whatever, and you activate your prana tube and you connect down into the core of Gaia, and bringing that energy up through your Earth Star portal and then your Gaia portal below your feet, which is your bottom two chakras, they're silver discs, and up through your base of your spine. You can ask Gaia to bring healing energies up through into your body, and you connect with your heart chakra. That's important now, is because the fifth dimension is heart based rather than survival based, which is the root chakra. So we move to our heart. So we connect down into Gaia from our heart, and then up through our three chakras above our body, and the top one is a cosmic star portal, and then you can connect through our sun, Solaris, and then to the great central sun if you want. But I go through Solaris and then Alcyone, which is the Pleiades central sun, and then through my central sun, which is Arcturus, and then into the great central sun, and then I move into infinite intelligence with Source itself. So I'm always keeping that flow of energy. And when you do that, you raise your frequency up and you affect your beingness, and then you affect everyone else around you. And the more that we do this, the more that you light up to extraterrestrials, all the different races. You become a lighthouse and you light up to them, and your consciousness expands, so you become more sensitive to energy and telepathy, and they will always try to communicate with you once your energy is up. And then, like when you're looking at stars, like my soul family members, they've been flying around in the skies and that for years, and when they're up in the sky, they'll telepathically connect with me, and then I'll look straight to that spot in the sky, and they'll flash a bright beacon 3 times and 3 times only, and it's much brighter than all the other stars in the sky.
Say,
And that's to indicate to me who it is, and that I'm not imagining things, So it's all happening, and yeah, that's what's going
Thanks,
on.
Ira. That I've heard you explain that before. That's amazing, and I heard other people in the UFO community in certain spaces it kind of shares something similar. But I want to go to Kathleen next. Her arm is probably falling off. She's had her hand up for a while. Um, Kathleen, did you have a question? Kathleen's down there. You have to unmute yourself, Kathleen. It's the little. You got to hit the microphone. Nope. Okay. Oh, there she is.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. You have a question? You have a question
Um,
for Jordan, Kathleen?
well, I got here kind of late, so I missed the first part. But my question is about Akashic Records.
Yeah, what you got?
Um, has anyone had any experience with that?
Yeah. So the way the Akashic Records fits into my understanding of the reality and sort of my simulator theory is that everything that we do, this entire reality, is all here for the purpose of
Ooh, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
If
Yep,
Kathleen,
we
if
can
you
hear it.
can't,
Okay.
yeah, Kathleen, if you can't hear Jordan, just
There you are.
Okay.
this is Mr. Cotter. Could you hear Jordan though?
Hi,
Jordan,
Kathleen. Okay. Well, hopefully it comes back on. I'll just finish what I was going to say. So,
okay, yeah,
basically, Source, however you want to define Source, created all of this, everything that we're talking about here, everything we're experiencing, with the intention to have these experiences that feed data up to Source, and Source learns from all of these experiences. Everything you do in your life, no matter how small or big, is data, is rich data for Source to learn and grow and evolve. So all of that data is stored somewhere, and it's stored in what used to be called the Akashic Records. And you can also call it the database. And it's basically just this database of information, of data, of everything in this realm. Like, from what I understand through Robert Monroe, different simulators have different Akashic Records. It's basically like a backup storage drive of all the stuff that's happened in that realm for all of time. And then I'm sure there's a generalized Akashic record of everything, probably at the outer edge, whatever that would be, of the universe. Now, basically, you can go to the Akashic records and pull data out the same way you'd go to a library and grab a book, or you'd go to your computer and search for something. You can explore the Akashic record. You can get data. You can even, in a way, remote view distant experiences of anybody's. It's not just yours. Like, your higher self will automatically go to your Akashic record, but you can go to you can just go to events and time periods and things that have happened in the past. You can't change anything, but you can view it, you can see it, you can experience and feel it. And so it's kind of like, it reminds me of those like microfiche players, back in the day when you'd look at old newspaper stuff. Anyways, so that's the Akashic record, and it's basically just a database of everything that's ever happened, no matter how big or small, for every person and every thing in this realm here. You can access other Akashic records in other realms, but the data probably wouldn't make much sense to you because you don't have any reference points for it, so it's probably not a reason to. But you can. There's people that do readings that are gifted at this, at taking you. It's kind of like a past life regression in a way. They take you to the Akashic record, or they access your Akashic record if they have that ability, and they can just kind of go to your file on the computer and open it up and see all of your data and tell you things. And it does help if you have certain things that you're dealing with and you need some more context to it. Say you have a phobia or a fear or a mental block or something like that, and you just need to know, where did this come from? How can I get through this? Sometimes an Akashic reading, they go into your database and they can get more information regarding that they can give to you, and maybe that will shine a light on it and help you with a solution. Does that make sense?
yeah. I think Kathleen had issues getting back in the space, but
Okay.
yeah, great explanation. And I know there's a few people in here that do Akashic record readings for people. I know Bridget and Galactica, who just came up here. We've had some talks about that over small spaces. Has been actually pretty amazing. But yeah, so we've got Tom the Baptist, and then Galactica. You got Tom. Do you have a question for Jordan?
Yeah, I kind of got one question, three quick parts. First, kind of Monroe Institute and ties to the CA. Now, I feel a little bit bad because sometimes I bust Astral's chops on that stuff. but I'm still a little suspicious of Joel from Future Folklore over there. But anyway, CIA and Itzhak Bentov are very tightly connected to the Monroe Institute, right? And he's got a lot of interesting work there. He kind of died in one of the largest plane crashes ever, and the mechanic, I think, committed suicide there. That whole thing's a little interesting. And, one thing we always do is kind of a laugh is like, who's the FBI in the room? Or lately, who's the Office of Naval Intelligence person in the room, like AKA, who's no longer AKA. But could you talk a little bit about CIA, Bentov, and Monroe Institute?
Yeah. And to answer your deeper question, I am not that person. So don't worry about that. I'm not the mole. So yeah, there's very obvious. I mean, the gateway documents is on CIA.gov. They're very open about that. I went there and I asked Arky, who's one of the head trainers, about the missing page 25 and the whole CIA link and everything. And he thinks it's the funniest thing. They laugh about it. So the CIA works like with them. The CIA works with anybody who is a research arm and anything that they can use to their advantage. At the core of the Monroe Institute, they're about exploration, literally, accessing areas that no one else can access. So when it came to remote viewing, they were all about it. I mean, they wanted, to train there. They wanted to know everything Robert Monroe knew. At the beginning, they weren't real open with him about what their intentions were. And then it became more clear, what they were doing when they developed SRI and everything. And, they had their remote view and army and all that. But which all those people were still just like, help it off and Tark and all those guys. They're nerdy guys that thought this was fun and cool. And then obviously the army and the military is going to weaponize everything. But as far as the link, like the deeper link between the CIA and them, you just need to go there. I mean, I'll challenge anyone, just go to the Monroe Institute. These are the salt of the earth people. They're nice as hell. Yeah, they have an amazing research area there, and you can do some things there you probably can't do anywhere else on earth. And of course the government and the military are interested in that, and of course they're going to twist it and use it for other things, but I don't really.
Can you talk about what you saw there and what you experienced?
Well, yeah, and I'm not looking to throw shade any which way. I know this has been a great space. You guys do great work, and I'm just curious. Like, did Bentov come up? Does it come off? Like, there's all those awkward things that no one likes to talk about. And to me, it's like the whole problem with the UFO bullshit, whatever it is it's one of those awkward things that just is a conversation killer. So it's hard to have any progress in that type of situation. So I'm just curious, like, how cool are they with the topic? Or he's kind of a pivotal figure, so I'm curious if
Yeah,
his name came up, or how do they handle it, I guess, there? Because, they seem like a cool group, actually.
I mean, yeah, he did die in that plane crash out of Chicago, and that was a big deal. um you know with the abilities that they learned there and their covert abilities, if they wanted to take him out, I doubt they would crash a commercial airliner. That seems pretty drastic, but sometimes they're into theatrics. I don't know.
Did you ever look into the mechanic who committed suicide and his wife and the whole thing? It's kind of really, yeah.
No, no, but like I said, there's so many easier ways. I mean, they figured out how to just you can basically in the astral you can pinch someone's artery and cause them to have a stroke. I mean, there's so many things you can do. I don't know why they would go through all that.
Well, it sends a
But
message, right? It's not like they didn't just kill Kennedy, right? They shot him in front of a whole bunch of people, right, with his wife, right? It sends a message.
it does, yeah. So obviously that's a totally different subject, and that was sending a message to people that knew that was a message being sent to them. This, I don't know if they were really trying to scare a bunch of physicists and scientists out there. I don't know. Um, it's totally possible. It didn't stop anybody, and it didn't accomplish anything at all. So it would be a pretty failed, endeavor if that was their goal. Um, there is a link, and it always comes up, and it's not a conversation killer. I think it's fascinating. There's no one in the world that does not trust the CIA more than me. And just like a hammer, you can build a house with it, or you can, kill somebody. It's a tool. It's all about how you use it. When they learned how to remote view, it was a big deal for them because the Russians were doing it first, and they had to match them. Now, obviously, they're going to use that for purposes I wouldn't use it for, and the average person wouldn't use it for. That's what they do. And they are still linked to the Monroe Institute very loosely, just like they're linked to a gazillion contractors and vendors out there. But I was out there and just talking to them. Like it's really funny. Like when Vice did that article on them, and like over the pandemic, and they were talking about the missing page 25, the gateway documents. And I asked Archie, one of their head trainers, I was like, so what's the story with that? What's the deal? Where'd you find the paper and everything? And this is the most honest guy in the freaking world. Spent a week with this guy, love him like a brother, like most honest person ever. And he's just laughing. He said that, Vice is like asking all these questions and grilling them about all this stuff. And he's like, dude, there's a shed back there with just boxes and boxes. I mean, there's just thousands of papers and stuff, and we haven't gone through maybe 5% of it. He's like, so it's in there somewhere. And then they found it, because it was a pandemic. The Monroe Institute was shut down. There wasn't anybody there. So they just spent some time going through all these boxes, and they finally found missing page 25. This is just an example of how conspiracies get started, because Vice did this article
Oh, no
about
way.
how,
Is that published somewhere? That's cool. I've never
yeah,
seen
Vice
it.
Vice did a big thing on it.
Oh, cool. I'll check it out.
So the CIA gateway documents that CIA put on their thing that everyone, went crazy over, linking CIA to Monroe. There was one page missing. It was page 25. So there was like this underground conspiracy theory that they removed page 25 on purpose, right? It had information that humanity couldn't take or whatever. And then, so Vice was pressing them, and they're like, okay, we'll go look for it. So they went and they just dug through all these boxes. They spent like 2 weeks digging through boxes, and they finally found it in this file. And they gave it to him. They said, here we go. Here's the missing page. And somewhere on that page, it says something about religion, right? Very, small. It's probably the most least controversial page in the whole thing. And then it got out, and they're like, this is why they took this out, because it deals with religion, and they're hiding this from humanity and everything. And they're all like, they've read the Vice article, and they're like, that's freaking funny. Like we literally just like found it in a box. Like there was no, and the way they're telling it to me, and it makes sense because then you go and read the page and you're like, yeah, well, there's nothing controversial about this. So sometimes these things, it's true. There is this link, and it's true they have worked together in the past and this kind of stuff. But I've seen that stuff get just like magnified and like kind of, how things go through the rumor mill and everything. So I don't know. I don't have any inside
Well,
information, but
no, I think, it's interesting. I'll have to check that page out. Then there'll always be the provenance question like the MJ documents. But the physics is the most important thing. And that page was related to the physics, as you were turning the documents. So I think that's interesting. And I think the physics is pretty simple. Our experience is a 4D frame, right? We always kind of think of it as 3D, but you got to throw time in there too, right? That's Einstein. So the 4D frame. And then I think you can return classical time with 5D, and then the secret is that the white hole is what's inside the black hole, and there's nothing inside the white hole. So that's what it is. And you got a black hole electron. So we're not outside the event horizon, we're inside the event horizon. And then each layer of your whole little gateway experience here is just one little kind of a big bang, big crunch, all in one little quantum instant. So they're all there, accessible and all. I think their physics supports kind of what you're saying. I'm just more curious in who's trying to keep it all secret all the time.
Hey, Tom and Jordan, this is fascinating, and I want Tom, don't go anywhere. But Jordan, if you would just please me for a second, Galactica has a question, and she has to go
Yeah.
tend to her son shortly. So, Tom, we could pick this up again. But Galactica, do you want to get your question in before you have to go for the night? Because I know you've been a very big part of this community, at least my part of the community of understanding how this all fits together, and you have some amazing talents. So, I just wanted to give you a chance.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Rich, Mr. K, Jordan. This is amazing. This is super interesting. My whole life, to give a little context, I've been having this spiritual, paranormal, UFO sightings, and it came to the point that that happens so much that it's almost natural to me. And I started training as a reader and healer with Akashic Records. And what you said, Jordan, about what it is definitely an internet of everything experience-wise, right? Like everything has a blueprint, all your past lives and your future lives in a just one big informational kind of like internet, right? Then what I wanted to clarify is that it's not just that, it's actually a sacred place. Is a spiritual place that you have to be trained. No, I'm saying, yeah. So sorry, I'm in the parking lot. My son is playing in a big game. So, anyways, this is a sacred place. It's a spiritual, amazing sacred place that you have to be trained, and you have to be prayed on. You have to ask for permission. You have to train through meditation. It's not just like that, but it's for everybody. And my theory of everything is that this knowledge, even though people have been playing with that for like CIA, FBI, secret remote viewing, all the evil things, because they use this force, right? It's just like a one whole, that you can go through, through all the levels, right? You can go all the way to the light, you can go all the way to the darkness. Is where you tune yourself with. And I think that's the key for the times that we're living in. We have to learn that we have to tune to that we want to co-create here in the here and now. That you do with meditation, with the chakra healing and attunement. And you have people that can teach you that, and then you just make it your own, right? But it's very important. Somebody asked, it was a lady that asked, what is, if you have experienced that, if you can read. I can actually get readers, get reads in attunement and all that. But what I like to do is I like to teach the people how to actually access. Now, when you access and start learning how to do this, you become aware of the vastness of this life force, this divine guidance that we can all access. And if we take the, like if we realize how big it is, then you start creating your own, pathways, your mental pathways, your spiritual pathways. You learn that you have to be integral, coherent, honest, in order for us to achieve more. And even though it sounds like, oh my gosh, she's kind of like super naive and whatever, if we're not integral, coherent, honest, we're not going to get to that fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension. And like for me, it's not, we're living in a 3D, but we have access to the 4D, 5D, 6D. If we become aware that we need to be prepared for that. And so just to answer the question of that lady that was asking, this is bigger, but the seed is in every one of us. It's just like we have to learn, and we can achieve that. It's incredible. And for me, there is another little experience that I wanted to share with you. This is the first time I want to say it, and this is crazy because it's public. you know how many people is here. Okay, so I actually had a regression, and I went all the way to Logos. I didn't even know what was the name of that place, but it was not my body, and I couldn't recognize myself as me, right? I was just this light body, and there was a bunch of light bodies around me, and they were all we, right? But we were all individual, and we made this total thing that was like a super light egg. And then everybody was kind of waiting, and I remember this waiting period that I cannot explain in time, but everybody was actually coming out there with a purpose. And the purpose that I felt, it was like we come to these realms, these densities, and we bring seeds, right? We bring seeds for change, for arts, for, because we love the experience. And so for me, talking about the star seeds and light workers, I think it's all the same in a different level. And I have no authority. This is my point of view and my experience, and I think my main point that I want to just land with, because my son is actually great, is that we, all of us, can achieve great things. And we have had so many obstacles to get there, and it's simpler than we think. So with that, I land, and
Thank
I'll
you.
come back. Okay, I'll
Thank you,
come back later. I'll
Gallica.
stay
Jordan,
listening.
thank you so much. Jordan, do you want to add to that? Or if not, we'll just go to the next hand.
No, she said it. She said it great.
Great. And
Thank you so
thank
much,
you.
you
Go ahead,
guys. I'm
Jordan.
gonna stay
Yeah.
listening, okay?
Okay. So, Jordan, we do have a hand up down there. I selfishly speaking, I'd like to ask a question because it is UFO Twitter week, and we're talking about so many vast subjects that I believe totally intertwines all together in a beautiful orchestrated way. And you've done a great job educating myself, particularly, and I know a lot of people on here with your content. So, thank you for all the effort you do. And you my question is more of the back to the alien kind of ET species and races. There's a lot of debate, and it gets sometimes gets heated with the light versus dark, or the nefarious ETs versus the benevolent ETs. And I know you put up something recently, and I can't remember, I can't recall exactly what it was, but do you mind shedding some light on that from your perspective, what you've gained over the years?
I mean, in relation to like the different types.
Yeah, different types, and since it's UFO Twitter week, yeah, like the different types and kind of like how you seeing it all fit together, good versus bad, so to speak. I don't mean to be that blunt or dark,
Yeah.
but I know it's a pretty hot topic in the community and in spaces over the last year and a half. So I thought maybe you could shed some light on that, and then we'll go to not Ken Speckle down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a hot topic, and my take on it is I look at things, like, Pareto's rule, 80-20 rule. So, like I said before, about 80% of the sightings here on Earth are Nordics or Greys and some variation of the two. So, when I dove into that, where that took me was not to aliens, but to more so time traveling humans. And I actually had a video that I did on the fact that like what we call future humans are actually the same thing as like um, uh, Atlanteans, right? So picture the Atlanteans being actually future humans that time traveled into the past to flee something from the future, and they were looking for a safe haven they could go to before man developed, and they would basically be able to exist undisturbed. Okay, now that is actually backed up by a lot of things, and I know that's very hard to really wrap your head around. But what we could be dealing with when it comes to Greys and Nordics is those two could be time traveling humans. They could actually be what we call ultra terrestrials, meaning they actually live here on Earth with us. They're just they're probably holed up either inside the Earth or in the moon. That's what it seems like. We're in the oceans. Now, when you look into the data, most UFO activity comes out of the water, not into the water. It comes out of the water. It doesn't come into the atmosphere. It comes from the Earth. So just raw data, what are we seeing? We're seeing mostly Greys and Nordics, which both are humanoid, human-like, and we're seeing craft coming out of the Earth more than coming into the Earth, which means they're not flying here from other planets. They're coming out of the Earth. And there's a lot of, Michael Masters did a research paper on this. It was a great scientific paper, peer reviewed. And Hal Puthoff did one too about ultra terrestrials. And there's a guy named Mac Tonys, I think he wrote a book called, I think it's called Ultra Terrestrials, which is amazing. There's a lot of literature that actually shows that like what we call the Olympians or the Greek gods, the Anunnaki, the Sumerian gods, the Devas, the Atlanteans, they're all the same people. They're actually future humans. And now, so that's a crazy take on aliens, right? So that takes care of about 80%. Well, then we still have 20%. So the 20% that people encounter are more the insectoid looking ones, the praying mantis, the reptilians, you have the tall grays, you have different variations, right? It's a cosmic zoo out there. Now, dealing with that other 20%, that's where it gets real fuzzy for me, because that's what I was talking about before, where some of this could be consciousnesses coming from other places and then 3D printing avatars. And in that case, the bodies can be whatever the heck they want, but they would follow a template. The same way, if you go and rent a car, no matter where you are in the world, that car is probably going to have 4 wheels, right? Because that template works on Earth, right? So why create a car with 10 wheels? 4 wheels works perfect. When it comes to avatars on Earth, bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes. If you notice, they all kind of look the same. Even the mantis, even the reptilians, why do they all have a mouth and 2 ears and 2 eyes and 2 arms? And you know what I mean? So there seems to be this template that if they were developed on other planets with other star systems and other laws of nature and gravity and everything else, why would they be bipedal? You know, Like, find me another creature on Earth that's bipedal. There barely are any. I mean, bears sometimes, but we're, I think, the only animal that walks completely upright. So it's not something that happens all the time in the universe. It can't be. It's just law of averages. Look at Earth with our millions and millions of species. None of them walk upright like us. So the fact that all of these beings look like us, act like us, are very human-like, makes me think they're either from here or they're made here for this planet. That's where I came to my 3D printing theory.
Could they? Sorry to
Go ahead.
interject. Could
No,
they
no.
be? Could the universe ultimately always lead to the creation of bipedal? So if it's just a conscious evolution, could it not be like a different star system, whatnot? It's going to be a blue Nordic, or a star system that's going to produce a conscious reptile looking thing, whatever evolves more conscious at the end on those star systems within the physics that allows it to develop, but it still has the human concept and human DNA to get that to that conscious level. Even though they may appear differently to us, they still have that human ultimate evolution in consciousness, but we are just billions of years behind.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it might just be in the information. It might just be an informational template that's applied for conscious, avatars. I did a video today actually talking about, or a post about, one of the Monroe Institute remote viewings of the beginning of man, of the seeding of mankind on Earth. And go find it on my page. And they talk about how he was very unsettled by this finding, but he couldn't refute the data he was getting from his session, that there was a ship that was creating and designing and seeding life on this Earth, and then it would just go off, and it didn't really care about what happened to that life. Its job was just to create, design, and seed planets and move on to the next one. If that's the case, if there is a mothership, they call them the gardeners, they're just planting seeds from one planet to the next, then they probably would use a template. And then that's what all this would be. Like, we're evolving our consciousness here, but we're also evolving the vehicle, the physical vehicle. It's all one big experiment of sorts that's constantly evolving. And if this vehicle works, the 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, if all that works, then why wouldn't you use it elsewhere? If that is true, what they were saying in the remote viewing, that there is a ship that's going around just seeding these planets, it probably would have similar templates it uses because they know it works. And granted, you have water planets and you have planets that, the gravity is, so much lighter that the beings are probably 20 feet tall, and, they're going to have variations, but that general structure. So I want to go into all that because, like, you're asking about types of aliens, and it's so for me, it's easier to wrap my mind around the time traveling, human theory, because there's actually a lot of supporting data there. When you get into the other ones, it's more speculative for me, which I love doing, but I can't tell you for sure. Maybe it's a combination. Maybe they are able to 3D print bodies here, so they don't have to actually travel through the universe, and then maybe back on their home planet. Maybe the reason they make the bodies here, maybe it's just a representation. Maybe they actually look that way back on the home planet, but they're not actually getting in ships and flying here like in Star Wars.
Right,
Maybe
right.
they're going through mind space consciously and then printing, creating the body here. I
Right.
don't know. I could see both those. The reason I thought about the 3D printing thing is this: when you analyze the reports from MUFON of all the people, they report all the sightings. Everyone is different, and I couldn't figure out why. So, for example, when people say they saw UFOs, a flying saucer, and you say you had 20 people saw UFO in 20 different instances, 20 different years, and they draw it, each one's going to be slightly different. Some have antennas, some have legs, some have a ramp, some have portholes, some have lights, some don't. They're all slightly different. And even the bodies, like the grays, everyone describes them different. Some have 4 fingers, some have 5, some have wraparound eyes, some have smaller eyes, some have nostrils, some don't. And I was like, why are they all slightly different? Well, if you go to, like, say, AI, and you say, generate a picture of an alien, it generates a picture of an alien. Then you hit regenerate 100 times. You're going to get 100 slight variations, right? They're never going to be identical. They're always going to be kind of different. I've done it. It's fascinating. And so I was like, okay, maybe we're seeing all these discrepancies in the body types and the vehicles. They're all very similar, but they're slightly different because maybe they're actually made like on demand, like print on demand, almost like throwaway type things, because they don't really care. They're not hanging out here for long. You know what I mean? Um, I couldn't, figure out why there was always these discrepancies like that. So it's just a theory. I can't tell you for sure, obviously. I'm pretty sure that there's planets out there, what I would call simulators, that have conscious living beings on them, just like at Earth, and they're going to be different than us depending on their environment and stuff. So I would not be surprised at all if there's a planet out there with reptilians and mantis and humanoids and blue beings and all of that. I just don't know if they're actually physically coming here. That's the part I'm trying to reconcile.
Right.
Yeah.
Jordan, thank you so much. I know we could probably talk about this for 6 hours, just this subject alone, right, Rich? So I love that, and I could ask more, but I'm respectful for everybody else. Thank you, Jordan, much appreciated. And we have
Yeah.
not Ken up there, not Ken down there. If you want to say hello and ask a question, Ken.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate that. I really like the 3D printing concept. That's falls in line with a lot of my interest in biologic enhancement. So they could be enhancing their bodies through 3D printing, or 3D printing bodies and inputting their consciousness, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But my question is, and this is going to sound really silly, but so on my bedside table is Remote Viewing Secrets by Joseph McMonagle.
Nice.
And I have been interested in this topic for years. When we go on trips, we always plan our trips for, we look for haunted hotels for paranormal. I have tried grounding. Whenever I'm outside, which is daily, I look to the skies. My question is, I've never had an experience like so many wonderful experiences that you have all had, even though I'm trying. I listen to the Gateway Beats at night, the binaural beats, but is there anything that you think you did or you would do, if you're talking to your younger self, to accelerate having such an experience, that possibly worked well for you, or maybe you heard work well for someone else? Um, I'm trying a lot of things, and I've never had an paranormal or UFO experience. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, so your name's not Ken, so I don't know what your name is. I was about to call you Ken,
Yeah,
but
Ken's fine. Ken's
okay.
fine.
I
Thank you,
didn't know if it was not
Jordan.
Ken, like it's something else. Okay.
No, I
Um,
watch all you walking through I watch you walking through the forest. I listen to all the tapes. It's just, I just haven't experienced it. So I would, you know, I must be missing something. Thank you.
no, you're not, and that's a great question. And I never in a million years thought people would actually like watch me do my crazy walk and talk through the woods. So it still makes me happy when people say that. So anywho, when it comes to, so you might look at it this way: it's a blessing and a curse. Um, the the phenomenon, the way it was described to me is, when you are interested in the phenomenon, it becomes interested in you, and sometimes that's good and sometimes that's bad. It can go either way. It can get weird. We've definitely had some weird things happen. Um, so it's not always just, oh, I saw a light in the sky. Sometimes there's something in your bed. Sometimes there's something in your room and it won't leave. And so sometimes it's possible that your higher self is protecting you. It's possible that maybe it's not important for your journey right now. It's also possible that you know you have to have the right intention. It's not saying that you don't. I'm just kind of broadcasting generalities here. Like, you need to ask yourself why. Like, why are you trying to do what you're doing? What are you trying to get from it? What's your intention? Intention's huge. So set your intention first, because before you invite the phenomenon in, you want to set that intention. This is what I'm trying to do here, because you want to put that light on for the good guys and for the ones that will help you with your stated intention. and not just put the vacancy light on for everybody. Because there's not everyone out there is nice. I mean, traveling through, doing the Monroe stuff, my first day at the Monroe was nightmarish. It was, the other days were dreamlike. The first day was a nightmare. I went to some dark places, and I went to a place that I can see why people think that there's a hell. Let's put it that way, where I could easily see where the concept of hell came from. And you know, I had some sleepless nights there where there was beings in my room. There was a lot of stuff that went down, and you feel, you know, kind of powerless and you know, scared, because you know it's, you know, there's things out there that have capabilities we don't, that can see us and we can't see them and all that. So having said all that, I I go into every day more curious than the day before. I'm that guy running into the house that's on fire instead of away from it. So you know, you kind of have to have that fearlessness, because fear is a huge barrier. If you have any sort of fear, nothing will happen for the most part. Fear is the biggest barrier. So that's why you have to get clear with your intention. Make sure that you reduce your fear. Number one, that's the biggest thing, and just kind of have fun with it. Like, don't put the pressure on it. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That sounds like that's what you're doing. So you're not doing anything wrong at all. And then also just know that sometimes your higher self is looking out for you, and there's certain things that you need to happen at certain times, and there's certain things that you don't need to happen at certain times that might actually be detrimental. So you know, I think that when the time is right, you'll see what you need to see, and maybe don't try too hard just to kind of kick the door open, because that's what I did. I just started kicking doors open and jumping in, and you know, if I went back in time, I probably would do it differently.
Thank you. That's very reassuring. I really appreciate that, and I don't feel afraid, so that's good. But I
Yeah,
definitely don't want to invite anything that is not a good spirit or a good feeling or a good uh, entity. Do you believe that these things that you didn't see before, but that you can see now, are um, interdimensional rather than interplanetary? Does that make sense?
yeah. Um, you know, I think there's so much of the Earth that we don't know. I think that a lot of what we call these orbs of light, the more I experience them and the more I dive into this, I think that they're natural um, plasma beings. They're creatures. I call them ether dolphins, because to me they remind me of dolphins, because they're playful, they're intelligent, they're curious about you, they're gentle. They can hurt you by accident, but they wouldn't on purpose.
Is that a shout
I
out to John C. Lilly and Echo, Earth Coincidence Control Office?
No, it's not, but I like that. No, it's just I was with Ryan Bledsoe at the Monroe Institute. We're up at the top of this mountain that's pitch black. We're laying out by the pool in these chairs, just looking at the sky, calling in the orbs. And the impression I got from them, because we had multiple, is that they're consciously connected to you. They can read your mind. You can telepathically communicate with them when you ask them to do, like, say, a trick. Like, it reminded me of dolphins. Like, you know, tell a dolphin, you know, trained ones, you know, do a flip and I'll give you a fish, and they do. You know, you can say, you know, if you're connected to me right now, you know, do a loop or something like that, and they'll do it. It's like they're playful, they're curious, but they're also intelligent, and I think that those are just a part of Earth. I think they've probably been here forever. I think it's plasma. I think it's intelligent, and it's a living thing. That's just my observations of them. So I don't think those are like interdimensional or extraterrestrial. I think they're here. They're what we call ultra terrestrial, meaning they're from here. It's just a different. They call it a shadow biosphere. It's like this biosphere that's layered on top of us that we don't get. We don't understand. We can't even see it most of the time, but it's there. It's kind of like how you have bacteria on your skin, but you can't see it, but it's there. It like lives in its own world that's like layered on top of yours. That's how a lot of the phenomenon seems to me. It's a part of Earth. We just don't have the right way to understand it and interact with it. So we call it aliens.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll drop down so other people can ask questions. I just want to say I appreciate people with this level of curiosity and kindness. So I appreciate it.
Not Ken. Great question. Thank you
Yeah,
for
thank you,
joining
Stay
Ken.
us.
up. Yeah, stay up and hang out.
Yeah. Rich, did you have a question before we went to God
No,
Saw?
no. You know
That's
what? I want the conversation to keep flowing with the topic as it is, because I've got a question that could derail that. So I don't want to do that right now. I
okay.
don't want to derail it. Okay, so
All
keep going,
right.
keep going.
The
I'm
rich
loving the
grenade.
vibe. So go. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So yeah, I think the topic that I'm going to bring up will, you know, dive into another something that
Okay.
I think that you've explored deeply, Jordan. I'm not sure, but I think you have.
Okay.
So I want to let this keep going. So
Well, now you
like
got me on pins
let
and
the
needles,
other
Rich.
hands go. Let the other hands go. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
want to derail it. Okay. So
Okay.
God saw
Yep.
speak, like everybody get their, like, keep going, guys.
Okay. Yeah. And
Thanks.
I just want to say, if everybody, if you're not following Jordan, give him a follow. I've been following for a minute, and it's just been a great journey. And him giving his time tonight has been amazing. So yeah,
And
thanks again,
retweet the
Jordan.
space.
Yeah,
Retweet it.
retweet the
Yeah.
space. Is that yeah, that's what you're supposed to
Hit
say.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit
Smash
that,
that
what
like
the,
button.
it's black in my screen anyways. Hit that
Yeah.
purple pill and then hit that recycle retweet button, because only 25 people have done it. Oh,
All right. I love it. Thank you. All right, God Sauce. How you doing? By the way, I love your name and I love
hey,
your
hold on. Let me just give,
PFP.
hey,
Okay.
Cotter, let me just
Yeah.
give like a couple people a thank you, like
Okay.
JT, like JTK and Veronica for reposting the space, and Mr. Fungi, Joseph Riley, Mel, King Lakata, just a few thank yous, and Red, of course, Jordan. Thanks for reposting. But yeah, if you guys can help out, that'd be great. It is UFO Twitter week. Cheers.
Good point, Rich. And Jordan, how you doing on time, my friend? We want to be respectful of your time.
I'm doing good right now. Probably 30 minutes. I'll have to cap it.
Perfect. Okay. That gives us a good time. Okay. All right, God Sauce. Go ahead, buddy. What do you got?
Okie
Welcome.
dokie. Yes, thank you very much. It's nice to meet you, Jordan. Um, I've always thought you had a suspiciously handsome beard, so I thought you were a psyop. I'm going to be honest, but you're a breath of fresh air. So it's nice to get to know you here. Well,
Sorry to disappoint you. I'm just a regular dude.
okay, um, okay. So I've seen a few of your videos where you had blindfold on and other things. I was wondering if you've done any astral traveling, and as while you think about that, as a second question, when the fear is on you, what do you do to sort of help mitigate that and bring yourself back into a more neutral or loving state?
Yeah, great questions. So for the first one, the astral traveling, the way that I guess would define that for me is just your consciousness is focused in your body. That's what this body is. It's like a focusing instrument. It just funnels your consciousness in to this living existence here so we can maximize it and we're not distracted. When you astral travel, you're basically focusing it elsewhere. You're just pointing like a laser pointer. You're pointing your consciousness somewhere else. And you can kind of choose where that somewhere else is. Once you get in the astral, everything kind of works at the speed of thought. So you can just like snap your fingers and you're a place.
Oh my gosh,
Um,
who else in here has heard me say that in the astral you move at the speed of thought? Who? Oh my gosh, that's like
Raise your hands, folks.
ding 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 ding. Hold
I have.
Where's the
Yeah, that's
soundboard?
awesome.
that is great.
Yeah, I mean that's just it's how it works, and it's just like in a dream, you know. So basically, like I explained before, like this world, the dream world, and the astral are all the same. We just have rules. Well, we have rule sets on Earth that prevent us from doing that because if we could do that, it would be anarchy. But in the astral, you can. So once you refocus your consciousness out of your body, then you can move it places. And with the Monroe Institute, they teach you how to. There's different tones that put you in different focus levels, and the different focus levels have access to different realms, dimensions, whatever you want to call it. And then within those realms and dimensions, you can move around. And this is what I've been doing for a long time, is mapping all of this out. And I'll never get there because it's infinite. But just like in the DMT world, like it's the same thing. There's somewhere out there is a DMT world and you can go to it. I went to a claymation world where everything was claymation, which is nuts. I mean, it was the craziest thing. And then in that same day, when I went to claymation world, we do something called a debrief after our session. We all go to our rooms. We have these check units. It's like a sensory deprivation booth type thing. You do your thing. It's a hardcore, intense like thing that you're doing. I mean, you're sweating, and then you come out. We all do a debrief and talk about it. And when I got to me and I was debriefing, I was like, yeah, I was in this HD world where everything was very hyper realistic. And then it's like I zoomed out and it was like moving a screen like on Netflix when you're picking the next show. And I kind of swiped over, and then it was a screen with a claymation world, and I dove in, and then I'm in this claymation world. And when I say this, another guy there was like, "Oh my God, me too." So we both went to this claymation world. It's like it's a place that you can go to that exists. It's freaking crazy.
Is this
So
the one that has? I've only been to one place, and it's crazy. My first episode, Technology of the Mind, has the screens and how they unfold at such high resolution. The way I say it is enough to make a technician weep, such as their
yeah.
yeah. It's fascinating that wow. I'm kind of blown away right now. This is awesome. This world you're
Well, I mean,
talking about,
the
yeah.
reason my experiences mimic yours and other people's is because these are actual places. You know, it's not a hallucination or an imagination. It's a place that you're going to. Um, I'm sure those are coordinates. I'm sure you can actually figure out exactly how to go there. I'm thinking what we're getting to here. Um, so didn't mean to cut you off if you had more to say.
No, I'm just thinking you're the perfect person to discuss with Dr. Greg Little and my brother about the next step for the path of souls. You know, we're trying to rediscover that indigenous wisdom about where exactly to bury the bones and have the ritual in order to finally send the soul to out the perfect window, and then send it past the guardians. You know, towards the center of the galaxy where they say our soul family is waiting for us, and that this is the old wisdom, and we're trying to figure out if it's to be done again, how can it be done without risking so much. And it sounds like you've got a really consistent way of going about it. I'm just very excited.
Oh, well, thanks. I'm glad it comes out consistent and coherent because living this has just been fucking just a roller coaster. But I'm starting to kind of be able to zoom out and put it all together and be like, okay, what's happening here? So not there yet, but getting there. Anyways, so you talked about the fear element, and so that's a doozy because I mean this stuff can get dark and twisted, and a lot of it has to do with your own mind. A lot of this is colored by our perception. What we learned at the Monroans too, we take safety very seriously. We protect ourselves before we go into the astral every single time. We do these. We have a bubble that we put around ourselves. We do certain breathing exercises. We do this particular chanting exercise that protects you, and we have a mantra that we say. And the saying the mantra, the intention is huge. Intention is what guides the astral. It's all about intention because everything works at the speed of thought. So you don't have there's no grace period, like grace area. Like if you think something is gonna basically happen, there's not these like safeguards we have here. Um, so you have to be clear. You have to be in a good headspace. You have to have love in your heart, and you have to have the right intention. Um, I don't know how these like CIA folks and all these people operate in this realm because um, you can't. I mean, not that you can't be evil out there, but like I would think that it would turn dark so fast and consume them. So you just have to go out there with the right intention and the right mentality.
I'm thinking
And
their initiations have marked them such that the deals made with the astral guardians, I mean, they are really aggressive towards the rest of us, but some people they just let them pass with no issue, and I don't know if you came across one of these guardians that transform in the astral, that pull the black clouds into themselves with a lightning storm, and it turns into the machine.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I mean, I've come across some gnarly things, and
Jordan, you got
scared the crap out of
being
me.
that we've got about 20 minutes left, Jordan, do you mind if we just kind of cruise through a few hands, or did you guys want to continue that? I know it's a good train of thought. I just try to be respectful of your time and the people left here. Okay.
Can you hear me? I think I lost my microphone.
Oh, I can hear you now,
Yep.
Jordan. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
So we've got a few new hands, and we've got Jordan's got about 20 minutes left, and I know Rich wanted to bring up one last topic, so we'll try to do it. If you guys could just be a little bit time
No,
sensitive.
yeah.
Yeah. So I believe, where did she go? There, Metch Chick. Do you have a question for Jordan?
real quick, we can aim for 10 if that works for y'all.
Okay. Oh, you're on Central
Oh, is
Time,
that
Jordan?
40? Is that 40 minutes from now?
Yeah, that'd be 40. Yeah.
That's 40.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's perfect. Yeah,
Okay, great.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
Okay.
you're enjoying it, Jordan, and don't have
Oh, yeah.
anywhere to go, I'm good to host until I'm good for another 3-4 hours. So if you want to stick around, I'm good. If not, I'll jump into another space after. But yeah, man, it's Friday night and I'm not going anywhere. This is what I planned on. So I'm here.
Hey, and let me real quick just say shout out to Rich, because he's put a lot of time into this and a lot of things that he does behind the scenes for UFO Twitter that don't get noticed and everything. So appreciate you spending your time doing all this and talking to me all week, and it's been great getting to know you. So thank you for all that.
It's been
And
great getting to know you too.
And as far as my time tonight, it's not a hard out at 10. I was just kind of giving us a goalpost, but
Yeah.
as far as if the party's still going, no reason to kill the music.
I love it. I've got about 40 minutes, and you guys can move on without me if I have to go. But just give
Oh
me
yeah,
okay. That's awesome.
I'll make somebody else the co-host, and then
right.
Yeah, you know what? Then my question, I know what my question is. I'll just get it out whenever it's appropriate. Don't worry about me.
Okay. Well, just to set the space expectations of where we are in time. So we had Metch Chick next. If you want to unmute your bike and say hello.
Hello, it's Mech Chick, just mechanic by trade. Just to throw that out there.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. And I could go on and on. You guys are great. But I did have one question for Jordan. As far as like the astral traveling and the getting to that place, and using the tones, and you also used we. I was curious as to whether you were traveling alone or if you were traveling as a group, because it's something that I've thought of, like using bell tones in meditation to go to a certain level, frequency, or whatever. And if it was possible to meet other people in the same frequency if they were using the same tone at the same time.
Yeah, awesome question, and the answer is yes. So I haven't personally met up with somebody in the astral, but Robert Monroe talks about, he has a tape where he discusses this, where he had something called the Explorer team. The Explorer team were his top astral explorers. He put them together, and they had this kind of like elite team, and he would put them on like crazy missions. And this one in particular, he had both of them in the same focus level doing the same task at the same time, but he didn't tell them. Like it was kind of, he was doing an experiment, but they didn't know. So he had them doing the same mission, same everything. And afterwards, when he did the debrief, he debriefed them each separately, and he recorded everything. And each person, it was Tom Campbell and somebody else, I forget who the other guy was. Each person reported seeing the other person in the astral and working with them. They actually kind of collaborated together, and like they were like, "Hey, do you see the thing over there?" And like, "Yeah, I did." And so when he did the debrief afterwards, they were telling their story of what they saw and what they did and everything. And each person's story was the same as the other one. So they unknowingly met up in the astral and actually collaborated on the mission. I forget all the details and everything. It's been years since I heard the story, but it's super interesting because it means that like they weren't. What Robert Monroe was trying to prove is that people weren't just having these. It wasn't an imagination. It wasn't like they were just dreaming. It was they were actually going to a place. And
this is being researched now in the DMT-X world, where they're doing like extended state DMT trips and actually being able to stay in the DMT realm for longer and sending multiple people under and having those people run into each other in the DMT realm. And it's very fascinating, but it basically proves that you literally are going somewhere. It's not all in your head. So that means that you can, like, to answer your question, you could, meet up with somebody if y'all were both on the same, vibration and intention and mindset and everything. Absolutely.
That's cool. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. That's awesome. So we have one and then not Ken again. Let's go ahead, one.
Hello. Hi, Rich. Hello, Mr. Cotter, Jordan.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me speak. Really interesting topics, of course, but I tend to sway to we are all eternal beings, and my belief is we are all reincarnated souls, and our souls are eternal, such as knowledge. So, knowledge is never ending, and we are never ending. We are just experiencing life right now in these human bodies with some of us five senses, some of us six senses. So, interesting topic, guys. But I do want to stress that being reincarnated souls, I believe that if we like connect within ourselves and cut out all the drama and all the media and all the hype and basically unlearn what we've been taught, I think we can get back to where we need to be. But that's just me. And I understand that everybody is on their own journey. So if people need to have like reinforcements from other aspects in life, then so be it. I think who am I to direct you or anybody else? All I'm saying is um, do your discernment, but we're all on our own paths. There's no right or wrong way. There literally is no evil. What happens that you experience in life has to happen for a reason.
Yeah, that's the way Jordan let off the
Right,
space tonight
right.
about our
So,
traumatic experiences. And
right. And so I tend to wake up every morning before I put my feet on the ground. I thank the universe for another day of lessons because I'm alive. And that, that's a blessing in itself. But it's also a blessing to see our beautiful world. I mean, there's so many beautiful aspects of being alive that we miss because we're so, I don't know, conflicted or stressed or whatever. All I want to say is I love you guys and thank you again, Rich, for having me speak. Mr. Cotter, Jordan, I love this conversation, but I also want to let everybody know that wherever you are is exactly where you need to be.
Thanks for that one. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Wow. Yeah. And I know we had I know not Ken had his hand up. Yeah, not Ken, and then Bridge. I know Bridget just joined with a hand up. So, um, and yeah, go ahead, not Ken.
Thanks. I'll be brief so other people can speak and Rich can get his
No,
question out. I know you
okay.
guys got to run.
I love where you're going with it. You've got great questions, man. Just go with the flow, brother.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. I just wanted to follow up on something that Jordan said, and it was having to do with the different um, worlds or planes or dimensions that you could visit. What I picked up on, or what I understood, is that you believed they were coordinates that you could revisit, or something like that. Like you went to the claymation world, it's something that you could possibly revisit and other people could visit because it's actually a place that you go to, not a one-off. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, and so what we're taught at the Monroe Institute is if you want to go back to a place, just think of that place. But the reason I brought the coordinates part up is because what if there's multiple, like say claymation worlds, just as an example, you would need to be able to separate them. So there's something called DMTX, and it's basically like this, like the DMT world is kind of coming into the medical and scientific research community, and they're starting to do research on it because they're convinced that when these people are going into the DMT world, they're going to an actual place. Like they're not just having psychedelic hallucinations, they're going somewhere and there's beings there, and they're trying to turn DMT into like a technology. And I think that's crazy, but they're doing it. And because what Hemi-Sync does is it gives you that same ability to go to these same places, but you're in control. You're not under the influence of anything. You can stay there longer. It's non-invasive, all those things, right? So, but I think it's fascinating though, because there's not a lot of scientists for whatever reason studying Hemi-Sync, but there are a bunch of scientists studying DMT. And the only reason I bring that up is because their findings are very similar. The experiences are very similar, and it's pretty fascinating. They can go there, they can get information, they can get like higher source level information. They can meet with interdimensional type beings, have conversations. They can meet other humans there in this astral DMT world. So it's me thinking it, but it's also the current understanding of that by these scientists are starting to understand that there is a whole world out there with actual places that you can go to repeatedly. They can go to the same places over and over, like through different days, different experiments, which means these places exist in some other dimension. So yeah, I don't know how we would assign like addresses or coordinates to them, but there has to be a way, because you can just go there with thought. That's how we do it now. But if you start visiting a lot of these places, we'd have to figure out a way to catalog them and assign addresses and coordinates to them, just like we did here on Earth. But I absolutely think that you can do that.
That's awesome. So it's like two different doors to the same room, right? So you're taking one path versus another path. Do you think that's similar? And I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but to like Hawayaska or
Ayahuasca, yeah.
yes.
So ayahuasca is different. So DMT is different than all the other psychedelics. It just is. It's in a league of its own. It's different. All psychedelics, you kind of go somewhere. You have that kind of out of body and out of earth experience. DMT is different. It's closer. Everything I've learned from DMT is very similar to everything I've learned from Hemi-Sync. The difference is, so say all these different realms and dimensions have a frequency, right? With Hemi-Sync, we can go to different realms. You can change your frequency, change your tone, go to a different focus level, and you can go to different places. With DMT, it seems to me that every time you do DMT, you're going to that place, that realm, right? There's different places within that realm, but you're going to that dimension. I don't see them going to other dimensions. So I think that the way it's tuned, it's a frequency. You're going to that place because it's based on that frequency. Whereas with Hemi-Sync, we can traverse different frequencies, go to different places. So it's different than, like, say, ayahuasca or something like that. Ayahuasca seems to be more of an internal thing, the experience you have there is more of a kind of a shamanic journey, internally battling your demons and shining light on your darkness and that kind of stuff. It seems like you're going somewhere else, but you can, like, when we do Hemi-Sync, they always tell you, they're like, you can go outside or inside. When you dive inside, it's just as bonkers as going into the astral. Like, we are a universe in ourselves. So a lot of psychedelics, you're actually going internally. You just don't realize it because it's like a whole other world. But you're going into your subconscious, into your psyche. You're going into your own personality and your own self. It feels like you're going somewhere else, but you're actually going inside. DMT, we're pretty convinced you're going somewhere else. You know what I mean? So it's just different.
Awesome, thanks. I think I'll stick with the frequencies. So
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, not Ken. I have so many questions off of that. I mean, we could have like 16 different simultaneous realities going on with the conversation of this. Bridget, what do you got, Bridget? How are
Hold
you?
on,
Welcome
hold on.
back.
I want to just ask
Oh,
what seed in Peru has the purest DMT form? What's the term for it? I can't remember. It's a long word that starts with an N. I was listening to a YouTube channel. Just want to know if you were aware of that seed, what it's called.
No, I'm not. I know the what is it? The 5-MeO DMT is the best one for these experiments. I think that's actually the synthetic form, but
There's
it's the one that they can control the best.
Psychotria viridis, or is it no, the copy Banisteriopsis copy is the monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So yeah, the mother vine is Psychotria viridis. What was the question?
What seed in Peru had the highest form of natural DMT, whatever the molecule is called?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely not an expert on it. I'm just fascinated by it.
Have you ever been down there? Have you ever tried anything like that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, so you can do it in your natural state and get into it through
With the DMT?
Yeah, in
No, you have to hit that. I mean, they're doing these
like one.
short or these extended drip, IV things now that's what they're doing now with the new experiments. But no, when I got sober 5 years ago, I got sober. Like, I don't do nothing.
I love it.
Yeah.
Sorry, let Bridget. Bridget.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Bridget. And I just want to say before Bridget unmutes her mic, we're having a little technical
Especially,
difficulties. I'm seeing people's requests and stuff. We're having a little technical difficulties. So go ahead, Bridget.
can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm loving this, Jordan. You're so fun. Okay, so I first started something that I've been calling consciousness traveling when I was a teenager. I was in sort of like I was in a trance-like state, but it wasn't meditation. I was actually taking notes and in deep thought on a book that I was reading. And three members of my soul team collective sort of whisked my consciousness out of my body. And I pretty much feel like I was born with a question in my mouth. So this was my soul team collective's way of answering questions. So they whisked me out of my body. They started explaining things to me very much in the way that you would understand if you channel, right? But they would create images in front of me, but they always whisked me out and I could see earth behind me, right? And it was always up and to the left, up and to the left, up and to the left, right? We would go into different dimensional spaces or density spaces, depending on what we were doing. And they would explain things to me. They were just answering all of my questions. I had questions about our solar system. I had questions about our universe, everything, all these different things. And so every time I would go into a trance, they'd whisk me away when it was safe, obviously, not when I was doing something dangerous. And then I started like getting into really relaxed trance states. I didn't know that's what it was at that time. I would go lay in my bed and put myself into that state so that I could do it with them. And I would sort of exit myself out. And it progressed, right? So now when I started meditating, I can barely follow a guided meditation. I have to really focus because my first instinct is to pop out and go play, right? And I love doing this. And I feel like it's very similar to what I do during dream time, where I'll become lucid in my dream, wake myself up, and pop out and go play, right? And it's very similar. And I don't do that all the time, but I do it a lot. I like to travel. Um, when I did astral projection, though, I spent a couple of years playing around with that because my friends were curious. We were both really curious about it, and we were playing around with astral projection, and it was slightly different. Like there was this energy shell around me. There was a silvery white cord, and I don't have any of that when I consciousness travel. In fact, I don't have much of a form at all. It's just consciousness. But if I focus on myself, it's like it's the imprint of my human form, right? And the beings that I travel with don't either. And when I was astral projecting, I could still feel I call it my travel team. I could still feel them with me. And when I'm in consciousness form, I can also perceive a Merkaba sometimes, right? Not always. I don't always use a Merkaba. I use instantaneous a lot. But if I want to give myself the illusion of traveling from one place to another, I perceive a Merkaba around me. And with me, I'm within it, I am it, sort of is a better way of saying it. So I'm wondering if you've ever experienced multiple forms. If I don't know that there's that big of a difference, except I don't see there's no tether, right? The tether is my consciousness is connected to my physical form. I can perceive my physical form. I've had experiences where I'm in another dimensional plane of existence and experiencing very star-seeded moments, right? Where I like become another kind of being. Obviously, there's a connection there, and my body is freaking out because the vibration is so high. It's almost like if someone would have walked in on that one, it would look like I was having a seizure. That's not what was happening. It was just the frequency was too high for my body. So it would pull my attention, but I can choose to stay. And there have been a number of times where I didn't want to come back and I had to make a choice to actually come back to my body because where I was so home that I didn't want to come back. So I'm curious if you've had any experiences like that, Jordan, or if you've experienced traveling in multiple kinds of ways.
So one point on your one of the last things you said, I study near-death experiences a lot because it's just super fascinating. I think it's one of the best ways to get a bigger picture. And one thing you hear a lot when people leave their body fully, their consciousness leaves their body, and they have a near-death and they cross over, and then say, for example, this happens a ton. There's so much literature on it, but they'll meet up with a guide or something, and the guide will be like, "It's not your time. You got to go back." And they'll usually be like, "No, I don't want to go back. Like it's so peaceful here." So to me, it's so fascinating because most people's biggest fear in life is dying. Like you're so scared of dying. But then these people that have these near-death experiences and cross over. With my NDE, I didn't cross over. It was different. So I didn't have that full effect. I don't even really like calling it an NDE because of that reason. But it was a near-death experience, and I had an out-of-body experience and shifted my consciousness and all that. But I didn't cross over. But people that cross over is so fascinating because, like you said, you're like, it's so beautiful here, and the love and the peace, and then when they're told they have to go back, they're like, how am I going to fit this enormity of me back into that little body? Like it seems impossible to them. And they always talk about it like they're being shoved into this little canister. And they don't want to. And then a lot of times when they come back, it's traumatic and they just want to go back to that place they were. Which has always led me to believe that the universe is loving by nature. Because, generally speaking, I mean, it's by far the vast majority of near-death experiences, people describe it being loving and nurturing and beautiful like that. It's very rare actually that someone has a near-death experience and it's hellish or something. It's very rare. So I loved what you said there because like when you get far enough away, we have this silver cord that attaches us to our body. That's how we can always come back. No matter how far you go in the astral, you can always just think about your body or wiggle your finger or so we say we just say 1 1 1 and you kind of wiggle your finger 1 1 1 and you're back immediately because you have the silver cord that attaches you. But sometimes when you get out there, you don't want to come back. As beautiful as Earth is and life is and all the stuff here, I mean, sometimes when you're out there, it's like, man, it's so awesome out here. Like, I don't want to go back, bills and taxes and my foot hurts and all this stuff, you know. Um, so it's kind of cool just to know, like, I always want to come back because I love my life, but also knowing that, hey, one day when I do transition, it's pretty awesome on the other side too. You know what I mean? Um, so sorry, I kind of went on a rant there and I forgot your other question.
Oh no, that was beautiful. At first, they're not near-death experiences for me, but I can see the correlation.
Yeah.
I have a lot of friends that have had NDEs experience themselves in that, and I feel like the higher the frequency, and the more source consciousness is permeating, that's when I have to make a choice, right? When I want to stay in that home vibe, right? That vibe that is, the beauty of everything, existing simultaneously. So I think my question was, have you experienced yourself traveling in multiple ways, or has it always been with the astral cord? And my curiosity with this is, it's so similar. Like when we talk astral projection, I talk consciousness traveling, like the different realms that you can go to, the different layers of dimension, hearing the dimensions, hearing, feeling, seeing the dimensions shift as you move through them, right? The layers, the membranes, so to speak, right? The energetic membranes. All of that is very similar, but I don't have a shell. I don't have an astral. It's not the astral form. And I know that because I've done astral traveling, right? I prefer the way I do it. I feel like it's more freeing. And I'm just curious if anyone else has that experience and can talk about the nuanced differences. So I was just wondering if you had ever done it a different way.
Yeah, no, I mean, great question, and I guess I'm not knowledgeable enough on it to really discern between them. Like meaning, like when you're dreaming, you're essentially out of body traveling. Your consciousness, especially when you get to stage 4, like REM sleep, we're pretty much convinced at this point everybody at that stage leaves their body, their consciousness does, and you go somewhere. You go to sleeper school. You go to what Robert Monroe called locale 2, which is like an alternate sort of version of this world. There's places you go, and in that case, is that an astral projection, or is that considered something else? I don't know the nuances there well enough to be able to define it. I feel like I have traveled different places in different sort of ways and means, depending on what I'm doing. Um, but I always kind of feel that silver cord connection. Um, but yeah, I think I get your question, and I don't know. I don't know how to sort of discern between the different.
Is there credit in the next one we go to? Or like we got to pay taxes and shit? Because I'm not doing it.
I have not seen Astral Taxes.
Hey, buddy, how are you, my friend?
That'd be gnarly. Doc, we're going by hands if that's okay.
Oh shit, dude! I don't have either one of those two things. I know, so I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass, man. I'm so sorry, man. I'm
That's
just
all
having
right.
fun.
No, I like your
Spaces are fucking popping tonight, dude. I just got kicked out of a political one for, I don't know, offended.
All right, thanks, Doc. And
Darth came out of nowhere.
Right, that's how they roll. I love it. I actually have we have Gonzalo down there with his hand up, but since you and Bridget were talking about this, I'd like to, if it's okay, just take a minute and ask something similar. So, Jordan, I think, when you put up a post a couple weeks back about your life journey and hospitalization to where you are now, and I think I shared with you in the comment section that I had a similar experience, was brought back to life due to substances, and have been sober, over 2 years, and working through my spiritual journey. And I really haven't come out with that totally publicly, but I guess, I have with some close friends in here, and kind of mentioning it because I think sometimes by mentioning it, you inspire other people to feel like they're not alone and there's hope and all that fun stuff. But and I might have mentioned this to Bridget before too, was so when I kind of went to the other side, not kind of, I guess I did, but I don't remember anything that evening until I woke up like a day and a half to 2 days later in the hospital. I was wondering if you guys can give me any advice, being very vulnerable here, obviously, but if you guys give me any advice on maybe getting hypnotized, or because I am very interested to see what what I maybe may recall that my ego or something was blocking out because it was such a traumatic experience.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think that our our subconscious and our higher self, which are basically one and the same, if you ask me, are constantly trying to protect us, and that's why we do have so many of these memory blocks. So you can, through hypnosis, you can go and visit and relive as much of that as you want, and that sometimes can be very therapeutic. Sometimes there's things that are suppressed by our subconscious that's actually doing damage, and we don't realize it. It's causing blockages or it's manifesting in other ways. And the
That's
best
what
thing
I'm
you can
afraid of.
do, yeah, the best thing you can do is go back and release that by reliving it. You have to do that shadow work, that non-fun stuff.
Yeah,
um,
right.
and it does suck, but it can have like these exponential positive effects afterwards. So I definitely, if you did have like a crossover type near-death experience and you don't remember any of it, I
Yeah.
would absolutely think that that's your subconscious suppressing it, and at some point it needs to come out. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
I appreciate that. Yeah.
last year, me and Sarah went to a few different um, conferences or retreats. Whatever, these are more like retreats, and at several of them, we did like childhood trauma exercises. And I was just like, if I go to one more retreat where we're just sitting around crying, because that seemed to be all we were doing. But I actually like in through all this, I did so much like shadow work and I did so much like releasing of trauma and revisiting things. And there's something called revision where you can literally go to past memories and you can change the outcome. You can edit it, which actually has like a almost instantaneous effect on your current and on your future. There's all these things that you can do psychologically within yourself internally and in your mind and your psyche and your subconscious, that you don't even need to astral travel or go anywhere. Like your body's a universe and there's so much going on in there, and sometimes like these things can be distractions from internal stuff. And a lot of this is, when it deals with aliens, for example, like you hear from so many experiencers that they're waiting for us to level up our consciousness. They're waiting for us to ascend. They're waiting for us to
Right.
raise our frequency to where we're at their frequency, where we can even communicate, even start to have a conversation. And all that comes from doing shadow work, doing this trauma release, all of this stuff that we have just accumulated over the years and suppressed like a fucking jack in the box. It's going to blow up, and you have to peel it away one layer at a time before it does. So I would
Thank
recommend you
you for
do get like a hypnosis session and see what pops up.
Okay, no, thank you for unwinding that, and that's beautiful because one of the mentors, this gentleman my wife and I are working with, he says the body always remembers. It's just a matter if you recall it.
Yeah.
So when he asks us something like, "Hey, tell me about this experience at 5 years old," and you're like, "How do you know about that?" And he's like, "And I'm like, I don't remember." He's like, "No, you don't recall." So thank you for that, and yeah, so much I can ask, but that's beautiful.
Here, let me tell
So
you one
yeah,
thing real quick before we move on, because other
sure,
people might find this helpful. It is absolutely true that all hypnosis is self hypnosis. That at
yep,
the end of the day,
yep,
if you have someone doing hypnosis on you, which is great, like having a trained hypnotherapist is huge. Having said that, I'm the kind of person that likes to do stuff on my own, um, for better or for worse. And I find that kind of stuff I do self hypnosis, and
so
so
you're
don't
saying I could do
always.
this myself?
I'm saying that there are ways you can do this yourself, absolutely, and at least
Oh
get
wow.
a start. Start
Okay.
peeling back those layers, and then maybe you want to, um, you know, level it up to a professional if you get into some nasty stuff. But you might find that it's therapeutic and easier than you think. I mean, don't be scared of it. Like these are just thoughts. You already lived through it. It's not going to kill you. You already survived. You
Right,
already did the
right.
hard part. This is
Yeah.
just this is just releasing it. And there's
Oh,
a lot of things that you can do yourself at home, in the comfort of your own home, and if it doesn't work, you can always go and get somebody. My wife does it. I know other, great people that do this. But it's not always necessary. Sometimes, I always, when we had our studio and we had a meditation studio and we did healing arts and stuff like that, I always told people, I am not healing you. I'm not doing anything. I'm just simply guiding you. I'm giving
yeah.
you the tools and you're doing all the work. If you ever meet someone who says that they're a healer and they'll heal you, I don't know, because like you have to heal yourself. Like everything comes from you. Um, so that you can have guides, you can have people that show you the steps and walk you along and protect you and help you along the way, and that's freaking awesome. But the most powerful thing anyone can ever learn is that you have the power to heal yourself, to control yourself, to dive into yourself, to get to know yourself, to do everything. Like it's all in you.
Thank you for those wise words, Jordan. That means a lot. Thank you so much for taking the time. Okay, we have Gonzalo was waiting next. How you doing, Gonzalo? What do you got a question for Jordan?
Yeah, how's it going? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I
Yes.
could.
Sweet. Thank you guys for hosting this space. Jordan, nice to meet you. I'm a what do you say, a huge fan of yours. I listen to
Oh,
I listen to and I read your posts all the time. Thank you for all your insights. Like, really appreciate it.
I
Um,
appreciate you.
so I don't really have a background on remote viewing. I've never left my body. I've never nearly died. So obviously I don't have the experiences that maybe many of you may have. But I did go down the rabbit hole, if you want to say, of UFOs and remote viewing and things like that. And it can get a little exhausting. So I kind of took a break and I kind of got back into it when I discovered your content. And then you talked about the Monroe Institute, and then you were in there with this guy called Ryan, and Ryan had a podcast because his dad was famous in the UFO world, and I was like, who is this guy Chris? So then I looked up Chris, and then I feel like he's one of the most sincere people that publishes his stories and is really sincere about the experiences he's had. And and what really intrigued me was the portion of where he goes and he assists people in healing. And I'm glad you brought that up, like just a few minutes ago. Um, and I was like, is this really true? Like, how can this happen? And I've also seen posts that healing relates to frequencies and potentially meditation, and not just for yourself, but you can be a tool for others. And then I was trying to go down that rabbit hole, and then I saw your content on YouTube, where I believe your wife had an experience where she was ill, and she meditated and encountered a being that essentially told her exactly what she needed to take in order to heal herself. So I was hoping to see if you could potentially give me an insight, maybe things that you thought were correct before, and where you have a new vision of what that aspect is. Because obviously I don't have any experience, like I said, on anything like that related to remote viewing, astral projections and stuff. I was just kind of curious to get your perspective on that. What is that? What does that involve? Is that legit? Like, can you please share your insights?
yeah. So especially pertaining to the healing part, and Chris Bledsoe is amazing. And like I said, other people can't heal you. You have to heal yourself. Well, he's the exception. He actually can perform miraculous healing. It's all with his intention. He does it with his mind. He's an exceptional person. Um, and
Jordan, were you in the space with him the other night?
yeah, it was. Yeah, he's awesome, man. I love him. I love his story, and I've got to know his family over the years, and they're all awesome, every one of them. So then you had talked about my wife's experience with the blue beings, and so the blue beings are fascinating. So it's her story, so I don't want to tell it, but I'll tell a couple of little parts. Um, so whenever my wife was going through her thing, these blue beings came to her in her meditations, and they delivered exact instructions on how she was having a gallbladder attack, and they delivered exact instructions on how to heal and cure this thing she was going through. And it was so precise. I mean, it's telling her exact herbs and foods to eat and all this kind of stuff, walking her around a garden while doing it. And there were these blue beings, and she's had several interactions with them. So I started looking up blue beings, and I was like, okay, what's up with these blue beings? And I found this guy, and he's out in Africa or something. He's this religious guy, but he's like very spiritual, and he had a YouTube channel. And the reason it came up because I was just Googling on YouTube, blue beings of light and blue beings healing, and he popped up. So I clicked it and I listened to a story, and I shit you not, he told a story that was almost identical to Sarah's, and same issue, same, like, it's crazy. And I was sitting there, like, I went and told her, like, she was at a coffee shop with her friend, and I was like, hey, like, look, like, this guy's story had to do with the gallbladder attack, when he went to the hospital and all the stuff that happened, it was all almost identical. And the blue beings came and they helped him, and it was so wild. So there is something about these blue beings that they are very, very loving and giving. They're in Hinduism, you have the different deities that are blue, and when they first came to her, they looked like that. And then it wasn't until the second or third meeting with them where they actually dropped that. That was kind of a mask of sorts that they use to kind of because it's familiar, even though she's not Hindu, but it's just something they put on, they use when they're interacting with us, and then once they get comfortable with us, they drop it, and then they're just blue beings of light, basically, and they are amazing. Anyways, they seem to really care about healing. Whenever I was researching them, almost every single story with them had to do with them healing and performing some miraculous healing on us. They're tied to us, and they can heal us at a light body, an astral body, and a physical body state. And they're super cool. So they are just these healing spiritual beings. If anyone else out there has any interaction with them, I'd love to hear, because it's super fascinating. But yeah, so I mean, you can heal yourself. We've proven that a gazillion times with the placebo effect. Mentally, you can heal yourself. Other people can heal you if they're on the same frequency and they have that ability. These blue beings can heal you. So I forget exactly what your question was. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just kind of curious. Let's say a noob like me, right? Like,
Yeah.
where would I have to start? I have the Expand app from the Institute. I just got
Mhm.
the yearly subscription. I'm like, I'm just gonna try it. And I did one meditation, and my mind felt like jello, which is actually good because I was so stressed that day. And I meditated for
Yeah.
5 minutes, and I was like, dude, like, I don't know why anyone does drugs. Um, so, but how do I get to that position where I'm like, okay, I can deeply meditate and kind of have an understanding of what I need to do to potentially understand what my next steps would be? I guess what would you recommend?
I love the Expand app. So I mean, obviously the next level would be like going to, and I'm trying not to sound like an endorsement or promotion for this place. It's what I use. That's what I know. But like going to
You have to hunt humans.
the Monroe Institute and doing the Gateway will change your life. But that's a more extreme thing. It's expensive and it's a commitment. But things that you can do. I mean, for years, I fixed a lot of my own problems just sitting on my couch meditating every night. Just simply, it's like emptying the cache on your computer. It's like taking out the trash. Just quieting your mind and being able to do that. You don't have to go to some fancy institute. You don't have to do anything special. You get to the point where you can just do it anytime, any place. You get a little ritual and little thing, but just meditating is a superpower. I mean, it just is. And then you'll get where you can talk to yourself. You can, you can manifest. You can, heal things in your body that are aching you. You can gather information. What I was doing when I was healing is I was communicating with my higher self through meditation, and I would just ask questions. I call it spiritual chat GBT. Like when you go to chat GBT, you have to ask it something. It won't just tell you things. It's not, it's not just going to bark at you like, hey, did you know that Mars is this many miles from Earth? It's not just going to tell you random facts like a Snapple cap. You have to actually ask. You have to say, hey, like, give me, here's a question, and it'll give you an answer. Well, your higher self is the same way. So if you have an issue going on in your life, meditate and just ask. And usually when you ask, you'll get an answer, whether you get it verbally, like immediately, or whether it comes in the form of some synchronicity, a show you're watching that has the answer, or someone gives you a book the next week and has the answer, whatever. Maybe it comes in your dream. I do a lot of like auto suggestion before I go to bed. I kind of give my subconscious a goal, like, hey, in my sleep, answer this question or give me this piece of knowledge. I expect it in the morning, and then I'll wake up. And a lot of times I just have that knowing. So use your subconscious as like a supercomputer, like AI assistant, and use meditation as the way to get to that state where you can put the prompts in and communicate. That's what I would recommend. And don't think that you have to buy anything else or do anything else. It's all in you. It's just a matter of just practice.
Thank you, Jordan. Congrats on the new son-in-law, by the way, and I appreciate the response.
Thanks. Yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Great question. Great question. So Jordan, I see your other half joined us on the stage as well. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you for supporting such a wonderful man. I'm sure they always say behind every great man there's a better woman. At least my wife says that to me all the time. So
Sarah would agree.
yeah. So if you want to raise your hand, Sarah, feel free. Oh, you want to jump in, Sarah? How are you doing?
I'm great. How are y'all?
Doing well. Doing well.
Um, I
Go
was
ahead.
just going to add a little bit about the blue beings. The experience that I had was through self-hypnosis. Like I'm trained in QHHT, but I also have a program that was a self-healing. I didn't know that I had the gallbladder thing coming on whenever I started it. And these blue beings had started contacting me back in May, and I started this program at the beginning of July. So they were like coming to me and kind of like warning me that this was going to happen, but I didn't understand that that's what the warning was. But it was self-hypnosis, and it was really just tuning in and listening to what my body had to say through body scans.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank,
Sarah. You want to add
thanks,
anything to that,
Sarah.
Jordan?
Yeah, she does self-hypnosis almost every day. She has this thing that she does, and it's changed her life. I mean, I think we say that all the time because every few months there's something new
Right.
that's changing our life again. But I think she would agree that it's been a life changer, and it just goes back to what I was saying. Like, you know, hypnosis is self-hypnosis, and you can self-hypnotize yourself rather easily, especially with the right tapes. And the more you do it, the easier it gets. And now she's to the point where sometimes she'll be like, it's almost like if I don't have my coffee in the morning, I'm pretty grumpy. I think she's getting to the point where, sorry, babe, but when she doesn't do her self hypnosis in the morning, like she's even like, oh, I didn't do my hypnosis in the morning, and it affects her. It's like it becomes this like practice that you do, and it's so healing and therapeutic, but also it allows her to connect to these interdimensional, spiritual, whatever you want to call it, higher consciousness beings that literally in a way kept her out of the hospital because like they came to her and were telling her, hey, kind of giving her warnings and what to look for and that kind of stuff, but she didn't really understand it. But then like whenever they came, I guess they got a little more sense of urgency and stuff. And when they gave her the exact, and she can chime in and correct me where I'm wrong, but when they gave her the exact things, it was so like she has a friend who, Kathy, who's like an amazing herbologist and chef, and she's just a healing person. She's just magical with all these things. So she knows all the herbs and she knows all the things. She's an alchemist. And when Sarah told her, she's like, yeah, the blue beings told me about this and this. We had heard of the first two. We'd never even heard of the second two. So obviously she wasn't making this up. And when she told Kathy all this, Kathy's like, yes, those are all like liver and gallbladder, cleansing, detoxifying things. So it was this like poignant, like timely information that's like life-saving kind of information that even though it came from the blue beings, it came through Sarah doing hypnosis. Like that's the connection. You have to be in that state to be able to communicate and connect with these beings.
I
That's
think
so
the key,
fascinating.
yeah, and the
Good, Sarah.
key being like listening to your body and connecting to like I'm very connected to my higher self and my guides, but like making that connection, right? And like actually taking the time each day to do that. Like we can rush through every day, like, get up super early, got to get the kids to school, got to do this, got to get to work, da 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 da. But like slowing down for that 5 to 8 minutes to take that time to yourself can really change your life. Like I know Jordan said that, and yeah, I will willingly admit I am not the same person each day if I don't get my meditation in. So
I agree, Sarah and Jordan. I mentor a few young gentlemen, and the first thing I tell them is, start that morning ritual. And same here. Like I have my lemon juice, and then I meditate, and I do my little routine for 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll have a coffee. And if I don't do that, the day does not unfold as well. So I couldn't agree with you guys more. Yep. I love that. And you guys aren't too far from me and my wife, so I might have to make a journey up and pay for a session, Sarah. There's so much that we were talking about earlier that I would love to take advantage of meeting you beautiful people and maybe doing a session and learning some stuff like about the hypnosis and then my own hypnosis for my experiences that I had. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we
then,
would
so,
love that.
okay, that's awesome. Let's just pray we have no more hurricanes in Florida for the rest of this season. Um,
Amen.
so we have, as far as hands goes, we have Bridget, Ursula, and then Max. Bridget, would you like to join in?
I would love to. Hi, Sarah. Welcome to X. um, okay, so Jordan, you had mentioned the blue beings and said if anyone has any stories. Um, I had originally raised my hand for something else, but so very star-seeded, right? So I'm in the star-seed communities a lot, star-seed walk-in hybrid communities. And the label that we have for the beings who I'm feeling frequency-wise that you guys are talking about is Arcturian. Now, whether that label is accurate or not is not important to me, but that's the name, right, that has been given and has been widely accepted in the starseed community.
I
How
think
I
they told her
experience
that. Didn't they say that, Sarah? Oh, she's muted.
Um,
uh,
mine, I'm with Pleiadian.
oh,
Okay,
cool.
so they're playing.
I'm
Yeah.
feeling Arcturian frequencies as he's talking about it, so maybe that's something different. But oh, that's yeah, the Pleiadians and the Arcturians. Again, those are just labels. Um, both of them, Pleiadians use a lot of Arcturian healing technology. So the way my remembrance works with all of this, I'm partly here to remember and share, just because it's activating for others, right, in their own remembrance journeys, whatever that looks like. And from my remembrance of Arcturian expressions, every bit of our technology is designed to be of service to all. And it's incrementally stepped up. So it's all about healing, but a lot of people think of the Arcturians more as like the inventors and the people that are like that. But everything in Arcturian technology, from my remembrance, is all designed to be of service and to be healing and harmonizing for the wholeness that everyone always is, whatever realm they're playing in. And a lot of the different quote unquote galactic or Star Nation people use Arcturian technology, which is healing technology. I know that some of the Pleiadian, what do they call them? I mean, they have all these different names for them, but like the chambers and things that people call med beds or whatever. Everybody has all these terms for it. I see them as just light technology, but a lot of those, the foundation of it is what we would call Arcturian. And I perceive them in so many different ways, depending on who I'm connecting with and what density and dimension they're expressing in. But often they are blue shimmers, blue energy beings, basically, and they will show sort of like the very ET like shaped heads, right? Very bald, right? Bold blue, but they'll also show like a paler blue. I think, from my remembrance, there's very much a range, and not all of them look exactly alike. Like a lot of different races and species, but yeah, Sarah, I love that they're Pleiadians. Pleiadians are so beautiful. And that feels actually root race Pleiadian, which is very cool. So there are many different races within the Pleiadian nation from what I've accessed. And some of them are interstellar, some of them aren't. And it's pretty cool.
Thanks, Rich.
Jordan, you talking?
Oh,
I can't hear anybody.
nope.
Oh,
I'm on
okay.
now. It cut out for a minute.
Okay. I don't know
Yeah,
if you wanted to
thanks, Bridget.
respond to,
No, yeah,
yeah.
it's I mean, I have never heard a bad story about the blue beings. Let's put it that way. People argue over grays and reptilians and all are these good or bad, and are Nordics good or bad, and all this stuff. But from what I can tell, if you're visited by a blue being, especially if they're delivering some helpful health information, definitely take it. They seem to be here to help us for sure.
Thanks, Bridget. And thanks, Jordan, for responding to that. And then we had Ursula next. Hi, Ursula. You've been waiting a while. Sorry about that.
Hi, Rich. Hi, Carter. Hi, Jordan. Um, I would just like to say that when I was little, I saw beings, and as I got older, I wondered why I saw certain types of beings, and as an adult, I realized that I thought I was the only one that saw these things, and then right before my sister passed away, I realized that she also saw the same beings. But I, on the other hand, thought I was just a normal one, and my sister was the clairvoyant one. And I'm realizing that when she passed away, that I started seeing more orbs. And I'm just, my question to you was, how many different types? I kind of missed the first a part of the space because I was a speaker in Darren's space, and so I wanted to ask, how many types of beings have you come in contact with? How long have you? I mean, it feels like you're a healer. I heard a little part of that, but ever since I was little, I can also feel when certain people are like healers, or there's like these auras that come from them, and I felt that tonight. And also, when I was walking earlier alone, when you were speaking, I saw two orbs, and I recorded those. So that's how I know. I was like, wow, he's this type of person that I can feel it emanate from you. So I have so many questions, but those are the few questions I'll ask right now. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you for those super nice words. No, I don't consider, well, I mean, we're all healers. That's what I was saying. My whole goal is just to, like, I'm curious as all get out, and I like to learn things, and I like to share those things with other people. So I like to help other people realize these things and get to the point where they can heal themselves, help themselves. Basically, my goal is just to live my dream life and help other people live their dream lives. And healing is a big part of that. You have more fun in life, you can manifest better, all the things are better if you're healed and healing. So I like to share healing information. But I appreciate the kind words. As far as what kind of beings I've seen, so you know it's really wild. I mean, I've never really sat there and thought about it, but I guess we have had a lot of different interactions. Me and my wife, I'll just say Sarah. I don't know why I keep saying my wife. Me and Sarah, we all know each other. We're all friends here. Me and Sarah, were walking on the beach one time, and a silver orb dropped into the ocean right in front of us. That was first. I saw a shape shifting UFO right over my head. I got it on video. Clear day, perfect blue skies, right outside my house. Um, Pretty close too. I mean, you can see it pretty good. That was pretty neat.
You
Lots
sent
of orb.
or
Yeah,
Sarah?
yeah. I'll have to find that one. It's on my computer. It's from a few years ago.
Wow.
We didn't get
Okay.
a picture of the orb at the beach. Was crazy because like there was probably 100 people out there and no one seemed to see it. And we saw it. And at first we thought it was a drone because it was just lowering down like drones do when they're landing. But it was over the water, and we're like, well, it's not just going to go into the water. That would be silly. And it just went straight bloop, right into the water. And then it was like it hit us. We're like, that wasn't a drone. It's like it takes you a minute to figure it out. And then so I've had a couple. Those were like silver metallic-y UFO sightings. Lots of orbs. We had, I had super paranormal experiences at Monroe Institute. Beings in the room, glowing red eyes, looking at us from the forest. All sorts of paranormal, poltergeisty type things
Can you
there.
talk about your time on the mountain
Yeah, that was well, which one?
at the Monroe Institute?
Yeah, that's there. I mean, there was one night where every single person that was there, we had 15 people in our group, and we all had our own rooms, and every single person had a visitation in their room, and no one slept. It was a wild night. Um, and then in our room at home, we've had multiple shadow being encounters here. We've had beings like get into the bed with us, like sit on the bed, where like say somebody sits on the bed and you can feel like their butt sit down. Like we've had beings in the middle of the bed where you can feel the bed moving, and that's happened more times than I wish did. We have a ghost in our house that my daughter sees. Um, it just seems like it's just multi or full spectrum. You know what I mean? It's not like one thing. It's not like, that's what makes the phenomenon so interesting. It's not like, oh, I saw an alien. It's like, there's just so much life out there, like surrounding you in all these different forms. And we've experienced a whole lot of it. And, when you get into the phenomenon stuff, it seems to, like I said, when you're interested in the universe, it becomes interested in you, and you kind of turn your light on. And Sarah has a powerful light. She's a channeler. She gets messages from the other side. People's higher selves will send her messages to deliver to people all the time. So she didn't realize that, but it just kept happening, and now it's like it's obvious what's happening. We know now. So all these things happen, and you just go with it. You don't fight it. You don't let it freak you out. Like the more it happens, the more normal it seems. I mean, it sounds bananas, like saying all this stuff, but it's just kind of part of our life. It's just like when it happens, you're just like, oh yeah, it's like if you're in the woods and you see a bear. At first you're kind of like, oh, a bear, and then you're like, oh yeah, we're in the woods. Of course, there's bears. Well, like these things happen, and you have to realize this isn't our world. We just live here. We're just a part of this like fabric of reality, and there's a lot of different things that also call this home. And you know, it's some of the things are furry and animal-like that we can pet and pick up, and some of the things are more etheric. Some of the things are more, supernatural, just because we don't have an explanation of it to define it. Just like at one point we discovered bacteria, and I'm sure the first guy that discovered bacteria was like, "What the fuck is this?" There's living things all over us, and now we just understand. Yeah, there's little tiny microscopic things all over the place. Now we understand that, but we didn't at a certain point. I think that's just kind of how this is. Like one point we're going to understand that there's a lot of stuff out there, all around us at all the time. We just don't really interact with it because our consciousness is too dim. But you start lighting up and turning on all light switches, and you start seeing more things. So to answer your question, we've seen a lot of different things, just at different points and different times.
Thanks, Jordan. That was awesome. So we have Max, Tom, and Ken. I just before Max, before you unmute, how you doing on time, Jordan?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right. Max, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, yeah, thanks for this space, guys. Jordan, love your walking in the forest videos, talking to the camera. Keep making those. Those are awesome to watch every time you post them. I think what you're kind of talking about there a little bit with our consciousness evolving and getting to points where we can understand different aspects of
Hey, Max,
reality.
come on. Hello,
Oh,
hello, hello. What's going on?
Who's
My son's
who's
dropped.
that? Who's talking?
I'm hybrid. I'm hybrid.
Hybrid, mute
I'll
it
speak
until
in a
we
bit.
call on you, brother.
I'll wait.
yo,
There we go.
am I good?
Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, it's kind of like I think what you're getting at is like kind of what happened with the Copernican revolution a little bit, where our consciousness evolved to understand the universe in different ways, and there was a before and after kind of in our understanding of the universe, and that might be what we're kind of looking at here with disclosure or understanding of NHI or what have you. I thought it was an interesting question that Gonzalo asked earlier about kind of how to do the Monroe tapes or how to kind of
I
get
got
in
everything
touch
ready
with
for tomorrow.
ourselves. I'm wondering,
I do that for us.
I'm wondering, Jordan, could you kind of say? What's your number one tip for someone that's wanting to get results from the Monroe tapes, as someone who is dabbling into doing some of that kind of stuff?
So they do. So I hate to always go back to do the gateway, but it's so transformative because it teaches you how to actually use the tapes and the progression and all of the safety things that go into it, and it really is very important. But having said that, they do a good job of doing these like smaller things like online. They do a lot of online stuff, and so there's not really, it's hard to say because there's not really like a starting point because it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So doing gateway basically gives you an introduction into all of it, full spectrum. You do remote viewing, you do manifestation, you do healing, you do astral traveling, you do learn how to leave your body, like literally like Velcro, remove your consciousness from your body vessel. Like you learn everything. It's only 6 days and it's completely life changing. But having said that, I understand the obligation that it's a whole thing. So I always go back to like there's so much that you can just do yourself. like internally. Like you don't like the Expand app that they have is great because it has all these different things and really great meditation. So if you're trying to sleep better, or you're trying to heal or manifest or set goals or whatever, they have meditations for all that. And it has the, you know, the Monroe sound technology, and it all works great. I like to just like, I don't know. I understand exactly what you're asking. I wish I had a better answer, because there's not just a play this tape and you'll be fine. Because the way the tapes work, like when it comes to the gateway tapes, each tape has different tones and different resonances, different resonant frequencies that get you in different altered states of consciousness. Like the whole point of it is it's altering your state of conscious, but they're doing it precisely. So one tape might put you in, say, focus 10. Well, focus 10, you do that for particular reasons. Like you go to focus 10 to do X, Y, Z. And then you go to focus 12. Okay, you go to focus 12 to do, you know, 1, 2, 3, right? There's different things you do in different focuses. So, and they're different tones. So I can't just say, play this tape, because different tapes do different things. For example, if you want to manifest, you go to focus 15. Focus 15 is great for manifesting. But to get to focus 15, you have to actually start in 10, go from 10 to 12 to 15. So, and I know this probably doesn't make any sense, but it just goes to show that like there is a progression. And when I first started doing it, I didn't know any of this. I was just playing random tapes and doing random things, and I was just blasting off to random places. And it was helping to lower my blood pressure, which was great because it was getting me in a meditative state. But as far as like using the tapes the right way and everything, I was doing it all wrong. It wasn't until just a few months ago when I went there that I was like, oh my God, I learned what I was actually supposed to do. So long story short, like I don't really know the best way to answer that. Like the best thing I can ever tell anyone to do is get comfortable meditating, because it's just a superpower. And once you're comfortable meditating, then you can start layering things on. You can be like, okay, now I want to learn a healing meditation. Now I want to learn an astral projection one. And they have all these labeled on the Expand app. And then you can kind of go into it with like a more specific, like, okay, now I want to learn how to remote view. Okay, now that I know how to meditate, I can remote view easier, right? So meditation is the fundamental part that you have to kind of master, and then you can kind of start layering all these bells and whistles on top. Does that make any sense?
That's awesome, because I learned to meditate in 2019 through the Headspace
Yes,
app, and
resonates
that it changed my life, man. Being able to
chiaroscuro
meditate.
clearly, very clearly. Thank you.
And yeah, I've had some miraculous results doing the tapes
Very
so
cool.
far already, and I think a lot of it has been based on kind of my ability to meditate and practicing meditation for a long time. So that does make sense. And then he goes through each step, you know, the box, and then the resonant tuning, and opening up
Mm-hmm.
the energy meridians, right? And all of that is important to do for sure to kind of get results. So that definitely makes sense. A couple more questions I have here for you. Is there anything interesting you can say about Robert Monroe from your personal interactions with him, that we might not know about him that you would be comfortable saying?
Well, I never, you know, met him. Unfortunately, he passed before I got into all this. But
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I didn't know
yeah,
that.
yeah. He passed in the '90s, I believe, late '90s. But yeah, so he was definitely a pioneer in all this. I mean, he's been doing this since the 50s is when he started having his spontaneous out of body experiences. And one of the things I thought was the coolest. So what they finished the program on is they told us on his deathbed, his dying words were "Get it out there." He felt that they were a little too reserved with what they were doing, that more people in the world needed to do it, and that, you know, they were kind of like just scratching the surface. But for him to actually change the human consciousness collective, more people needed to go through like what I went through. So his dying words were "Get it out there," like meaning more people need to do this, you know, pump it out. And that's what they're working on now. Is why they released the app. I'm going to be with some of the guys from Monroe Institute next week at the Tom Campbell Symposium, and we're going to be working together in the future to bring this to the masses in easier, more digestible, miniature ways, instead of having to commit to the 6 days on the mountain and doing all the crazy stuff I did. We're going to make it more accessible. So
That's great. Yeah, I've always thought they
yeah.
should teach meditation in like elementary school. I
Oh God,
love
yeah.
your simulator theory. I think it lines up a lot of different things. It would basically allow, my understanding is, allow for particles to sort of exist as coordinates on a grid, and basically the universe being a massive field of coordinates that particles could arrange themselves into.
It's cool as fuck, man. It's cool as
I'm
fuck,
wondering
man.
if
Fuckman's
there's
cool, but
anything
that is
about
cool
the
as fuck.
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle that you think could be explained by the simulator theory.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is we're rendering the information in real time, and that's why a lot of physics and stuff breaks down at like small scales and then large scales. Like it's like we're the rendering agents, right? So we're creating the reality, and that's why like so much when we get into the quantum, like the things that we in classical physics just fall apart, because you know we get down to the little pixels. Like how like a video game will have pixels. We call it the Planck scale. The Planck length is the pixel. Nothing gets smaller than that. And we start going smaller than that, everything starts falling apart. And like that's because if you're in a simulator, there's going to be limits. You have the smallest, which is going to be a pixel. Then you have the biggest, which is going to be like the speed of light. Like they have to have a boundary in the simulator, right? So nothing can go faster than speed of light because that's the boundary of the simulator, and nothing can be smaller than the Planck length, which is the pixel. So those are the limits of our simulator, and like the uncertainty comes when you try to go past those limits. Everything starts falling apart and breaking down, and it just kind of reinforces the whole simulator concept.
Can I throw another thing out there real quick? Another way to look at it is, and I think it's in line with what you've been saying, is only your consciousness moves. So matter itself might not move, and what might be rendered is each Planck instant might be rendered, but like Einstein would say, like time is just a persistent illusion. So all the moments that have ever been are there rendered in the whole. Now, I don't know about some of this other stuff you're talking about, but at least, the physics can support the idea that all the moments are there and you're just kind of traveling through the moments with your consciousness. Now, the paradox is, how can you have free will and a destiny? And I think that's part of why you're here, to understand how that works.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way. So say you're playing a virtual reality video game, and you're in your living room. You can go on for miles and miles. You can traverse the stars. You can do all sorts of stuff, but you never left your living room. And even further, the data that's rendering all that, the data that's feeding the rendering agent, in this case would be like the VR headset, that data is stored on a microprocessor. It never left. It never moved. So all that data is in one place. So you know how they say all points are connected in space and time, like everything's connected. It's the same thing, like on a computer or on a platform, video game platform. All that data exists in that platform, and even though you are rendering it and you feel like you're moving all around, you feel like you're traversing space, nothing's moving. So it's very similar to how our reality works.
Or even think of like a Minecraft game, right? Where if you just recorded every moment of a Minecraft game, you could go forwards and backwards and see how everything was built and destroyed. And even if you died, it's almost like reincarnation, right? We're booting up another life. So I think the video games can actually be a very, very similar analogy to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think one day we'll create a video game that'll help us explore consciousness, because I think that's a natural vehicle for it. For now, it serves as a pretty apt metaphor, I think. And the reason I use simulator theory as opposed to simulation theory, because simulation to me removes free will. When you hear people talk about simulation theory, they usually talk about it in this kind of cold NPC way, where it's almost like we are just players on someone else's game, or we're just characters in a movie or something. The simulator theory, and what's being backed up by a lot of the research, is that free will is at the core of it. It's the central point. It is what the entire point of this is created for us to come in here, have free will, make decisions and choices. Those decisions and choices is what creates this rich learning experience, and it's what creates the data that goes back up to source that this entire thing was built for. So without free will, none of this would have any purpose at all. And free will, in my theory and in a lot of other people's, is actually at the core of it. So it's very, very important. And that's the biggest differentiator between what I talk about and what a lot of simulation theorists talk about.
And I would just throw one more thing on top of that. That's where I think the intention is so important, because if nothing's really moving, you never really do anything, right? If everything's kind of rendered from one instant to the next, but your intention of what you would like to do then becomes the most important thing. And maybe it's your intention that actually impacts the rendering as opposed to anything you're actually quote unquote doing.
Yeah, so someone was talking about what the Arcturians looked like, and the thing is that, Arcturians and certain species that are interacting with our planet are of higher dimensional origin. So they're not bound. They're not bound to gravity and bound to gravity's effects on the perception of time, more like we are down here on Earth's surface. So the Arcturians and certain NHI that are interacting here can, in fact, change their appearance, it seems, or their appearance is affected by one's own perception or understanding of the phenomenon being interacted with. I had one more question here about if you were aware of Jacques Vallée's work and kind of what he's written about the changing aspects of the NHI phenomenon, and then I'll leave it there.
Yeah, no, I love Jacques Vallée. I mean, he's a lot like Carl Jung. He thinks that a lot of this has to do with our, subconscious manifestations, and even the collective unconscious creating, what are called egregors, which is a tulpa or a thought form that basically we can collectively manifest things that are based on archetypes, basically these embedded archetypes into the framework of our reality that we can manifest. And that's why there's certain deities over time that, even though the kind of the skin on the character changes, they follow the same archetype playbook. And there's a lot that backs that up. And I actually do believe a lot of what we do, the phenomenon is so multifaceted, but I think a aspect of the phenomenon is our collective unconscious manifesting thought forms based on these archetypes, because it's all there. I mean, you can research it and find it all. And I think that's super fascinating. It proves that we are creating our personal reality bubbles, but we're also a part of a bigger collective reality. And that's why it's so important for the collective reality to not veer off into clown world, because if too many people think there's an alien invasion coming, or, something like that, or, revelations coming, and, whatever, then it might happen. I mean, I think that we can collectively manifest. I think that we're powerful. I think that we are all rendering agents, and we render our personal perception of reality, but then we collectively render the larger reality. And so that's what Jacques Vallée is kind of coming to that conclusion after decades of research and phenomenon.
Thanks, Jordan.
Hey, Tom, real quick. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually have to jump. I have to get going. So I just wanted to thank everybody for his in. Rich is going to continue to take over. He's been just thank you so much, Rich, for putting this together. Jordan, it was so good to hear all your amazing words, and everybody in here, thanks for joining us tonight. And Max, great question there. So I'm gonna bounce, but you guys continue, and I will listen to the recording at the end. But thank you, Rich, Jordan, and everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter.
Yeah, see you guys soon. I can't wait to talk to you soon. Thanks, guys, so much. Have a great weekend. Everybody be safe and vibrate high. Bye-bye.
You too.
Yeah, Jordan, my question to you was, do you think this is what's really hidden at the core of disclosure and what's not being released? Because we actually do know a lot more than what we're talking about. Like, this is what's been hidden, is what we're discussing right now. Other than nuts and bolts, this is what's really the behind the UAPDA. I mean, yes, disclosure, 99% of it in my eyes is corruption, and it's been withheld, but by the gatekeepers and our leaders. But really, what's hidden is this.
So I agree. I'll have to make this my last question. So I'm glad we're ending on you, Mr. Rich. And thank you, everyone. Y'all are all freaking amazing. This is my first space that I've done, and I hope to do a whole bunch more of these. So to answer your question, I do think that the main reason why disclosure has not been disclosed is because it's so much more complicated. Okay, so look at it this way. Max brought up Jacques Vallée. Jacques Vallée has been investigating the phenomenon for decades. He's very smart. He's multidisciplinary. He is skilled scientist and psychologist and archaeologist and all the things. Like, he knows what he's talking about. He knows everything. He's been studying this closer than anybody. And he has contacts with the higher echelons of intelligence agencies and military and everything. And he is more confused now than when he started. So the reason we don't have disclosure is because they don't know what the hell to disclose. Like, how do you pick just a tiny any part of this conversation tonight and try to disclose that to humanity. Try to ever tell anyone that, you know, that all this is consciousness based and that consciousness is fundamental and that this is essentially a soul simulator and that, you know, you have the power to change, you know, the simulator. You know, you can edit the software, like you have that power, and that collectively we have the power to manifest the end of the world or the beginning of a new world, like that we have this immense power. And that, you know, that there might be other entities out there that are manipulating that and that are stoking the fire and that are leading us different directions here, there, and wherever. Um, in that we don't have any control over it. The government's all about control, and the military's entire doctrine is that they keep us safe. They patrol our seas and our air and our land. And when you get into all this, they don't have control over any of this. You know, they have zero control because this is not nuts and bolts. And even when it manifests as nuts and bolts, it's not really nuts and bolts. I mean, that's what we find out with these things. It's there 1 second, it's gone the next. So this is consciousness based. This is way stranger and more complex than anybody could ever imagine. And the more you try to figure it out, the harder it gets. It's very elusive, and it's that way, I believe, on purpose. I think that being a training simulator, we're never supposed to figure it out. It would be a very poor simulator if the, you know, if you're playing a video game and the character looks up and is like, am I in a fucking video game? Like that would be a weird game. So the goal of the game is that the character never knows he's in a game. So part of this is, you know, I go back and forth on, are we nefariously being kept in the dark? Is the truth hidden from us at our own peril? Or is it hidden from us because that's part of the game, and that if we knew too much, it would ruin the whole point of us being here?
Is
But
that
then
why?
also there are, go
Is
ahead.
that why they? Is that why they never define disclosure, and Arrow hints at and hides the information even within their logo that says our thoughts create our reality? Like that's what their entire report hints at.
Yeah, because I think they're starting to figure this out. I mean, you can't look into the phenomenon and not come away with this conclusion after a certain amount of time. I'm not saying immediately you're just going to like realize this. I'm saying that the further you look and the deeper you get into this, you start to come to this conclusion. And they, I mean, come on, look at the state of the world. The psyche of our world is not ready for this type of disclosure. People have been conditioned their whole life to make sense of little green men from Mars, kind of a deal. They haven't been conditioned to think deeper and more spiritual about this situation, and it is a deep spiritual thing. Now, I don't think disclosure will ever come from the government. Having said that, there's a very good chance that they disclose something to us that backs up a certain agenda. We're already seeing it play out. There is a invasion threat narrative being pumped up pretty hard. It used to be subtle behind the scenes. Um, I'm very wary of that. I'm not saying that, you know, aliens couldn't come here and invade us, but everything we've talked about today, I mean, that scenario is very unlikely. If they were invaded, they did it a very long time ago, and they're running the world right now, which is kind of what we see. And it's a psychological operation. It's not a laser beams operation. So there's a very good chance we were invaded by aliens a long time ago, and we call them politicians. So I
That's
don't see an
exactly. I see that too. Thank you for bringing that up. I post
I
about
don't
it.
see an armada of ships coming and wiping us out. I just don't see it. If that was the case, they would have done it before we had nuclear weapons and 8 billion crazy people. So I think that this is going into the psychological realm. It's going into the consciousness realm. And I don't think our governments know. I don't think they are at the, I won't say all of them. I'm sure there's some enlightened folks there, but I don't think they're collectively at that high enough vibratory level to be able to really wrap their heads around what's going on, and then also to be able to articulate that to the world in a way where the world wouldn't tear itself apart. So they'll keep teasing disclosure. They'll keep throwing crumbs out there like fuzzy pictures and that bullshit that they took the other day, a photo of a photocopy, and say, look, a UFO. They're doing all this so that if something pops off, if there is some sort of a uncontrollable sighting, that they can say, hey, we've been telling y'all. But and they're also doing it because they're formulating some sort of a narrative that they're trying to get behind. But there won't be full on disclosure because they would have to disclose everything we talked about tonight, and there's just no way they could do that. So that's my opinion on the matter.
Nicely said. Thank you so much. I think
So
we
if you
got.
don't mind, we'll leave it there.
Yeah.
And any last words from you, Mr. Rich? Thank you so much for everything. And I'll just say my 2 cents. You guys are awesome. Sharing all this is still weird for me because it's all kind of strange, but it makes it easier every time I do because people like y'all, like these supportive environments where people can talk about the stuff. And then the more I talk about it, the more you talk about it, the more we share the stuff, then other people, they come out of the shadows and they share their stuff. And then it becomes not so weird. And I think ultimately, if we're going to raise our consciousness, it comes from that. It comes from people not being scared of the phenomenon, not being ashamed of what's happened in their life, and just talking about it. And it doesn't matter if you're religious, doesn't matter if you're spiritual, none of that matters. People are having experiences every day, and they need to talk about it. It's very, very important. And I think it's probably the most important part of this entire process. And real disclosure will come from us. It'll come from the people. Once there's just this tipping point, the tsunami of these experiences, and everyone's got all their light switches flipped on, and everyone's seeing orbs and taking pictures and sharing videos and all this stuff, we don't need the freaking government to tell us there's something out there. There is something out there, and it's natural, and for the most case, it's beautiful. And I think kill them with kindness. Lightness drives out dark. If more people activate and awaken, then there won't be room for these negative sided entities. I mean, this is a duality, so there is negative and positive, but I think that we can overpower. I think that we can make this world so bright that they wouldn't even want to be here. And people ask me if there's loosh farming and if negative entities harvest our negative loosh energy, and my answer is maybe. But if that's the case, don't give it to them. Don't be negative. Don't feed the birds. Just starve them out, and they'll go somewhere else. And if we all do that, they'll just pick another freaking simulator to go to, and they'll mess with those folks. So I think it's all up to us. So thank you guys for being here and listening to me.
Well, thank you for coming and sharing your story, Jordan. I'm blessed and grateful that you extended the time well past the 2 hours for us just to really scratch the surface, because I've been lucky enough to probably have spent, a good, I don't know how many hours we've spent on the phone personally on our cell phones, a good, 4 or 5 hours at least. And I've gotten to know you, and we've just really scratched the surface. So I'm just really looking forward to, watching your journey, and hopefully that, you can just continue to come into the community, share your story, and watch you grow. Like I'm just really happy for everybody that's joined tonight. And we got Paul's space going on right now, so I'm going to jump over there too. So
Awesome.
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And if anybody else wants to say good night, yeah, you're more than welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll end it now. And Jordan, it was a pleasure tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you, everybody.